Call this meeting to order. Today is the regular meeting of the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas. It's Tuesday, July 14, 2026, 9 a.m. and we're in the Central Jury Room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. We have with us today a very renowned pastor here to give us the invocation, Pastor Mark Morris of Lakeside Baptist Church.
Let us pray. Lord, we're so grateful to live in this country as we celebrate another year of independence, Lord. We're so grateful to live in this community. And we're grateful for the gift of prayer that you allow us to come before the altar and just to plead for your will to be done and for the decisions made today. Lord, we pray that as a result of the decisions made today, that our community would be stronger and safer and more peaceful and prosperous. And certainly we pray for the wisdom of everyone making decisions today, Lord, that you would give them discernment, that you would just allow them to make judgments without being judgmental, Lord, that people would be held accountable. We're so grateful to live in a country where our forefathers helped us to establish liberty of conscience and all those kinds of things and the balance of power. So, Lord, thank you for all those things. We pray for each person involved today that has to be a part of these decisions, Lord, and that you would just give them a peace that passes understanding. We pray all these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. If you would, please join me for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the pledge of the great state of Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, today we have a special presentation, and it is a proclamation declaring July 19th to the 25th, 2026, Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week. And we have with us Shelley Berry and her group of about 50 of your citizens here. There's nobody doing any work. I don't know what all the parolees and probation, they're out there robbing the bank. Where's the sheriff? Right, oh, there's the sheriff right here. So, all right, Shelley Berry, bring your folks down here. We will read this proclamation. Look at this. I see most of these. They were officers of the court, though, when they were in front of me. They were not probations or parole people, were they? Why don't y'all kind of get around here so that we're going to have a picture taken? Y'all don't have any outstanding warrants or anything? No. Yeah. Go, how are you? How you doing? Good to see you. Do you still want me to read this? I told Miss Mary this. She heads up this group, and she does a fabulous job. I think the sheriff back there, you could back me up on that she does a great job. You really do a great job. And you do that because you have this wonderful staff with you. I mean, you really do. They do a great job. And I see her in court all the time and do these meetings. But here it is. This is the official proclamation to designate July 19th through the 25th, 2026 as Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week. Whereas community supervision and corrections are essential safeguards to public safety. And whereas when someone commits an offense, it is the hardworking pretrial probation and parole officers that collectively work to prevent future victimization. And whereas they do this by assessing risk, designing supervision plans, serving as sources of accountability, and promoting positive change among offenders who have been released into communities. And whereas men and women who work in community supervision and corrections are the front lines of reducing reoffense rates by encouraging offenders to be productive, law-abiding members of society, their work is vital to breaking the cycle of crime. And whereas a week in July is dedicated to recognizing the indispensable role pretrial probation and parole officers play in keeping Texas safe and secure, now therefore the Hood County Commissioners Court hereby proclaim July 19th through the 25th, 2026 as Pretrial, Probation, and Parole Supervision Week, and encourage all Texans to extend appreciation to these officers. Their courage and commitment highlight the best of Texas, signed by all of us at the Commissioners Court. And I really do mean it. These people really keep us safe, and this is an indispensable part of justice. It really is. And this lady right here does a, how many years you been doing this?
Working on 32.
Only 32 years. You know what I'm talking about? Just now learning all the things for the job. Here, I present this to you. And we owe a great hand to all of y'all, because you couldn't do this without your people here. But y'all do a great job. Did you get a picture? Good.
Sorry, Terry, if I lost you.
Great. Thank all of y'all. Really.
Thank you, Judge. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good to see you. Oh, this. Well, that emptied out the courthouse. But Jeff, you want to go ahead and do the safety briefing here? There you go.
Well, we've reduced the crowd by almost half. But that said, just so y'all know, in the event of an emergency, there are 2 additional exits outside of the one that you came in. You go out to the doors, towards the back of the building, there are exits there. If for whatever reason we do have to evacuate the building, we will let you know when it's clear to return. Please do not come back in until you've been given notice to do so. In the event of a medical emergency, we do have AEDs located throughout the building. If you find that your person sitting next to you is in need, please alert one of the staff members here. We'll be happy to get that. Not to mention we have a paramedic in the back of the room. So anyway, notify us in the event of an emergency. We will get the AED, and those are your exits. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right. No service award. The first item then is citizens' comments at large. What is there, 8 of them with
Yes.
limited to 30 minutes? So how many minutes is that per speaker?
Let's see.
Christine, 8 to 30 is what?
Yeah.
4?
3 minutes, 45 seconds.
Okay, got that? And if you, I hope I've looked at this, but you can't speak on the open agenda to something that's on the agenda items. If you want to speak on that, you will have to get given an opportunity to speak on agenda item, and there's 23 of them. Richard. The first speaker is Jennifer Craig.
I have something for you guys first. Each one of you, pass it along to Paradise. For each one of you. Well, Paradise. Yep. Because I have a friend and his name is Ray Zemko. Ray Zemko is known as the Dice Man. And the Dice Man is known for cybersecurity. He's a former CIA asset. He doesn't make a secret out of that. He is former Ranger. He's now retired at 77 years old. He used to hold dice briefs for the DOD, and he wrote the book on cybersecurity for the DOD. The way I know him is by being in one of those dice briefs when I was on a secret installation in the desert in California while observing. And that was in 2012. I have never forgotten that brief until now. Every time I see a pair of dice, every time I hear cybersecurity, I think of that man. And he told us from the get-go that he would brainwash us within an hour, that we would never forget that brief. And he was right. So I gave you a pair of dice for the Dice Man. You can look him up online. And he used to do that for corporate entities too. I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago because I was worried about the best units. I was worried about the components. I was worried about all of it, and I was worried about that they're hooked up to the Texas Power Grid and whether the CCP would have access to the Texas Power Grid. And he said, you know, it doesn't matter what anybody says, what their handouts are, what they're telling you, what inspections they did. Doesn't matter, the CCP has access. And that's because he's an expert on that. He's an expert on the CCP because that was his bread and butter at the CIA. His bread and butter was cybersecurity. His bread and butter was the CCP, espionage. That was his bread and butter. And all I'm asking you to do now is think about that if you want to roll those dice. Think about the components. Think about SunGrow. Because SunGrow is a Chinese company. They're Chinese-owned. Where they're telling you that they're U.S. corporate, they are a Chinese CCP-owned company. Any company in China is CCP-owned. That's the CCP for you. And if they have access to the Texas Power Grid, and you're opening the door by allowing that, by not doing that due diligence, by not servicing those areas, by allowing them to, we inspected ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. You know how that goes. Like, hey, we ran the test. Here's our paper. We showed you that they don't have access. You trust that? Doesn't matter who runs the test. You trust the CCP? Do you trust SunGrow? Do you trust all of that? Who do you trust? Or do you want to roll the dice? That's all I gotta say. Oh, Ray Zemko is willing to talk to you. You can call him. His email, phone number is all online.
The next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
My name is Cindy Highsmith, and I live in Complantation. And I want to speak to you today about the road bond. So, we ended on a really high note last year, and you had done everything right. Everything right in evaluating the roads that needed to go in our county. It was a long process, and we had many workshops, and it was talked about many times in court. And then we voted, and the people said, yes. The people said, those are the needed roads. So I was listening, and Mr. Polster was up here speaking. It was very discouraging to me to hear that the Fall Creek Relief Road was not going to be built, and instead they were looking at extending the road that exists today to 3 lanes. It is a dangerous road. It needs relief, and I don't know why the county is paying to do a feasibility study when the people said The people want a relief road. They don't want that road to be the way it is. And the reason is my neighbors last October were hit head on. And it took the jaws of life to bring out Mario. And then his wife was severely hurt. Her sternum was broken, her arms were broken, and that's how she got to spend Christmas. And that she's not the only person I know that have been in accidents on that road. My family travels on that road to visit us every week, and I pray the whole time they're driving and driving back. If it's raining, I say, don't come. We'll see you next week. That's how dangerous it is. So please do what the people asked you to do. They want a relief road. They don't want a 3-lane road there. There's no room for shoulders. And you're not going to be able to take out all the curves and the ups and downs in that road. And every week on social media, they're saying the road's shut down, there's been an accident, it's going to take a few hours. So please keep this in mind and don't allow that to happen. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Hall.
Later today, you're going to be talking about some permitting and fees. This is relating to kind of what Travis County is doing. So, developing endangered species habitat is illegal without applying for an ESA 10A1B permit through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Currently, that's not happening here with these industrial developments because, in my opinion, certain developers have lied to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, basically stating no sufficient habitat, no presence of endangered species like golden sheep warbler. So, unlike Cook County, in Travis County, a developer may be eligible to mitigate impacts to endangered species with developing permits, also known as conservation plan, incidental take permit, to help developers comply with ESA requirements and to help with mitigation. These fees are as follows. Golden Sheep Warbler Zone confirmed habitat is $5,500. This is per acre. The second one is Golden Sheep Warbler habitat unconfirmed, so they're not even sure if they have them there. This is $2,750 per acre. They have protected cave zones down there for the invertebrate species. This is $1,000 per acre. These fees and development impact fees are managed by the county to acquire, manage, and monitor endangered species habitat. The excessive funds go towards further implementation of the regional conservation plan for habitat land acquisition, ongoing maintenance, preserve monitoring, and biological management. So I just want you to keep those prices in mind for later when you get to, I believe it's item 15, or when you're discussing your fees. It's costly, and they're forcing them to at least do something. Make a choice. Either go through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or get a permit, fast track their development, which I'm not in favor of, but at least they're paying. At least they're paying, and it's going to the county so they can help to buy other habitat areas and support that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christine Leftwich.
Start my own timer.
Judge, Commissioners, in last week's special call meeting, it was mentioned that there were text messages going on between Ryan Hughes and our county attorney. These text messages were shared with me, and what they show is a continuous pattern of communication with Mr. Hughes demanding a meeting with our outside counsel, Deborah Merkel. It's my understanding that meeting hasn't taken place. I hope that if and when that meeting takes place, that the county will not be covering the fees in conjunction with that meeting, the attorney's fees. In those text messages, Mr. Hughes wants to be treated the same as AWS Project Spectrum, demanding that his concept plans be approved. May I remind the court that the AWS concept plan weighed 7 pounds. It's about this big. Commissioner Sanderson brought it to court with her. These are the concept plans for for Comanche Circle, Project Panther, and Project Lion. I hardly see that it weighs about 7 pounds. The difference is that AWS purchased the land, they secured power, they secured water, all before submitting their concept plan. We've become aware that NRG pulled out of the project as a power supplier, and that decision was not something based on the county's actions. I credit Matt Long for following up with NRG in an email communication. He mentioned he'd heard that NRG had withdrawn their application from TCEQ. Can you confirm this? And the response from the NRG representative said, thanks, Matt. We withdrew the air permit application for Toller as part of our normal review of development opportunities and site prioritization. We routinely evaluate a range of sites and development options, and this reflects that ongoing process. Mr. Hughes is claiming hundreds of millions of dollars in damages, asserts he had to seek extensions from landowners, that he's had to do all these things because of the county's actions. And what I would submit to you is that the actions of the landowner in NRG are wholly based on Mr. Hughes's conduct. I think we've all been subject to his berating and public scrutiny on social media. So I just want to remind the court that we denied or reversed Pacifico's conditional approval based on a lack of water. I would urge this court to deny Comanche Circle, Project Panther, and Project Lion for a lack of a power source. Our own governor has stated that data centers must provide their own power generation. Something else I wanted to add about Mr. Hughes is that he's formed several LLCs for his projects. We know that an LLC is a limited liability company, and it doesn't take a law degree to understand what the term limited liability does. So again, I would just caution you with regards to the projects submitted by Mr. Hughes. Thank you.
Dave Eagle.
I'm going to yield my time, Judge. I was hoping the hearing next door would be complete so I could speak to it, so I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next speaker is Lena Robinson.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Lana Robinson, Pecan Plantation. I had sent the commissioners and county judge an email over the weekend. You may or may not have had a chance to read it, but I just wanted to draw a parallel between what's going on with data centers and the superconducting super collider hole in the ground over in Ellis County. I think that some people say history repeats itself, but I know it certainly we can learn things from history. And so here's a history lesson we shouldn't forget, because I can see the possibility, just like Christine said, of LLC, something similar happening here. The abandoned superconducting super collider, the Desertron in Waxahachie, is a blight even today on the Blackland Prairie. And it serves as a stark example of a colossal boondoggle, one of the most significant and expensive larks in the history of science. The project required a total of approximately 16,600 to 16,700 acres of land because it was backed by the Department of Energy. Much of this land spanning across Ellis County was acquired from local farmers and homeowners throughout eminent domain, is how they did it. The footprint of the project was so massive, it affected roughly 800 different property owners. Between 250 and 300 families were completely displaced or had significant portions of their property seized. And I would say that at the time this happened, I was the field editor for the Texas Farm Bureau State Office. And I was involved heavily in working with Kay Bailey Hutchison, Bill Graham, all the people that were senators and lawmakers at that time. I was writing news releases for them, op-ed pieces for them that complied with Farm Bureau's policy. And today, if Farm Bureau had a stronger policy against data centers, we could probably be making more headway with that, but they just kind of didn't know what was going on. It caught them off guard. But I want to say that the construction began in 1991 on that superconducting super collider. Within 2 years, workers bored approximately 14.7 miles of underground tunnels and completed several surface buildings. It turns out the initial estimate of $4.4 billion quickly ballooned to $11 billion. So in 2 years, on October 21st, 1993, the Congress officially canceled the project. By that time, about $2 billion, or equivalent to over $4 billion today, had already been spent. So after the cancellation, the land and the bored tunnels sat dormant for years, and we know about that. But if you fast forward, and that they flooded all of that underground that they had bored, and you can go online and look at those tunnels, they're massive. After the cancellation of the fast forward to today, so we are in a hyper expansion phase where data centers are getting massive. However, there are several technology shifts that could eventually reverse that trend. And I've given you in the email, so I'm not going to read all of this, but within 10 to 15 years, they believe that the size of these could be reduced from 100,000 square feet to 20,000, and that things could almost fit in a closet. So I just want to say, just as this Texas Super Collider was rendered obsolete by a mix of budget and newer, more efficient designs, the current data center land grab may eventually be viewed as a temporary era of brute force engineering before designers learn how to make AI hardware small. In the meantime, we need to push back in every way possible to stop these billionaire destroyers from ruining our beautiful county and state just because they can. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Lowry.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Mark Lowry, Hood County, Texas. I want to address the recent approval for the May 4th agenda item number 5, where 3 members of this court approved the Motorola Solutions DFR proposal. I would like to highlight this vote and how I believe it demonstrates the lack of process and detailed review of proposals, what appears to be a lack of fiscal responsibility of the 3 members of this court. If I misquote anything, please do not hesitate to correct me. There appeared to be a rush without appropriate review to get this before the court and obtain approval. As I read the proposal made available through the link of the agenda number 5, the quote from Motorola Solutions dated May 4th clearly states that this is a 5-year proposal, not one. Review of the proposal quote shows that the total 5-year proposal was $432,000. Did any of you actually understand that cost to the county? Did any of you 3 that voted for the DIV understand the total cost to the county citizens, and why was it not addressed at that time? The total cost for the first year, $112,998, it was proposed to the Hood County Commissioners Court as a project which may be covered by the FLOC grant, which I believe was approximately $132,000. This is a 1-year grant and does not automatically roll over into the following year. It was associated with FLOC, that's another whole mess. My understanding, the 2026 grant may, in fact, cover the fiscal year of the DFR, the first fiscal year of the DFR. How does this court propose to cover the additional $79,999 per year for the next 4 years? You're creating an unnecessary challenge for the future budget of this county. Let's talk operational. I searched online for the piece of equipment that there are some very fancy, sophisticated marketing tools that can be very convincing. Issues. Have we established a policy? If I may, yes, the Motorola Solutions is on the board there, please, for the citizens. Have we established a policy manual, protocols for the management of DFR? It says it needs to be robust and detailed. Cost of increase in insurance coverage for this piece of equipment. It said, speaking to the gentleman out in the lobby, it was a 3-mile radius. Possible upgrade to 6 miles. That's a 7% total coverage of the county. If we can show the next diagram, please. It basically covers the city limits. It will be based at the dispatch center, is what I've been told, and therefore it will not be able to cover Lipan, Toler, Pecan, and many other areas actually in the county. I've been told that dispatchers will launch this DFR. Will the dispatch employee be able to opt out of this, and did they not, if they do not want this added responsibility? How much training and practice will they have with the DFR to become competent? Will we need to pay overtime to get these dispatchers adequately trained? Have we ensured that someone with certification to fly this DFR will be on 24/7? Are the dispatchers CGIS certified? This isn't a toy. It's a highly technical, sophisticated instrument that needs to be managed in expert precision. The dispatchers will be required to remove themselves from their assignments at the dispatch council to go fly this training. It simply said training. My experience is they usually assign a number of hours or days or people. The judge, please try to pay attention. Listen, in short.
You said it to me?
Yes.
I'm reading this on the screen here.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now listen, I did a big job down in Houston. Houston Police Department's got an entire unit that flies these things all the time. I did a CERA conference down there, fossil fuel conference, with a lot of protesters. Houston PD flew it into the side of our building. So if we think we can get this tool and have a little bit of training and navigate this safely to the county, I think you're sadly mistaken. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kurt Keski.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Looking ahead, the site development plan process is coming up. That process is designed and stated to ensure that the development is consistent with the strategic plan of the county and its development regulations. At the very start of your strategic plan, it notes that this county values. What it values is the rolling terrain of this county and its recreational features. That's what this county is supposed to value. The first objective is that it is to protect the integrity of the surface water and the groundwater. Your development regulations do that through its districts. The strategic plan states that the county is to avoid haphazard development in the county so that it does not create adverse impact on its water resources. Your regulations have done this. It's done this by minimizing development in rural districts and regulating development in water quality districts. You've heard me state this before, you know it. The definition of your rural districts is supposed to conserve the rural character of the development in the area and to enhance the quality of lives for people in those areas. This is what is commonly known in the industry as performance criteria. It's different than prescriptive criteria, but it is still applicable in this county. This requirement does not prescribe building size or population density, but it does state that the outcome or whatever use is to be constructed on the site is to conform to building sizes and population densities that are indicative of rural areas. It also, by definition, calls for maintaining night skies, calls for peaceful absence of massive combustion engines, the absence of excess pollution, and the minimized use of groundwater, which is central to the strategic plan of this county. I know that developers have asked you guys about this. I implore you to use this regulation. This is a regulation that this county has adopted, and it seems appropriate that you enforce it, change it, or let the courts decide if you don't think it's legal. One other item that I want to bring to your attention is that your regulations from the very start have stated that there is an application process if someone changes a concept plan. If someone changes a concept plan, it is considered a new application. I will assure you that the cartoons that most of these companies have presented are going to have radical changes to them. You have the ability in your regulations to require them to start over. I would ask you to enforce that. Once again, this is a regulation that this court has adopted. I request that you adopt it, change it, or let the courts decide. Thank you.
That concludes the open comments. And Matt Mills has requested that we wait until he finishes. He's listening to us one on in Judge Buffy's court right now. And we're going to take item number 5, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the plan of finance and direct staff to work with the county finance team to implement. And a presentation from Jim Sabonis from Hilltop will be presented. Mr. Jim Sabonis is with us. And by the way, if anybody, we're pulling item number 20 is full from the agenda. But Mr. Sabonis, welcome. What do you have to say, please?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, citizens of Cook County. I'm very pleased to be here. This is the first step to issue voter-approved bonds. It's been a process we've taken many years to discuss. Funding road improvements for Rapid Road County and a jail funding. I've got a presentation. I don't know if it's loaded online or not.
Oh, let me grab it.
Yes, I'm sorry. Christine's going to get it.
We've got a presentation talking about the first phase of this program. We've given it, Christine will put it up there, and I'll walk through it. It's very straightforward. And it hasn't changed significantly since we actually presented originally to the voters for their approval. You go to the next page. This is a summary. In November, we had approval of a road bond program and a jail funding program. This will be the first phase of the road bond program, which allows the issuance of approximately $25 million of unlimited tax road bonds. The jail project is full funding of them. It's about a $24 million program. I was asked previously, what's the difference between the unlimited tax road bond pledge and the limited tax bond pledge for the jails? In the state of Texas, all our bonds are authorized by specific state statutes. The statute indicates what a county can fund, how it funds it, and what the limit is of what it can pay for. And uniquely, on the road bonds, on a limited tax road bond, it's kind of fascinating to me because the state statute indicates that we can only issue up to 25% of our taxable value in road bonds. Currently, our value is approximately $3.2 billion, which means if we wanted to, we could issue over $3 billion of road bonds. We're only talking here again, approximately $28 million. So we're nowhere near our capacity, but that's our state statute. On the jail project, it approaches it a little bit differently. On the jail project, the statute says that the highest INS tax rate we can pledge to fund the jail project is 80 cents, though our Attorney General has actually administrated a limitation of 40 cents. And so they're saying you can issue all the bonds you want up to a 40-cent tax rate. But the reality is that our current tax rate is approximately 2.699 cents, for all the debt that we have paid. Our projection going forward is that we're not going to increase this. So for both the road and the jail bonds going forward, our expectation is we'll be under 3 cents. And so you can see why when we sell bonds, I've indicated previously to you, and I continue to emphasize it, our state statutes provide us tremendous security that we have in those issues. So as you can see, we're nowhere close to what we can fund, though the fact of the matter is no one's going to fund those limitations to that range. We're going to go forward and fund them. We're going to pledge our limited INS ad valorem tax, easily taxable issues. They'll be amortized over 20 years. Standard in industry is a 10-year par call. 10-year par call is kind of the equilibrium point where we can actually, it's the point where we can call the bonds and refund them, take them away from investors. Shorter than 10 years, it costs us a higher interest rate. Longer than 10 years doesn't increase our interest rate. So we're going to go with our normal 10-year call. No need to go for a higher rate. No need to anticipate any issue to refund them until appropriately. Our bond rating, the last rating we had, we paid all our debt off as of this year, and the only debt we have out right now that we're paying is short-term debt that wasn't rated. But the last time we had rated long-term debt, we rated AA plus by Standard & Poor's. Over the years, we've been rated by both Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's. And the important reason why we, as your financial advisor, are recommending going forward with Standard & Poor's is, one, they gave us the highest rating. We were AA plus with them, equal to the state of Texas, one notch below AAA, which in our last few rating reports, they actually gave us an indication that we might become AAA. We have all the actual criteria, individual components that might come to AAA. But sometimes they have, how should I say it, constraints on first-time issuers or issuers of our size. But we are very well done. All the rating agencies are approximately the same cost. And the way they actually charge for the bond ratings, it's not negotiated. It's actually, at the beginning of the year, they actually publish a matrix. And so they say, anyone that issues ad valorem tax bonds from 5 to 10 million, here's what your cost is, from 10 to 20 million. And each of their matrices are within a few $100s based on the actual bond size. And so they apply those matrices, and right now, when we talk about our project, and I'll talk to you in a minute about the total amount of it, we're talking a little over 50 million. It's approximately $40,000 in that range. And it would be about $40,000 for any of them. And so we're recommending the AA plus rating because one, S&P had rated the highest before, and we expect a very positive AA plus rating, potentially better. Their cost is about equal to everyone else, and they're very highly rated, highly valued in the marketplace. There's no need to do an additional rating. Right now, the way it works is funds would require one rating, so we're recommending one rating. The timing that we have here, and I'll go through in more detail, would be with your approval, we're going to target a sale of August 11th. A competitive sale in the morning of both transactions, and then what will take place, we'll receive bids, we'll review bids, we'll make sure the bids are compliant with the bid specs and reflect the current market rates in a competitive position. We'll submit them to your staff, and based on that, we'll actually document them, present them to you, county commissioners, just as we've done previously. If you approve it, all the documents that are executed are presented to the Attorney General to review. His review is from a legal perspective, making sure that we follow all legal requirements to issue the bonds, and it's a formality. Call Parker is a very well-known bond firm, actually the oldest bond counsel in the state of Texas. They'll actually guide that process, and we will close this on September 9th, prior to your year-end close, so you'll actually have the funds deposited that you will invest. Now, we're positive because we think this is a straightforward process. If you turn to the next page, this is actually the projection of what current market interest rates will have on this process. We're going to issue about $28 million of par amount of unlimited tax road bonds today in the marketplace because of the uncertainty and potential higher interest rates. Investors are structuring premium bids, so we'll actually receive $20.4 million of par proceeds, plus they'll pay us a premium to have those bonds. We'll actually fund a full $30 million project fund and the cost efficiency to fund that. And in this case, we'll actually only have $30 million go against our bond capacity. Similarly, we'll fund approximately 22.8 million of limited tax bonds. They'll also pay us a premium. We'll end up funding the full $24 million that we've been authorized to fund. The unique process that we have, when we do a competitive sale, our goal is to get the amount of money you want, 30 million for roads, 24 million for jail, but give the bid specs so investors can structure bonds that is best for their investment goals. We give them flexibility, but the goal that we have and what end up determines what we choose is who gives you the lowest principal interest. And so in the case of these bonds right now, with the market the way it is, their investors are generally bidding premium structures. And the reason they do premium structures is because they'll actually pay us additional money plus our par amount to get a little higher interest rate on the coupon. Because when interest rates go up, the mark-to-market is a little bit less for the higher interest rate than the smaller interest rate. But again, mathematically, we check every bid. The goal is what's the cheapest cost, principal interest to the county, to the taxpayers. Right now, we run these numbers at current market plus 25 basis points, and we're looking at about a 4.4% on the limited tax road bonds, about 4.38% on the limited tax jail bonds. Total principal interest for both will be about $82.9 million over 20 years, about $4 million per year. Right now, we have a tax rate of 2.699. This strategy was presented years ago as we paid off our existing debt. We had new debt, and our expectation is that based on very conservative assumptions going forward, we'll have no tax rate increase. We'll stay within the 2.7% tax rate. The following page is a detailed look at the cash flows. On the far left, third column, is a projection of taxable assessed value, and the major columns in the middle indicate our amortization. And the key column is to the far right, based on a very conservative growth rate, 5% next year, 3% the year after, then decreasing to 1.6% per year. And compared to what we've been growing at double digits for the last 10 years on an annual basis, the far right shows that we're not going to increase the tax rate above the 2.699%. Now, a key point about this, and I'll turn to the next page, is the timing of this. One reason we picked August 11th, working with your staff and your input, commissioners, is an important time is July 25th. In the state of Texas, July 25th is the date that taxable assessed values are certified. We issue after that, so we'll know exactly what the value is for next year, and we can structure the first payment to actually match, make sure that we have that target tax rate, increase it or decrease it based on what takes place. And we're actually issuing on August 11th by state statute. We have the bonds issued before the end of the year to be able to levy that INS tax rate and to coordinate when you actually approve your budget and levy your INS tax rate. So we have taxable values. We'll look at those final values, coordinate with your staff, and then we'll move forward with a sale on the August 11th. Also between now and then, right now, this is this bond program. I'm become aware that you may have some minor capital needs to fund some rolling stock or other items over the next couple of years. We're going to work with the auditor to make sure that our debt structure will both fund these items and allow in the future for you to fund any smaller capital items that you're asked to require for our fire protection of the county rolling stock. In summary, after the bonds are issued, executed, and approved, they'll actually deposit into project funds for each project. Right now, the last Fed Open Market Committee meeting, it indicated that there was no cut in rate, and it's unlikely there is going to be a cut rate. And right now, that our Fed is actually challenged by continued inflation above their target rate of 2%. And our expectation is that we'll hold rates steady, and if there was a rate movement later in the year, it probably would be upward. So our plan to go forward, I think, works well with what we expect to happen over the overall economy and interest rates, and get this issue before there's potentially any negative impact increasing interest rates. In summary, it's been a number of years I've worked with the commissioners and the staff of the county to prepare for this issue. Everything's come together, I think, a little bit better than we anticipated, and we'll be able to fund this first phase and future phases without tax increases for the county. As your financial advisor, I think it's a well-thought-out plan. I'm committed, and I'm certain that we'll be able to fund it as indicated. That concludes my formal discussion points. On answer any questions, provided additional information I have for you. I'd like to add one more item. I think later in the agenda, you have a separate agenda item about the application for Standard & Poor's. What's taking place is that the way Standard & Poor's works is they actually go through the rating process, and well, we've contacted them, we've shared information. We've actually have a conference call set up for later this week to discuss the information and provide any additional information from the rating review formally, because it's very important for a regulatory perspective that we formally ask for that rating review. They forward us to email a document saying, do you want us to rate us? And you have the agenda items part of our plan that we would ask for that rating and go forward. Again, it's going to be about $40,000, but it's actually indicated in cost of issuance, consistent with all ratings and when we recommend approval that I use.
Mr. Sabonis, are you going to be here? Are you planning to stay around to agenda item 16? Agenda item 16 is are you planning to stay for that?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Should we just go ahead and take that one next, Judge? Number 16?
Yeah.
So just a question from a layperson's perspective. We've got on here projected to close on September 9th, 26, closing and funding.
Yes, sir.
So when's the first payment due?
First payment is going to be $215 of 27.
And will we be paying quarterly or?
Bonds are paid semi-annually, interest, and then principal amounts annually. Standard for 99.9% of tax bonds. So we set up for $215 and $815, and typically we put the principal payment also at $215, with the reason that you receive IRS taxes, and traditionally the interest rates on bonds might be slightly higher than the interest rates you can invest at, so you might as well get paid on your debt as soon as you receive those funds. But we're setting up for $215 and $815 payments, principal interest at $215, interest over $815.
Say that again. Principal on 215, principal P&I on 215, and just interest.
Principal and interest on $215, and then interest on $815. And in general, just the detail that commissioners, that with ad valorem tax bonds, you'll receive a significant portion by them, with the thought is that generally the investment rate will be less than your bond fund, so you want to pay down your bond funds as soon as you can. And then you just have an interest payment at $815. If we were doing a revenue bond, we actually might go $815 principal, make sure we get all the revenues we have for that year, but it's a standard for ad valorem bonds. And uniquely, and I'll follow up with your staff, that's what our recommendation would be. One more reason why we do that is that sometimes when we do refundings, we actually call bonds, and I think we've discussed this before, where sometimes you set up as a thesis to get rid of your bonds. Vast majority of government securities actually mature on 215, so it kind of matches up in the future if you're going to do a refunding, to have the principal payments match up with government, federal government securities mature.
Anything else? Well, let's go ahead and talk about 60. You already mentioned SB Global on here. You've already contacted them, have you not?
I think do we need a vote on this one first to accept the plan of finance?
I think it's part of the overall plan, so I think we can discuss it, even though it's implied in here, then we go forward. we've reached out to them, we provide them information, but again, and we set up a meeting due to the timing of our issue. We meet later, it takes a couple of weeks to get the rating, but the thought process is here that they formally asked a request, do they want rating? And from their position as a rating agency, it's actually going to publish a report about what our rating is. They don't want to, they want to make sure that we want that report issued. They don't know about this otherwise. It would be inappropriate for them to, without our actually written request, to do a rating unless it's by us.
I got one more question on the presentation. If you'll go back to, sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's the slide, unlimited tax road bonds, projected transaction numbers, debt service, et cetera. No, not that one. That
Page
one.
slide 3.
So maybe I'm just splitting hairs here, I don't know. But we talked about a AA plus rating in the previous slide, but you got a note on this one that we're looking at a AA rated. I mean, is that a significant difference or just a?
That would be typical. Our expectation would be AA plus. Period.
Okay. You all get that?
Yeah, so
Okay.
footnote number 2 at the bottom should say
Should have
double A
plus.
plus. And
Apologies
there's,
for that.
so the potential on getting the S&P rating could be that if it does.
Basically, I did a detailed review. The part of this term you have to be looking at your overall credit criteria and where you rate. We're stronger than we were when we were previously rated AA plus. And the main things they look at is positive operations, do we fund, we consistently generate work within our budget, do we have cash balances, we score outstanding on that. Our economy is growing, and so we score well on the economy. Overall, this is a very minor part of that, even with this amount of debt outstanding, we're going to be very low in debt amounts. All those would be the highest rated. Though here in this portion of Texas, and I represent some of the individual communities and nearby counties, our statistics are, demographics are slightly above the national, maybe slightly below the national average, which we can't control, but it's just a fact. But what's taking place is, and I've gone through this recently with a number of your peer entities, that there's, and it's one of my pet peeves for my entire career, is that depending on the size of the issuer, and how often the market sometimes affects how they look at you. And so I believe we've had an issue that recently went through a process where when you looked at the score, what they'll do is they'll go from 1 to 5 on each criteria point, with 1 being the best score, 5 being the worst. And there's 5 points, there's 10, and if you get to a 10, in this case, you would be considered AAA by matrix scoring. And a couple of my clients recently, similar to you, are really well managed, and they actually score a 10, but they make an adjustment to the rating based on subjective thoughts and what it is, the size and how often you bench the market, and being the first time come this rating. So my expectation is we get to AA plus, and you'll see when you score it, you think we should be AAA, but it's a first rating. They want to see how the county goes forward. And continues to grow. But again, I've indicated this. I think, Judge, previously you asked me specifically when we issued that what the rating was. And I indicated when we did have outstanding ratings, we were reviewed a number of years ago, that we were AA plus. But when we looked at those reports, if you set aside any subjective input from the agency, the scoring alone gave us a AAA. But
So the chance of the 4.38 or the 4.41 going down based on the outcome of the S&P scoring is probably pretty small.
Well, I think we're anticipating that they'll place where I think that rate will be affected by is the state of what's taking place in the election.
Okay.
Right now, though it's moderated a little bit, you've seen significant variances almost on a daily and weekly basis based on we had finding a police plan and oil impact and So right now, these rates itself, to give you a feel, these rates were from 4 weeks ago, we ran this. Yesterday, I updated and looked at the rates. And if you look at yesterday, we're 4 basis points better than this. But I thought we'd just keep it here. But we're going to be in a trading range right now, rates, based on what's taking place nationally. And most, the biggest issue being what's taking place in the price of oil. You'll see that everybody across the board. And my expectation is based on my current understanding of events. I think this would be a big goal that we get.
All right, well, I'll move to approve the plan of finance and direct staff to work with the county's finance team to implement, as presented by Mr. Bonas from Hilltop.
Second.
Okay. Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to approve the plan of finances and direct staff to work with the county's finance team to implement based on the presentation from Jim Sabella, second by Commissioner Anderson.
Andrews.
We both did, so.
Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Let's go ahead and vote on number 16 now. Does anybody care to make a motion about that?
I just have a question about with purchasing. Is there anything we need to do with business?
No, we don't. Due to the dollar amount, we're fine.
And then the fund, the money will come from contingencies?
Funding will come from the bond insurance.
We'll pay it out of that 55 held for bonds, and then we'll pay it back with the bond issuance.
Yeah.
I move to adopt the revised, wrong.
16.
I move to engage with S&P Global to provide a credit rating and direct the auditor to notify S&P Global to proceed in the amount of $43,300 from the Fund 55 that's held for bond
Issuance.
Thank you.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to engage S&P Global to provide a credit rating and direct the auditor to notify S&P Global to proceed based upon the amount, what's it, 4,350 out of Fund 55?
43.3.
Okay. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Slovis, for coming down. Thank you for the good work. Everything's on time. We should be proceeding.
Thank you. We look forward to coming back with a successful line sale and buying ratings. Thank you very much, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. Okay. Now, this was interesting. Yeah. Well, Mr. Mills, you want to come up here to discuss item number 1? Discuss and take appropriate action to request the county attorney take action related to flock safety failure to perform under the terms of the contract and provide a refund of $126,000 due to the Hood County taxpayers.
Now, before you get started, I'm just going to do a recap on where we've been on this. Just for people who may not know what this is about. On March 11th, 25, the court voted on a motor vehicle catalytic converter grant that was to be used to purchase 24 flock cameras. On 3/21, the flock camera was signed by a member in the sheriff's department, but did not come to court to be signed by the county judge. In July 2025, I discovered that payment had been made for $132,000 while no valid contract signature, and only one camera had been installed on June 14, 25. During discussions with Flock late during last summer, I learned that Flock was aware that that there was a DPS pause that had started in November of 24, but did not inform the court when the grant was presented on the agenda in March of 25, or in July of 25 when the full payment was made. Flock was resistant to a refund, so I worked with them to provide a credit for funds paid for services not received. So on October 28, 2025, an amendment for credit was signed. On March 16, 2026, Ashley Shambo at Flock, I asked her for a status, and she stated the best estimated time frame for installation for the rest of the cameras would be late summer. This would be after the end of the contract term, which would have ended 6/13/26. On April 14th, there was an agenda item on the court to cancel the contract. So since then, the county attorney and I have worked with Flock to get the, been going on for 3 months now, to work with them to provide some type of refund for services not rendered and for equipment that was not installed. As I stated during the April contract cancellation vote, and at various courts earlier, Flock has not shown they are capable of upholding the contract obligations. Additionally, withholding information regarding the hold on installation from DPS, not getting appropriate signatures, does not bode well for the company that asks for the public's trust. No matter who the vendor is, this experience is unacceptable. The current offer, well, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Matt now if you want to talk about what the current offer is.
Well, you probably have that, I just brought what I sent in the email last night, but.
Well, the current
Go
offer
ahead.
is to provide, since we had a meeting with the attorney, Matt and I did, sometime in June 24th maybe, to talk about what the status was, and the attorney for Flock was saying, well, what if we provided some other type of equipment that you might be able to use? And I said, well, not if it's $130 worth of boat anchors that the county doesn't need or the taxpayers don't need. That was a little, I was being a little facetious, but I think this is a products looking for, there's funding there, so it appears that they're just trying to fill that with some other products, but I also said I don't want the other thing that I would think that would be not acceptable, at least to me, the court, only one vote, but would be to create a liability that we're going to give you these products, but then you have to pay service, which is going to add up to more money from the credit that they already owe us. So the current offer is to provide additional products for the first year, and then that would go, the credit would go towards the cost of that. But then each year there would be an additional charge if you were to keep the equipment. This appears to be, let's find another set of tools that nobody's asked for and continue to charge the county year after year. So based on the last 15 months, I have little confidence in the vendor, just as I mentioned before, we've been, it took 3 or 4 months to get to an amendment that would provide credit, and then again, it's taken us another 3 months to get to this point, so.
Do you have the email of what they've offered, or, I know that was the other
Yes.
email in there somewhere.
Yes.
But that would have been much later than March 17th.
Yeah.
This
So
would have been
it's,
in the last week or two.
I don't even know what it is, trailers and
Yeah.
this.
Well, we forwarded that, hopefully everybody on the court got
Yeah.
that. So, I mean, if y'all can find it.
Flock OS Essentials, which I'm not sure what that is, but it's $24,000 a year. And then mobility security trailers, $25,000 a year each, times 4 trailers would be $100,000, for a total value of $124,000. Essentials gives the sheriff's office immediate access to the broader Flock network and core investigative tools, even without permanent LPR cameras to deploy. The mobile security trailers provide rapidly deployable solar-powered video coverage for temporary hotspots, special events, critical facilities, or locations where permanent infrastructure is not practical. But again, it's kind of like we're giving you this equipment because we owe you $126,000, but if you want to keep it, then you got to keep paying for it year after year, so.
Right.
Well,
So
I think Sean needs to look at it. Sean looked at it to see, I don't even know what it is. We don't know what it is.
But if that's something that's needed, they can put that in their budget and ask for it during budget time, but I think for this, to satisfy the non-performance of the vendor, the options that you had, that you sent us.
I sent an email last night,
Yes.
yes. I mean, I can work through those options.
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess. Okay, so, option number one would just be the simple option, which is just take the offer, which I don't think that y'all want to do that, but at least it's the simple one. Option number two would be to make a counter proposal for, okay, we don't really like this bundle of goods, but we like something else, and that might require meetings with the sheriff's office and whatever, so that we can make a counter and take something else, okay? Option number three, and this gets into the terms and conditions, which I sent that out in an email on June the 3rd. I can't remember if it was Stephanie or somebody who found that, but there's a question of whether we even accepted the terms and conditions on that little term sheet or whatever you want to call it that Sean signed, because there wasn't on that document all the legalese of, okay, if there's a dispute, then what happens? But they do have a website that has terms and conditions. And on the website, it says that if you can't come to an agreement, then you go to mediation. And if that doesn't resolve it, you go to binding arbitration. And according to their term sheet, or their legal terms, it's governed under Georgia law. And I'll come back to number three here in a second, but let me just keep working through the other. Now, if you feel like we haven't agreed to the term sheet and we're not bound to the mediation and the arbitration, one option is to hire outside counsel, file a lawsuit here. And the question is, okay, if the total amount of money is $125,000-ish, how much are you going to spend in attorney's fees to collect? I mean, to me, $125,000 is a lot of money, but you know, when you're talking big picture, attorney's fees, all that, and you're running a risk of not necessarily getting 100% collection on the $125,000, do you want to go that route? It's just a question
for you.
And if they come back and say, hey, according to these legalese term sheet, or the legal terms and conditions, we shouldn't even be in this courtroom. I mean, that might be one of their first arguments is, hey, judge, if it's a district judge or whatever, this needs to be mediation arbitration according to the legal terms that we put on everything. And then the final option, number 5, is similar to number 4, which is just ask our office to do it, but we're mainly a prosecutor's office. I have never filed a lawsuit on anybody in civil court, so, I mean, it's free, but you kind of get what you pay for. So, I mean, you're not out money up front, but I mean, now I'm starting to try to pour over what are the rules of civil procedure and all these things, which I'm used to being in criminal court. So, big picture, what I said I think is best to start with, if you don't like their proposal, would be option 3, for a couple of reasons. Mediation really shouldn't be a lot of money. I mean, you might pay, $1,000 as your share of the mediation or whatever, and you might be able to resolve it there. We have to make sure it's done remotely. Yes, it would be under Georgia law, but I don't think that they have a completely different view of contracts in Georgia than they do here. And just try to mediate. And then if mediation doesn't work, you go to arbitration. And at least throw that out there and make them say no. And if they say no, we're not going to mediation with y'all, then file a lawsuit. And then, either under option 4 or 5. But I think that's probably the best. But I don't know, I just try to lay out 5 options and y'all decide, really.
Would you be the one managing the mediation?
Well, I thought about that. I mean, surely it's got to be able to to be remote in this day and age, where we don't have to fly to Georgia. But it'd probably be, I'm thinking me, you, Stephanie, and, I mean, fill in the blank, we can't have a quorum, or else we gotta post it, and that's a big mess. So, yeah, I mean, we need at least one member of the Commissioners Court, probably me, probably the auditor, and go from there.
Would taking that step toward toward mediation kind of acknowledge the contract? Does that kind of say we're agreeing to the terms expressed in the contract, but we're saying we're not in the contract?
Well, I don't think we can take a position that there is no contract, period. Not only did one of our agents, if you will, sign it, but we even paid them. We're just saying that they didn't fulfill their side of the contract. And our second argument is even if they couldn't because of forces beyond their control, they've now received a windfall of $126,000 without performing the services to earn it. So, I mean, it's kind of a twofold argument, I would think.
Let me ask you this, has the Borquez Law Firm looked at this at all?
We have not sent this to Borcat. I mean, they're kind of the land development, whatever, firm. So, I mean, we could and see what they think.
They do other things, don't they?
Scott,
This is just, it's a con.
Mr. Shearhart's in the room if you want to ask.
Well, okay, but, so
Well, let me throw in on number 4 and 5. There is a contract. I don't know what it is, but obviously there's offer, acceptance, consideration, okay? So there is a contract here.
Right.
And the question is what are the terms? And I think that from their perspective, they breached it. And because they didn't deliver when they were supposed to deliver. So under that circumstance, you got attorney's fees recoverable in a breach of contract case. So I'm not sure that, I think we need to consider taking a further look at this and even talking to the Borquez Law Firm about it and get another opinion on that. Mediation is non-binding. I mean, we can mediate it and both parties walk away and nothing happens. You know that, right?
Right.
I would be, but the way they're trying to bring their terms in from online, some of their terms, I don't think we signed up for that. So this is really a mess.
You and I are saying the same thing. We need to get an opinion from a civil lawyer about the contract. Let him look at it and write us just a brief. Look at what's happened. We've got a quantitative deal here. It's not that complicated. It's looking at the contract and what they've done and what we've done and explain the windfall. And before we do anything, is get a legal opinion. That would be probably, I would think, 4 or 5 hours of an attorney, then you'd have an opinion to go for. And based upon that, whether you're going to go to mediation or try to work out something. That's what you have to have first.
All right. I'll move to request that the Borquez Law Firm review this contract and provide a legal opinion.
Did y'all have speakers already on this?
We had 3 speakers.
No, we didn't.
You already
We didn't
did?
have-
Or?
No, we haven't.
Okay, because I was sitting here thinking, surely somebody signed up.
Yeah. Surely somebody.
So surely they did.
No, we do have 4.
Sorry to cut y'all off, but.
Yeah, no, but that is right. We have 3 speakers.
We got Mr. Shearhart here too, the attorney can hear.
Yeah, well, come on up here.
Come on up, sir.
Well, I understand you got victory.
We did, Your Honor. It's going to go to the Court of Appeals.
We knew that.
For a new determination, so they've already told me they're going to appeal, so.
And then from that, probably to the Supreme Court too.
We said it on the agenda, so we need to stick with the agenda item, please.
The Borquez Law Firm, just for clarification, isn't just a land law firm. Deborah is a land lawyer. I do civil litigation in courts all over this state.
Can you get the microphone closer there?
I apologize.
Okay. I do civil litigation on all things that involve counties and municipalities all over the state. Most of my work is defending police use of force cases, but we do all kinds of development and other kinds of lawsuits for counties and cities as well. So I don't know anything about this particular thing, but we're happy to take a look at it if the court so decides.
Good, perfect. That's what I mean. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good job.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Speakers.
All right, the first speaker is Mark Lowry.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Judge, I want to apologize for my rudeness. I don't like rudeness in a man, I won't tolerate it, and I don't expect me to be rude. And I hope it didn't distract from my point being made. I hope you accept my apology.
Thank you.
Clearly, I believe this is a failure to perform by Flock. I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Samuelson and Commissioner Eagle. I don't think we can allow a vendor to bully us into any type of agreement. I had a prepared statement, but it's pretty much been covered. I think we need to get our money back from Flock. If there's something the Sheriff's Department needs, they need to start and make a proposal for the Commissioners to look at this. I do suggest that we keep the sheriffs out of this discussion, office out of this discussion now, and let the attorneys deal with this with Flock. I think it would only add to confusion. As someone said, it's a mess. It started out as a mess, and we've tried to correct it along the way by amending the contract. But I do believe this is a failure to perform, and we need to get this vendor to return our money to the taxpayers, which is taxpayers' money. It's not a grant money. So I wholeheartedly agree with having the county attorney and maybe an outside attorney fight for our money back. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Carolyn Fowler.
Carolyn Fowler, 2516 Hoodwood Road. I am not an expert on this. I am just a Luddite, John Q. citizen. This is what I hear on the street, the concerns that I want to bring before you guys. Have the Flock cameras been removed is the question. There are sightings of cameras on poles, you know, telephone poles, whatever, street poles. And so people are concerned, they're suspicious. With the recent Nancy Guthrie case of the Ring cameras, you know, we found out that the footage is retained. And so unless those cameras are removed, I don't believe that the citizens have confidence that that we're not actually giving away all of this data and information to be stored in perpetuity at taxpayer expense. To verify that, I would ask if this is a possibility, if any security camera, and I'm not against security cameras. Traditionally, it has been a rotating tape that then would be recorded over, and if there was no crime committed in the last week or so, then that tape would be reused and the information was gone. I think that if somebody, you know, were a victim of a crime, I think that within a few days that should be brought to the attention of law enforcement, and then that footage would be immediately collected. So I don't see why we need to have a coordinated computer system and also retain this in data centers, which of course has a cost. Everything has a cost. So we need to know what cameras are on public poles, and can they be identified as to the owner of the camera and where that information is, so that that could be visible from the ground. That would do two things. that would prevent, say, maybe I could just go up and take my game camera and just put it up on a pole. I mean, can I do that? I don't know. Can anybody do that? Also, if somebody did know of a crime that was committed, let's say at the courthouse, I think on the, the courthouse is a high risk for crime, vandalism of statues, things like that. So I think that surveillance is appropriate there. But if there were a crime there, then somebody would know who owns that camera and where can we get that video footage. Also, I think it might discourage vandalism. I believe that some people in the name of patriotism have vandalized the camera, and so I would not want for us to lose that property before we're able to return it to the flock system. Also, we need to consider, there was the news article about DPS placing their cameras on public poles. Is that allowed? Can DPS just go around on our highways and streets and place their cameras if they want to? We also need to know, is this a traffic control demand light? Those are legitimate. So we don't want those vandalized by people with patriotic tendencies. So in the future, there may be RFID monitoring devices or anything else that I can't even think of right now. Any regulations that we right now should include Bluetooth or any other monitoring technology. So thank you all for your attention and hopefully answering those questions for the public.
There were a lot of questions there, so I'm not sure I remember all of them. So you might want to just send an email, probably most likely to the Sheriff's Department to ask those questions. But I can tell you that the majority of cameras that you see around Granbury were installed by the city of Granbury. The county had 3 installed, and now that the contract's been canceled, I'm not sure what the disposition is. Have those cameras been, they're not connected to Flock anymore because the contract's not active for monitoring, but I'm not sure if they've physically been removed. Do you know, Sheriff?
The ones that did get put up, I'm not sure if they've been shut off as far as we can't get into them or anything like that. There's a lot of cameras, and I don't recall exactly how many off the top of my head, but the city of Granbury has a bunch of cameras out there that are flock cameras. So that might be what a lot of people are seeing. But we can't get into them. I don't think they're turned on at all. It's their property, so I guess they'll be coming out to take them down at some point in time if they haven't already.
And the other question was, can DPS, DPS has their own right-of-way, so if it's a DPS, TxDOT road, DPS has the authority to put up cameras there, and that's been allowed.
Yes, and that was the problem with why it was taking them so long to get those up, is because of DPS and TxDOT and a problem that they had with each other too. But I think they got that all resolved, and so, but that's why it took so long, and we never got our cameras put up.
I think that answers most of your questions, but there may be a few more. You can just go ahead and email the sheriff deeds.
Can they be identified with a label that's visible from the ground? Let's say you put the label, this is a TxDOT camera, this is a GPS camera or something.
I've never actually went to look up at them and see if they had any labels on them, so I'm not sure about that. I'll have to check on that.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, the next speaker is Kenneth Metter.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Kenneth Metter, I'm in Biloxi. And when we're talking about the flock cameras, I used to be a police officer in the city of Cleveland for 32 years. Prior to my retirement, we had to install license plate readers on some of our police vehicles. The company that we contracted with was not Flock, but that's not their only business. And I don't know about Flock, but when they attach these license plate readers, they retain a portion of the ability to access some of that information. We had our reasons for doing it, and we had systems in place that they were not able to access, but they would utilize those cameras and the data that they were able to access to serve other purposes. Financial institutions, one of the big things was recovering not stolen vehicles, but vehicles that were behind on payments. So financial institutions would pay to be able to recover property that they had financed that was not being paid for. I do not know for sure if Flock does the same type of things where they have multiple uses of the data that they are able to retrieve from these cameras, which would be different than the purposes for law enforcement. If this contract, obviously the sheriff's department is not able to access the information from those cameras, but my understanding is there was one camera installed. I think the sheriff just said that there had been a total of 3 installed. If those cameras are installed on county poles or some sort of county right-of-way, it might be the best to have those removed because they may have shut off the sheriff's department's access, but they still have access to the data for their own purposes and doing whatever it is they see fit with that data, if they have contracts with financial institutions or other things like that. So we don't want, as a county, to be supporting that when they've already kind of reneged on the contract. And as far as with the contract that we're talking about, if we have not, as a county, asked for other products that they have access to provide the county, then maybe we haven't decided we want any of that. So just taking some other product in lieu of the refund of the monies that were paid to them for services that were not rendered, then I think the best course of action is to get the refund of the money that is owed to the county for services that were not performed. Then if the county at some point decides they do want to do business with Flock again, then we revisit that under a completely new proposal. Thank you very much.
I got a comment on the Flock deal. Just had a Supreme Court ruling come out at the end of June. It may be they'll have to get the Flock out of here. And so I think their company is maybe in serious jeopardy with this Supreme Court ruling. It will take some time to go through the courts, but that Virginia case is still ongoing in Norfolk, Virginia, and it's working its way through the appellate system.
You're talking about the geofencing Supreme Court ruling?
Yes.
You want to go ahead with your?
Yes, so, I move that to request that the Volkes Law Firm review this contract and the situation with the refund and provide an opinion.
Second.
Your motion made by Commissioner Sanders and Professor Bork as an attorney to this Flock camera contract. You're to make a recommendation. Do you want to put a limit on this thing? Yes. Say it shouldn't take 5 hours of legal time to get an opinion from them about which way to go.
No, not to exceed $2,500.
Yes, that'd be good. Not to exceed $2,500. You still want a second?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, item number 2. Consider taking appropriate action to approve the annual renewal or RFP 2024-07 hot mix asphalt concrete to Reynolds Asphalt with a $3.50 per ton increase for type B and a $3 increase for type B. This is the third year of a 5-year contract. Mr. Glenn Tillman.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Reynolds is the primary vendor. This increase would make their pricing 80 per ton for type D and 75 per ton for type B, which is in line with our alternate vendor, Texas Materials. So road operations and myself recommend the approval of this extension with the price change.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Tuggle?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Based on that, do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the annual renewal of RFP 2024-07 hot mix asphalt concrete, primary to Reynolds asphalt, with a $3.50 per ton increase for type D and a $3 increase for type B. This is the third year of a 5-year contract.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the annual renewal of RFP 2024-07 regarding the concrete as stated by Commissioner Wilson and second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you.
4, but Andrews is.
Oh, 4-0. I didn't see it walking out. 4-0. All right. Item number 3, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the 2026-2027 Hood County holiday schedule. HR, you want to, well, we got it all. I guess we have it.
Yes, sir. You should have a copy.
Okay, everybody has a copy of the proposed holiday schedules. We don't get enough of those holidays.
We're very grateful for our holidays. This is very generous. Thank you.
Okay. All right, it's a supplement on our deal. You want to put it up on the deal, it's right there. Okay. Everybody had it. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the 2026-2027 Hood County holiday schedule as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the 2026-27 Hood County holiday schedule as presented. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for the good work you always do this well work. Okay. Number 4, discuss and take appropriate action with the Development Department, Flint Head, from Acton Annex to Annex 3, and move the county GPS office currently in Annex 3 to the Acton Annex vacated by Development Department and allow for Texas DPS Licensing Department, currently located in Toller, to move in that location. Also other possible considerations. Okay, that's yours, Mr. Wilson.
The DPS facility at Toller, which is a full-service DPS facility, by contract has to be out of that facility end of August of this year. And what we're doing is trying to maintain and keep a full-fledged driver's license office in Hood County. And, you know, there's a couple of possible suggestions. One is to move the development back to Annex 3. Another one would be possibly moving Commissioner Precinct 2 and Constable JP2 to Annex 3. That would put him closer to his JP office, number 1. And the other requirement is that DPS, because the state statute requires they require 2 restrooms. One would be for public, one would be for private, for employees. And so the only suite in Acton Annex that has 2 restrooms is, 106, which, Commissioner Precinct 2 is in at this point. There's other options, but we're trying to maintain and retain a full-service driver's license office in Hood County. And right now, that's the only viable. There's not any other space available in county operations, to locate them at this point. And again, they have to be out of that this year, so that is critical, okay? Go ahead.
Everything that I handed out to you
You have to
was,
step up a little bit.
everything that I handed out was to show the profits that have come in from having DPS financially. So it's a transparency on it.
Profits?
Well, like fees, the 911, how much the addresses have been for the county to grow. How much from the time we opened till now of how many of our certificates that we have helped bring in, how much, only the $5 fees, that's the money that is on there, is only the $5 fees for what we bring in too, for us, not for what DPS gets. So all of that is just for the county.
Do you have a speaker?
Yes. Yeah, we do have a speaker, one speaker, Jack Autry. Yes. Any relation to Gene Autry?
I wish. I know he sings Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, that's all I know. But good morning. My name is Jack Autry, and I'm representing Standards Companies in Avalon Town Shopping Center. I drove 90 miles from Frisco this morning because I'm passionate about this opportunity for the DPS. I would like to relocate the DPS out of Toller and putting it right where it belongs, in the true heart of Cranberry, on Highway 377. We have a turnkey space available at 1030 Highway 377. That's perfectly tailored for DPS. The property features a drive-through window, which is a massive logistical asset for the DPS. They can utilize it for document drop-offs, disabled citizen services, quick turnaround pickings of credentials, and it would significantly reduce indoor wait times. Second, the location offers premier top position monument signage, giving the Hood County DPS maximum public visibility. And geographically, Granbury sits right at the center of Hood County, as you all know. And Highway 377 is a central artery for Hood County. And moving the office here ensures the absolute shortest and most convenient drive for the entire community. And we understand the state may have budget constraints, which is why we're prepared to make a win-win solution for everyone. We're willing to match the DPS's lease rates today, keeping the monthly rate for the DPS at the exactly same amount that they're paying currently until the proper state funding can be secured for it to be a win-win deal for Standards Companies and the DPS. And again, the space is ready to go and the location is unbelievable for DPS. Again, my name is Jack Autry, and you can reach me at 469-714-8464. I look forward to partnering with Cook County, and thank you.
Okay. You said you got pictures. Did you have any pictures of this?
I emailed y'all about 30 minutes ago with some pictures. I emailed every single one of y'all.
They pay zero in these right now.
They do?
Yeah.
Wow. Hard to be able to beat. But
I don't think they want.
It's easy to match that, right?
well, again, we would match that until they can get the proper state funding. But again, I mean, you cannot beat that location for Hood County because, highway, y'all know it better than me, I'm from Frisco. Highway 377 connects every single city in Hood County, and it would be a complete home run, slam dunk for the DPS if they moved there. And we'd be willing to work with them on the lease rate.
So you realize DPS is the state of Texas, right?
Yes, sir.
Not the county.
Yes, sir.
So that's where my heartburn comes in on this. This is another, and I hate to use this term, but we've used it before. It's an unfunded mandate handed down to us from the state of Texas, and the state of Texas has a whole lot more money than we've got.
That is true.
Now, we've gotten a lot of information today that I hadn't had a chance to look at any of it. So, anyway, that's what I've got to say at this point. Thanks.
That's a very nice building, but your company's not going to want to. You know what the square footage is and what the normal rate that your company would charge?
Yeah.
What is it? What would it be?
So the rate, that the current tenant used to pay was $9,000 a month. And that was for all expenses and the actual rent charge. And it's about 3,800 square feet, which is a little bit bigger than the Toller location right now. But if they're looking to expand, it's perfect for them.
I love the idea, I'm all in favor of it, but you gotta go talk to the state into paying that rent. That's gonna be the tricky part. I don't,
Who can I contact them?
There's a young lady right there, and, yeah. So I thought the last time, a few months ago, that you were up here, you said you had some funds available for rent.
So technically.
Can you come up here to the microphone?
And also state your name when you get up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we do have one other speaker, Christine, after this.
My name is Rebecca Perez. I'm
But
with
put the mic up and
I'm
speak
really tall,
loud.
so I'm gonna get
You're tall.
got it. My name is Rebecca Perez. I'm the field operations manager for this area, Tarrant County, Johnson, Ellis, everybody in the county. I can't speak for rent because I have to have my leasing specialist with us because she has to do the real estate market and everything. We temporarily extended the toller so we get opportunity to talk to you all about it. And so that's what we're doing right now. And it was only a 6-month agreement until we decide where to move.
But you extended for
6 months until, well, you had asked about extending it 1 more month for the budget. We haven't done that yet until we got clarification, but for right now, it's end of August, like Mr. Wilson said.
for still zero rent? Or?
We're giving the asking price for the total. But they only agreed for us to do it, I believe, was $2,500.
$2,500 a month?
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, so and I've said this before, is that similar to Commissioner Eagle, this is a state function. The state has a $32 billion surplus. I don't think it's right to ask the Hood County taxpayers to fund an office for the state. There's plenty of places, that's a perfect example, there might be other places around Hood County for the state to rent to house DPS, which is a state function. I don't think that the Hood County taxpayers should be subsidizing this function of the state. So that's where I am. So I don't know, you guys can talk. Maybe there's some happy medium there, but I think that's a good option.
Well, to my knowledge, that DPS never pays any rent for their stations that they put up for the public. Is that correct? Because of the benefit that it serves. The benefit that DPS serves to the citizens of Hood County by being here is tremendous, just like it being in Toller. People were driving from Frisco and Dallas and other places to come in and get their license renewed because of the availability to be able to get employment. I mean, this is huge. We want to try to keep DPS in this county for the benefit of the citizens. I think every citizen here that's out here would agree that they want a DPS station here to be able to renew their license. Wouldn't you? I mean, is that
Yes.
yeah. So, and I understand that DPS does not have to pay any rent because of the benefits that having a DPS station in the county location benefits that county. Am I wrong in that?
No, that's correct, sir. We originally were located in Toller for that reason, as the judge wished us to be there because a lot of the citizens of that area in the county wanted us there. That's correct.
And then we're also currently funding county employees to do driver's license renewals. That is the state's responsibility.
That was also a request from the county as well, to have the county employees. The problem that you have is if you put it So being in Hood County for the citizens is wonderful, but if we want to look at logistically, if the state wants to actually open up an office, it wouldn't be in Hood County for the population growth. So out of a courtesy too, because it would be a long amount of time, I mean, like, the closest would be Cleveland, correct?
Weatherford.
In Weatherford. So Hood County is in between it. Have we had other counties ask for a location for DPS? Absolutely. But we would love it because this has the hottest population in this area that's in between. And we've been a resident of Hood County for a long time.
So that was something that we had kind of discussed, is you guys taking those county employees over on the state side? Is that still?
It's still a discussion. I talked to the Champion, our chief and everything, and talked about it. I mean, it's definitely a possibility, but it's something like once we make a decision to sit down and look what it looks like. I mean, 2 salaries alone, and then they also have to agree to become state employees.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little bit different than being a county employee. I'm thinking about both sides, you know what I mean? Like, can I say that we're gonna have positions available? We could, in my region alone, in the Tarrant County area, I could probably find those, but again, you're having to agree to these county employees that want to switch over. Because they're going from like doing renewals and duplicates to an entire road testing and everything.
Well, I tell you, that office in Annex 3, it's full all the time with people. I mean, it's all the time.
Because if we don't have it, the wait
You
time
don't-
to get
come on,
into
baby.
another,
Andy,
the wait time to get into a stateside office is anywhere from 3 to 4 months. So to get a driver's license and having it here, that kind of helps them come. We set the appointments if we can't handle it here, like CDLs, and then we help them get them set up over into a state office. It could be up to 3 to 4 months because everybody is splitting to go to these different offices because they don't have the coverage.
And it's not uncommon for DPS, state people and county people be in the same office place.
That is true. There's another county that has a DPS office in it. I reached out to him. He was the one that helped me get them here because there was only one other one. And we have people coming from all over to come here to set up an appointment because we are more available, which brings in more time for us and more money in the wait time and everything. And we take the walk-ins for them, which helps them out. So, and we do have a lot of that. I did my first one as a citizen of Hood County as well, as a taxpayer as well. I don't want to see DPS leave because then you have to wait 3 to 4 months to get into Cleveland, 4 or 5 months to get into Weatherford, Stephenville. It's a long wait time.
I have to wait 3 months to get here.
Yep, because there's a lot of it here. We do take walk-ins here though.
I would say in Fort Worth alone, we process probably 1,100 to 1,200 a day.
isn't that amazing?
And I don't think it's off the table for us to ask in this legislative session for some rent. I don't think that that's completely off the table. They tell us no. But,
Could I ask, would you come back up, please? You handed us a stack of spreadsheets today. And I'm just trying to get my hands around what is what. If you look at I'm looking at the newest one, 2025, 2026. And you've got, and I'm just looking at the first page, it's January. It's got the date and then it's got cash. So that cash is what the
$5 fee that we brought in.
well, I'm talking about the $80. The first column, $80. What is that for?
If you look at it right here,
Credit card.
this one here, this is January 2nd, we brought in $80 of cash and $80 of credit card. And then the next one, the second, the third for each day what we brought in.
What does that mean?
That we paid the $5, they paid us a $5 fee for the convenience to come to our office.
So that would offset the salaries of the people there.
And that one, it was $3,045 in the county funds.
Okay.
Down there's the bottom.
So that's net to the county, that doesn't,
This does.
Well, it's not, I mean, it's going against the salaries of the people that are there.
yes.
So that's, you know, if you add up for 12 months, I'm not sure it equals one person's salary.
No, I don't think it would.
Well, okay, so this is a lot of information to digest. And what I would like to do is, and I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna make a motion to table this to the next.
I have signed up as a speaker because I'd like to address something.
Okay, well, we got one more speaker.
Yeah, Christine Lethbridge.
Sorry. On page 2 is the revenue from birth certificates from January of 2020, January 1st of 2020 through. We ran this report on 6/22. We received an open records request from Ms. Ferguson. So the revenue from birth certificates, as you can see, about almost $92,000. I think it would be great to keep the DPS office here. However, I don't think where the DPS is located in Hood County is going to affect my revenue. When someone goes to renew their license and they need their birth certificate to do that, they're still going to come to my office and do that. So I don't think that the revenue of the clerk's office should be seen as diminishing or being highly impacted by this. People need birth certificates, they're going to come in and they can renew their licenses. That was my only comment.
That's a good point. I didn't understand why the birth certificates was in here, because I knew that was out of your office.
Right.
But it's because it's a prerequisite to get the
Right.
driver's license, but that's going to happen anyway.
Exactly, that's the point that I want to make on it.
So this is really,
Well, you gotta get your birth certificate where you were born.
Right, well, not necessarily. You can get, if you're born in Hood County, you're going to get the long form. But you could get it in another county, and you would get the short form. We just let people know sometimes the short form may or may not work for passport, so we always recommend that people get their long form. But we get all kinds of requests from people that are even born out of the county.
Can you get a birth certificate for somebody born in a different city in Texas?
Please go to the mics, we got a, sorry.
Yes,
And
yes.
you do that quite often?
Right, so if someone was born in Denton County and they're living here in Granbury and they go down to renew their license, they'll come to my office and they'll say, well, I need to get my birth certificate, and we can issue it. It's not going to be a long form, it's going to be a short form.
Well, according to this, you brought in $91,000 in revenue for birth certificate.
can we call it fees? I'm just really telling you.
Yeah.
It's not right.
Well, and that's not necessarily all due to driver's license. It could be,
No.
passports or whatever else.
Exactly.
But it
It's not
is
necessarily
an ancillary
driver's license.
consideration.
Sure, but a lot of it is driver's license related, just because of the change with DPS now requiring, a lot of those renewals when you come in to get it, so, yeah.
So good point. This isn't all attributed to driver's license renewals.
Right.
And
That's just raw birth certificate request. So,
I remember Judge Walton, Ralph Walton, who was a district judge for 28 years, went down trying to get his license renewed, and they wanted his birth certificate. He said, you don't know who I am? Anyway, he had to get a birth certificate.
thank you.
So you made a motion to,
Yeah, I'd like to, I'm just asking for some more time to digest all this. I'd like to make a motion to table this item for further review for another commissioner's court.
second.
I mean, we got let me ask this. We got a timeline, right?
Yeah, because they have to be out by the end of August.
All right, so I'll make a motion to table this to the next commissioner's court.
Are we going to have enough time? Because I imagine there's going to have to be some remodeling done in this new suite or whatever for them to be able to come in and
We've
function.
got to move people out of, wherever they go, whether it's been, where Clint's at or possibly where Mr. Sue's at, then, we've got, to move out before we can move in.
Well, I think,
Well, let's say that Commissioner Precinct 2 is not moving to Annex 3, so we'll just say
And I think that we can make the restroom accommodations.
Yeah, we've got,
With the other-
there is an alternate plan, yes.
Right, so I think we can make that work, and we've been talking about this for quite a while. This came up a few months ago, and I thought that was one of the things. We said, hey, if you'll take the employees, we'll give you the spot to come in and do that, and then, like I said, we go ask the legislature for money next budget year, or budget biennium, and get some rent out of this thing. But I know that this is important to the citizens of Hood County. I didn't realize how important it was until I go stand up there in that office.
Exactly.
This is important for the people, and this is the only way we're going to keep this here.
We also talked about a lease agreement. Has there been any action to create a lease agreement? Last time this came up, we talked about there needing to be a lease agreement. Has there been any action on a lease agreement?
Can't make one until we decide what we're doing.
We can accommodate them for the.
Could you come up to the mic so we can't hear you?
I know it's a very quick turnaround, and I've dealt with a lot of things, a lot of deals exactly like this one. And we'd be willing to let them start moving in today if they needed it. Because it is kind of a turnaround to go build out their space. And I mean, it could take 2 or 3 months. And if they need to be out by August, I mean, we'd allow them to come inside the space right now and, move in some of their equipment or even tour it just to see how they feel about it. And also the bathroom requirements that y'all were explaining. We have 2 bathrooms there, and, we'd be willing to put in more bathrooms or anything that they would need to go build out their space. It's called a tenant improvement allowance, and we'd be willing to give them a good tenant improvement allowance to build whatever they need. So we pay them out of pocket to, build more offices or, put some computer equipment in, and, we're willing to make a deal out of this.
I think like Commissioner Andrews said, that's between you and the state of Texas. So.
I love the idea. If you can make that happen, yeah, that's
And also, what I could do, Mr. Perez, is I can get a letter of intent to look at, because you're right, it's always through a lease document, and it's good to have in paper. It all starts with letter of intent, and I can draft one up for your approval, or for anyone that wants to see it, and it just kind of has outlined everything on paper, the deal points, and it's good to have it right.
The next budget cycle for the state would be July of 27, or August, beginning August or beginning July?
January technically, and they actually start.
Oh, they'll fund things in January?
No, because they'll start the. September. Yeah.
Okay, all right, I didn't know any of the state worked in different fiscal.
Our fiscal year is September 1st.
Okay, so that would, what I think I'm hearing is you wouldn't get any money until September 1st of 27. And that's a gamble as to whether they'll even repay the lease at that time.
It's a gamble, but if we get everything in writing and say, they get their funding right for September 1st, we'd be willing to accommodate them until then. Because that's a tenant that we would guide out in our shopping center. And we feel it is very purposeful for our company to do it too.
Talk to the state.
Yeah, love that idea.
So we'd be willing to come down.
What was that address again?
It's 1030 East Highway 377.
Say that again?
1030 East Highway 377. It's by that Walgreens and Chase Bank. And
Behind Chili's.
behind Chili's, yes.
Yeah, Fuego,
Yeah.
Little Caesars.
I think it's actually where Little Caesars was.
Yeah, there still is a Little Caesars there. And then you've got Workforce Solutions on our second story, which could be some, ways where y'all could work together, So, we're willing to help out, we're willing to get a deal done here. And it'd be extremely purposeful for me. And I came by Granbury for the first time, anyone from our company, because we're from Dallas. And I met with all my tenants, and I also walked around the city, and I was extremely impressed with how everyone's so nice and accommodating, and it's not like that in Dallas. And I expected to have a horrible time, but it was awesome. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. I'm seconding your motion, Mr. Eagle.
Okay,
Mr. Mills, on that type of a deal, when he said he would get the space free until September 27, is that it? Comp it till September 27?
Oh, you said January.
Well, January is when they start the fiscal year. Fiscal year would start in September, so that's before the dollars would go to the state.
About a 27, but we're comp it
So a year and a month.
for a year and a month.
Say the lease is 10 years, when it's formal and right. Yeah, we comp it.
It's free like that, we move in on the deal, we take any consideration for that.
Well, what he's saying, the consideration is we lock in a 10-year agreement. And I'll give you the first year for free, and then you pay rent for 9 years, essentially. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. But
We can't split it to the state, that's what I'm saying, if they, you know.
you want the state to pay for it though, is that how?
Yeah, we prefer not to have the county citizens pay tax on it. So if the state can fund that 100%,
What I'm concerned about is that I was talking from way back years ago about this. DPS never paid any rent for any of their stations. Do y'all have any place where it's licensing, where DPS pays for a building and space? Anywhere in the state?
Yes, sir.
You do?
Yes, sir.
Well, where is it? Because they told me, I was informed.
Right now, it's cold.
Yeah,
Fort Worth, right?
so you do have places where you
We do lease buildings.
You lease buildings.
We do sometimes lease buildings in certain areas, but it depends on legislative funding.
It depends on what?
Legislative funding, like if we get the funds for it.
Is that the only criteria? I mean, y'all look at need or benefit to the community or
No,
how about the population?
We can only, our chain of command, so we have budgets, and so our budget, like the legislature has to fund, give us the money for us to have new buildings.
I've got that. But y'all have to present to the legislature
Yes, sir.
the buildings that you want to lease. Y'all got to have a specific request. Y'all don't just say, give me X dollars for the building. You come in there with a specific request, like for this one, you would have a specific request to pay the rent for 9 years on this specific building. And to get the funding for that, along with maybe other projects, right?
It's like special items. We ask for a certain county, that it has to do with population growth. That's what I was talking about earlier, about the fact that if the state has the choice in it, they're going to go with an area that's highly populated. I.e., I'm not saying that Hood County is not, but I'm saying i.e., when you're looking at DFW as a whole, Hood County may not be on the top priority. So when it comes to an actual request from a county, that's why the judge 10 years ago made that request, right? Because there was an issue with Cleburne being separated from, Cleburne and Stephenville in the distance. And so Hood County was created to be like a gap in between.
What do you think the chances are getting funded for this building here?
Am I on record?
I didn't ask you to swear, you didn't take an oath.
For 9,000, absolutely not. I don't have tons of experience with the leasing situation because I just was promoted last year. But I know from my current experience, 9,000 is an extreme amount that the state would not pay. And I know people feel like we have a lot of budget, but we have a lot of budget constraints as well.
That's what that's what I've been told too, that I try to get one, they said that our DPS would not pay.
The last
The last facility that legislature gave us was in Katy.
Was it where?
Mega Center.
Katy,
Okay.
Texas. That was the last building that we got in the legislative session.
Which is near Houston.
Yes, sir.
Any idea how much that building costs?
Well, it's a mega center, so it's 4 supervisors and
Millions of dollars. Their priority recently is mega centers, like the Fort Worth Mega Center, the Carrollton Mega Center, the bigger facilities that house about 70 employees.
I'm not sure that the gentleman was saying, I think that was the retail price. I'm not sure that that's what he meant for the, I don't want to speak for you, but you want to come to the mic.
I mean, it's all up for negotiation, but I imagine it would be very hard for all parties, or it wouldn't be hard for DPS, but for my party to agree to something like that. Because if we give them a full free year of rent, that's already a hit for us. But we'd be willing to do that type of thing if you guys came in at our asking price, which is, $9 grand a month, which it's, it's about $3,000 in expenses and then $6,000 in base rent. So you'd be essentially paying $6,000 for rent, and then we'd be taking care of your expenses for the center. So you guys wouldn't have to be paying for your electricity, your water, your trash, and that's kind of the deal point. But it is up for negotiation. It could go down.
So, let me ask you this, are you willing to let them move in there, and you don't have an answer whether you're gonna have a lease until early 27? I mean, and the answer may be no.
Well, we would not be willing to do anything unless we had it in writing. So say we had a, document, say a lease document, where their rent commenced on September 1st of 2027, and then you had your 9 years after when they were gonna be supposed to be paying rent from the state. If we had that in writing, we'd be willing to, move them in tomorrow. I don't want to drop whatever I'm doing, move them tomorrow.
It's gonna take action from the legislature to approve this funding, that's what I'm saying. So you're not getting an answer until early next year. And I think that answer is likely no. That's, I think as far as this situation goes, we have a much shorter term need than that because this deal is falling apart at the end of August. Do you know how long would it take to move out, remodel, do everything that you need to do to make this new, if we did agree to this new suite, how long would you have to make that happen?
Remodel included?
Yeah, I mean, if we say go, how long is it going to take you to get over to Acton?
I mean, it would be a minimum of 2 weeks.
The hard part's going to be moving all the files out of development.
No, I don't disagree, but that's kind of where I'm looking is, what is our time frame? If we table this now, how big a pickle does that put us in on the backside if we do agree to allow this thing?
Real tight.
Can I see?
Sure.
What I can do before y'all's next commissioner's meeting is I can talk to our leasing specialist, get some more specifics for y'all. I can also work with what we can offer, if anything. Time frame with moving, maybe I misunderstood the last time we spoke, but I thought that the county was going to pay for the remodeling. Am I incorrect?
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that.
Because we were talking about like the in-house, that you had someone in-house that was able to do the construction on the office.
Well, that area is pretty much real close to being set up as it is. They're dropping the electronics in.
Okay, furniture and stuff, we can do that over a weekend.
If we move,
It's not, that is.
if we move development out, that particular suite is pretty much ready to occupy.
And I think it was just that wall that was separated.
It was the wall that was separated and split without this.
Other than that, equipment and stuff, we do this a lot in the sense of having to move equipment and stuff like that, so that can be done quite easily under 2 weeks.
That all needs to be stated in the lease agreement.
Yeah,
Which party's doing what, at what cost? So
Like I
if
said,
this
I'll
comes
get more
back on the
information.
agenda, I expect that there would be a lease for us to review.
Well, that, and, okay, I'm good with giving the 2 weeks to get some of these ducks in a row, and let's get it all figured out. So that was, I guess that was the question is, are we pushing this so late that you're gonna not be able to operate for a little while you're setting the new office up? But I think this, it sounds like 2 weeks is.
Yeah, we spoke to the leasing specialist, and she was willing to talk to Toller to extend us when y'all asked for that to do with the budget. And so I did ask, because that's what y'all requested last time. And so the reason we don't have a lease available is because there wasn't any definite decision on anything.
Okay.
We can't vote on anything today because there's no lease.
Right, yeah, let's get a lease together, figure out some kind of agreement there. Like I said, the consideration for our employees, if that's, let's make that go. And of course, we can ask the legislature for some lease funds there in the future. But
Do y'all have a standard lease that y'all use, that y'all require?
Yes, you can hit certain things. I'll work on that for y'all, definitely. And I'll get our leasing specialist actually to come up here, because that will help a lot. She's from Austin. And so actually come here and everything speaks with you.
Right, and look at the space and then
Absolutely.
do the lease and do an attachment to it, right? I bet you, Leland is awful good about doing the remodeling, knocking out a wall and doing that. That's our building maintenance guy.
We've already visited the location. It's great, guys. I mean, no problem, square footage and everything, and we've already talked to them about it. It was just we're waiting for it. It's more definite. So look at it.
Can I call a question, please?
Can we do one thing though? Can we go ahead and move development out of there? Is that,
Yeah. Yeah.
because I think that might need to happen.
You got a motion and a second
To table that, yeah, I was asking if we could split that particular.
Commissioner Eagle.
Can we split off the development question? Because there's 2 questions here. One is to allow them to come in, the other one is to move development. Can we go ahead and move development?
Yes, y'all gonna withdraw your motion so we can move development. I think it's what-
I'll withdraw the motion, y'all do what you want.
How do you move development? Where are you going to move to? There's people in there.
Yeah.
Might get to Annex 3, right?
Yeah, they're gonna go, he would go where the current county DPS people are.
Right, but they're in there. Yeah, it has to be done at the same time.
I was kind of expecting to go back to that little office.
Well, that
There's
one
not
room
enough, there's not enough room in that one office to put all this stuff. Or put all the development stuff.
All right. Then let's just go ahead and get all this thing decided in 2 weeks. Let's get all these
Okay.
things figured out.
Would you like to make your motion again, Commissioner Eagle?
Sorry. What? Sorry. Let's go with yours.
Okay, so I'm gonna try this again then. Make a motion to table this until July the 28th.
Second.
Yeah, motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to table item number 4 until the next meeting on July 28th, is or 24th?
28th.
Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Can you turn off your phone, please?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passed unanimously.
I'm gonna make a motion, we take a 5-minute break, please.
Okay. At this time, we're going to take a 9-minute break at 11:30, 15. sub-recipient agreement with Texas EMS for the Rural Ambulance Service Grant. You want to come on up here and talk about it, Ms. Auditor, you too? Now this is a dynamic duo. How could you vote against this duo here? Okay. Go ahead. Who wants to start? You want to start? Auditor?
I will start with just what the grant is, who it's from.
Okay.
And then if you have questions, you can ask those specific questions to our EMS director, executive director. Okay, so we were awarded the ambulance grant from the state of Texas, which is a pass-through grant to our primary ambulatory provider in Fort Hood County, that is Texas EMS. So the amount of funds was $350,000. There's two codes that are related to the proper use of funds. The primary one that's the easiest to find is for purchasing an ambulance within a 5-year period, but there's also a secondary area that says you can use it for modifications or refurb for current ambulances, which I had asked Ricky, I asked him specifically, he was on the board to help create this legislative act, and he did find them, and we did confirm them. So would you share that part of it? Because one of the commissioners did want that to be on the record.
So we got, this last session, we got House Bill 3000 passed, which allocated funding for the purchase of EMS ambulances. We tried to mimic Senate Bill 22, which is the law enforcement, where the sheriffs get a lot of the stuff. So this would only allow us to purchase ambulances. It has a population limit, and we're just barely under that limit this year. The next census will be over that. In this next session, we're going to ask them to raise that and to add more funds for additional stuff. So for our county size, you can get $350,000. For a county under 68,700, and a county under 10,000, you get $500,000, $500,000. And it can go toward the purchase of new ambulance. And the reason the 5-year block is, right now the window to get a new ambulance is 2.5-year minimum if I ordered it. And you couldn't order the ambulance until the funds were received and allocated to the provider. So we are taking and remounting 2 of our old agreements, putting brand new chassis on them and having them remounted and refurbished, which gives me a brand new ambulance basically, because the box has some life in it. Once we redo the AC and the wiring and other things. So we are taking the funding, adding some funds to that, and redo 2 ambulances for the $350 versus buying 1 ambulance that cost me about $390. So I still have to have funds and can't get it for 2.5 years down the road. And so when I met with the auditor, we went through the rules, and it does allow that purchase a new one, which then the 5-year window kicks in, or refurbish, which we're going to have it back within 180 days for the 2 refurbished units. So we will be well within that 5 years. In order to apply for the funds, you have to have a contract or letter agreement with the county. Currently, we have that as your EMS provider with the county. So that allowed us to be able to purchase that through the county, and then it's awarded to the county, and then it gets passed on to us to be able to just allocate for the need.
So the title 3416-505 goes into the description of the modifications to current existing ambulances.
I don't see it on the comptroller's website.
It's hard to find. I did have to dig to find that title 3416-505.
You still want to go ahead, you want to pull one, which is the agreement itself. You want to pull that or not?
Yes, we have several issues regarding that. The purchase agent has 3 things in there that we have in there that's current, that if we leave them in, it does subject us to a bid process in the future. And then Commissioner Sanderson has some other questions regarding some other things that I'm not sure what all they are. So we want to pull that to the next Commissioner's Court when we can get it revised. That contract's good till September of '26. Then it has 2 one-year extensions if we decide
So
to.
it's not a real time constraint. We
No,
can
it's
do it-
not.
Do it at the next time.
I would rather make it clear and make it agreeable to all parties and then recommit that.
But we still need to go ahead with 19 and approve that so
Yes.
that we can get the 350.
Yes. So you have the funds, and it's now, it's just allocated back to us with an agreement that we signed between us and the county.
Okay. I understand that. Okay.
And we're doing this now, but we're backdating it to October the 1st, 2025.
No, it doesn't.
No, there's no backdating.
That's what it says.
It's for this fiscal year is the term of the grant. But they can use it for up to 5 years. They have up to 5 years to spend the funds. But the grant is awarded annually for this fiscal year. That's all that's saying.
Which is October.
Which our fiscal year
2025.
started, yes, that time.
I'm sorry, you're handing me this.
So again, this grant allows October 1, we can submit again for the same grant if there's funding to lab.
Wow.
So
Get
it's
another
per each
350.
county
It doesn't
fiscal
say what
year.
it says, I just point you to where it is.
Okay. So this is, so we really got to approve 19 to be the sub-recipient so that you can do that.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm still having problems with this grant agreement because it says in here, authorized use of funds. Funds provided to Texas CMS may only be used to purchase additional ambulances. And then in acquisition, it says Texas CMS shall purchase and take possession of an ambulance. So that's what you're asking us to approve today, but that's not what you're planning to do. So I have a problem.
I have one speaker who signed up. Are you still here?
So we can add, it says accessories, including accessories and
Was it
modifications,
Sandy?
which is what the.
Yes.
You want to speak on that?
I just wanted to make sure pecan was somewhere in this.
So that, she asked, so I have
Y'all
asked
need
that
an
question.
ambulance?
Asked that question as well, because we have 2 ambulance services in the county, but the state only allows for 1 grant funded per county. Is that what I was told?
So you can do multiple services, but you have to have a contract with the county to be able to do it. The county doesn't have a contract with the county. It is an HOA benefit service provided for the gates of Pecan. We are the county provider by contract, including Pecan. We just don't go in the gates because we have a service there. And that's part of the stipulation of HB 3000.
Last year, when we, for the first time, gave a subsidy to Pecan, we did write up it wasn't a contract like you have in agenda item 20, but we do have a
That
contract
was
with
just
them on the
a,
funds.
yeah, it was just the same thing you did with me. It's for it's a one time for that particular thing only. It's not a contract to run EMS. And that's what the state requires.
Does that answer questions? I see a couple people here from Pecan, EMS, VFD. Does that answer your questions, or do you have?
Is there any speaker for item number 19, Christine?
Well, it was Sandy, but I think she said she's going to pass.
All right. One speaker and you're not going to do it, okay. So we don't have it. All right.
So
we need to pass this in order to get the grant.
We've already been awarded this grant. The money is here at the county. There's not any time frame that we have to do this today if we're uncomfortable with it. I was gonna look up the specific words used in that section 16505 because it's, written in the law where it's very vague intentionally, I think. But I believe the words are including accessories and modifications. So you can use it either for the purchase or for accessories and modifications to existing.
Okay, so could there be an or in there?
The way I read it is including accessories and modifications having to do with the purchase. That's the way I read it. Funds provided to Texas EMS may only be used to purchase additional ambulances including accessories or modifications, because you have those when you buy an ambulance. Is what it sounds like to me, but I just think we need to be very clear that this is going to be to refurb existing ambulances, because over here in the insurance, it talks about Texas EMS agrees to obtain and maintain for the term of this agreement adequate insurance coverage sufficient to protect Hood County from all claims and liability for injuries to persons and damage of property arising from the agreement. So you already have that.
So I'm required by the state of Texas to have quite a large insurance policy to cover that period, just to have the license operate. It's like 3 million, $1 million, $3 million. It's $1 million each, 3 million.
I think we need to be clear that it's for, that he's not going to use it to purchase an ambulance.
Okay, it's 7 minutes. You want to pull it, you said time is, it's not our time constraint. If you're pulling 20, might as well pull this one and let's look at it, okay?
And wait, I think this is just minor, but I think there's a typo on the third line. In the second paragraph of grant, it says, these funds were awarded to support the state purpose. I don't think that's supposed to say stated purpose, but, so if you're going to change it, you might as well update it.
Is that all right? It's not going to, if we pull it until the next 19 and 20, you'll do that until the next meeting?
We can do that and make sure that.
What is it, the 28th?
All parties.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I move to table.
We need a motion.
Yes, I'll move to table 19 until July 28th.
19 and 20.
Okay, I'll second.
All right. You make it just for 19.
19, I thought we already
Okay.
pulled 20, but.
We can
He's already announced what we want.
Yeah, okay. Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to pull item number 19 into subrecipient agreement until the next commissioner report on July 28th, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Now, let's go back to item number 10. This is for Cindy Highsmith. Receive update from Fire Marshal regarding Apache Hill vest compliance with NFPA 855. Discuss FM procedure regarding notification requirements of non-compliance or compliance. Take appropriate action if needed. Where's the Fire Marshal so we can...
We skipped 6, 7, 8.
I know.
Okay.
We're going to do the best. Come on up here. Welcome to the fire pit. Grove Hall. Okay. All right, are you compliant?
Okay, so where we're at right now, I'm going to digest this piece by piece. Receive update from the fire marshal regarding Apache Hill compliance. So one of their requirements was to install a hydrant. They did that. If you drive by it today, it's going to be kind of hard to find because it's grown up with grass, but we know where it's at. It is a constant, reliable water source. To my knowledge, it is a hydrant from AMUD. The other part of that is their hazard mitigation analysis. They did submit a hazard mitigation analysis. I looked at it, and just so you know, you guys hired a fire marshal, not an engineer. So I wasn't able to pick it apart. However, Dr. Wolford was able to do that. And he provided a document with some questions and concerns about some testing results and whatnot. I emailed that document to my contact, who is the plant or the project manager there now. And when I spoke to him on the phone, he said he will get with the company that they hired to do the hazard mitigation analysis and address it with them and his corporate office. So I have sent it to them. I have asked for them to review that and give comments or a resolution. So that's where we're at with that. I think that was a two-part question. Procedure regarding notification requirements for compliance or non-compliance. There again, my one contact is the project manager, and ordinarily if I have issues, comments, concerns, or whichever, I will either email him or talk to him on the phone to let him know kind of where we stand. So he is my main point of contact, and then from there, he works it up the chain, either to corporate or to Summit or whoever.
That compliance is the certificate of occupancy is dependent on the compliance, is that correct?
Correct, and there are still other steps that they're not prepared for. So a couple of the steps that I still got to review, I've told them that we want to be present when they do all of the alarm testing. So when they get that portion of it ready and they get ready to test that system, we will be there present to ensure that the system works as designed. Another one of those requirements is the fire departments, who will be the primary responders to that location, will also need to be brought on site to do a site visit to show them the things they should and shouldn't touch, or the things that should or should not have water sprayed upon them. Whatever their response criteria would be, the company needs to give them an on-site tour and go over response with them. And so primarily what I would do with most of these, anything that's in the county, I will call the primary 3 departments as the 3 departments that want to receive that training. I can kind of address 11 at the same time if you want, because I think that question is kind of along those same lines.
I just wonder if, as we go through this process, this is the second best that we have, should we, once they reach all of those requirements that you have, should we put something on your website to say fully compliant, or some way to notify the public that we have done our due diligence and all of the steps have been required? Or
I mean, I could. If I'm going to do that on my website, we'll have to build a page in there that has an area for that.
I don't know, I'm just trying to, maybe some people in the public have a better way of, what's the best way to communicate this?
And is it like we do the submissions for development now through the Development Commission, where you could create another folder down there with all the paperwork that's associated with that? We could include that there.
I am open to suggestion. Whatever you would like to see, I will try to make that happen.
I'd have to ask the Development Commission if that's something that they could do, is just create another folder for the battery energy storage called compliance or something, and put the documents in there.
Sure, we can do that. I can do that.
Okay, well, we've got some speakers here before we go on. Let's take them one at a time. Yes, okay. The first speaker is Andy Walford.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I signed up for a slot because I was referred to as far as providing the documentation. And I'm here to answer questions. I can give a very, very brief summary. This is a technical review. It wouldn't be containable in 5 minutes. But summary, I would say they got a D on their work. So the report's not good. And I expect that there will be a response back from their consultant to me through the chain of command, and we'll address some of these things. But all of my findings are referenced, referenceable, or backed up technically. So I think it's important we understand this. This was a pretty poor effort in terms of meeting compliance with NFPA 855. And when we say that, there's actually multiple standards being met here. 855 then also requires testing under another standard called UL 9540A. It prescribes destructive testing of the battery cells, measurement of gases coming off of them, measurement of the timing and temperatures and these kinds of things. That was done in a lab over in China. It was supervised by a Dutch company. And they're a reputable company, but there were flaws in that report as well. And those are usually combined with, say you go and buy a BESS unit to install it. The report comes along with the unit as part of the satisfaction of the standards. So I wouldn't be surprised if this report's making its rounds to a lot of other BESS facilities. The other two requirements are called out in the standard. 855 requires you to do either NFPA 9068 or 69, and some people do both. And that's an analysis if you have the BESS container and we want to try and prevent the escalation of fire. So the best container can be equipped with fire detection methods and ventilation system that triggers off of that in order to keep the concentration of gas within the containment below flammability. And so that's an engineered safeguard that has to be designed around the specifics of the gas that's evolving from the cells and the dimensions of the building, the flow rate of the air. That assessment's pretty complicated. They use high-end software to do that. The 69 analysis is similar. It requires them to design blowout panels on the building so that instead of the building just splitting in size and escalating to the neighboring buildings, there are actually hatches on the top that are designed to open at a certain pressure and relieve it in a controlled manner instead of a fully catastrophic loss to the building. So all those things were reviewed and analyzed. And I guess I would just say, there's another agenda item where I'd like to bring this up. So I'm going to end that and give you guys a chance to ask questions about the compliance if you want.
I don't know how much this technical expertise would have cost us to go out to an outside
I was told
source.
by one of the guys that wrote that was the primary standard writer of 855, there's a committee, so no one guy writes it, but the one who wrote a lot of the sections that are new, that require the hazard mitigation analysis. He said he has 3 engagements with counties in Texas to support them in a consultative role, and his engagements average between 300 and 400 hours.
300 and 400 hours, at what cost per hour?
$250, maybe,
So we're just really.
$250
per hour.
Well, I think we owe you a big debt of gratitude. But yeah, that's it. Maybe lunch sometime, that's it. I did want to acknowledge that this is of great value to the county.
Yeah, it's very specialized too. And I guess one of the things that I've discussed this with a couple of you already. This is creating a new industry. The firms that are traditionally hired to show compliance of your design to fire code are largely built around dimensioning of sprinkler systems, making sure enough water gets put into place, making sure basic fire codes are met, like fireproofing, fireproof walls, meeting UL code approvals for the construction of walls. So to ask a standard fire consultant to do a NFPA 855 compliance is stepping into an entirely different area. And generally the folks that know what they're doing in this are more associated with the process industry, chemical processes, petrochemical facilities, and refining. And we know how to do hazard mitigation analyses. It's a standard part of the design program.
This is very well done, and thank you. I mean, we're blessed to have so many talented people in Hood County that are willing to use their time, talent, and resources for the benefit of the taxpayers.
Well, there were a lot of words about retiring my family, and I thought I was, but this would fill that blank spot.
So we'll find out. When we get a response at some point from the Apache Hill, and then we'll go on from there.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Jessica Hall.
So after listening to the risk analysis of Apache Hill provided to the Development Commission by Dr. Wolford, I cannot believe that we are still here again, a year and a half later, still talking about NFPA 855 and compliance issues, specifically with Apache Hill. Apache Hill has shown our fire marshal the equivalent of a large stack of busy work, y'all have seen it, in hopes to fool this county into thinking they will be or in compliance with our state and nationally recognized fire codes. The county has had a year to plan and to hire an appropriate consultant to review these Apache Hill documents, and likewise the De Cordova vest, which I'm sure needs to be reviewed as well. to ensure compliance and ensure the public's safety and the safety of our volunteer firefighters. Okay? Not much has been done on this whatsoever, except the work that the fire marshal has been trying to keep up with. Okay, so please stop wasting our time. I'm tired of coming up here and talking about this. You can reach out to consultants. You can figure out something. You can put a proper best application on the county page. There are other county examples out there that you can look at to do that type of thing. Okay. So, like I said, and was mentioned, other counties in Texas have already hired consultants, one of which wrote the actual NFPA 855, helped contribute to it, to ensure these things are done properly. Okay. First, we need a temporary restraining order and injunction placed on Apache Hill until you can hire someone to appropriately address these safety concerns and to follow through and make sure they are going to be in compliance. Your fire marshal and volunteer firemen, they're busy. Okay, we see them out there. They're out there doing their job, so let's give them the actual resources that they need. Find it somewhere. Find the funds to do it. Okay, and I will just say one last thing that came to my mind. You know, we really need the UL battery thermal runaway testing to be done in the United States. There's a very credible company. They do it for most of the lithium batteries, and that needs to be used here. That needs to be provided by these companies. So, thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Robert Slater.
I've kind of changed my remarks a bit based on some of the comments. I want to give all the credit in the world to Jeff Youngs for his wisdom, his decision making, to Andy Wolford for the brilliant analysis that he did. It serves as the basis for at least holding for the time and further progress on Apache Hill. But as a lighter aside for the moment, I've upgraded my music listening from Chicken Fried to Morning Has Broken by Cat Stevens, which is a Christian hymn, as we all know, whose central message is largely gratitude, hope, and perseverance, renewal, love. And I think a lot of that was needed, and this decision kind of reinforces much of that in my mind. I thought of the children at Apache Hill, on average 50, 10 staff, playground outside, in close proximity to a facility that obviously endangers their lives. And I think it affects all of us. It's the mortality that we all have. And there should be no certificate of compliance. And I think that Jeff properly pointed out why at this point. So I think there's no better outcome for the children. These are the songbirds of the future. I think in the music, so to speak, of Morning Has Broken, Blackbird is spoken to. I prefer a cardinal or something like that. But it's doing the right thing. It's doing the right thing for all of us. And I think it's very important to the future of the county that we protect these kids so they can speak in front of you at some future point. But let's be hopeful. Let's be insistent on meeting any standards that are required for best type units. That is the threat. Thank you.
Yes. You know, the things that Andy Walford said about needs to be at this facility, he's saying that is not there right now, right?
Which part you talking about?
Well, all the stuff, I mean, everything he said, 3 significant things. I mean, one was a container that could capture the gases in case something went wrong. I mean,
So there is stuff in their design for that. The problem is that a lot of the testing that they've done, or the test results are what are in question. So they've implied that they've done some of this testing, but they had not referenced any of the material that they used to get to those results. Some of the results are questionable. So they made an attempt at doing the right thing with the hazard mitigation analysis. There's processes in that testing methodology and some of the results that are in question. So like they do have alarms in there, they do have heat, smoke, and gas, they do have vent panels that are supposed to be on the tops of these things. There's some deflagration designing in there that is supposed to keep the containers from exploding when they get under pressure. I mean, a lot of the stuff is there. What we're questioning really kind of is more the results of the test and how they got there. Like, was it witnessed? What are they referencing to get to this result?
you know what I'm concerned about? This kind of reminds me, it's about a year since the flood down in Kerrville on the thing, talking about the alarm system that they had up there for the thing. They kept talking about it, and then when it happened, of course, that was kind of a freak of nature to have that much water rise in a short period of time, et cetera. But we talking about it, I mean, if something happens out there, I think Mr. Slater's statement's really wicked. There's a school right close proximity to that. Man, that would be just a devastating event if something happened. And they don't have the safety features. Isn't there some federal agency or state agency that comes back and checks them?
Well, so technically, all of this 855 NFPA stuff is the state's purview. It's the state adopted code that we have been authorized to enforce. So ultimately, the state can come in here and do whatever they would like to do in ensuring 855 compliance. So a couple of years ago, when the state passed the legislation that any fire marshal, regardless of size, can enforce state-adopted codes, effectively what they are doing is recruiting other fire marshals who can now assist them in enforcing the codes that the state has adopted. We still do not have adopted codes. We can't. We don't meet the requirements to adopt our own fire code as a county. But I've been given the option, the availability to enforce the state-adopted codes.
Then on top of that, NFPA 855 is relatively new.
Correct.
So, and it's, as Dr. Wolford was saying, it's a different kind of animal from regular fire, or fire code, the traditional fire code, I guess I would say.
Right.
So fire marshals may or may not have been trained in how to.
The whole industries and the codes and laws to protect and enforce all of this is new.
What is your mechanism for enforcement?
That's something else I still got to figure out. I guess we could go out there, and if we find that they are non-compliant with something, or alarm systems don't work, or whichever, we tell them to, I guess we give them 30 days to fix it. Or, yeah, I mean, we'd have to give them an opportunity to repair that item or become in compliance, and then if they fail to do that, I guess I would learn that next step, which would probably be...
Like Ms. Hall says, there's an injunction. You talk about lawsuit.
Right.
Like Mr. Mills?
And that's the Van Zandt County case, basically.
At the current time, the certificate of occupancy for Apache Hill is dependent on them meeting all these requirements that we've set forth. So
correct.
At the current time, they're not operating, and they won't be operating until they meet these requirements.
Correct. It's my understanding that they haven't even loaded the batteries in the containers yet. And the last time I talked to Robert about that particular topic, he said it's probably going to be into the year before they're to the point where they're ready to start loading in. And if I may also add in reference to the daycare and everything else, so they did provide me with an ERP, emergency response plan, or emergency action plan, whichever you want to call it. And there were some suggestions or corrections that I responded with. So they have a level 0 through 5. So a level 1 is any type of smoke, gas, or heat alarm in any of these containers. In their original document, they said that the AHJ may want to be notified, but only if we required it. I required it. The other thing that I wrote in there is that at a level 1, I also want the daycare to be notified. Now, one of the issues with that is, and I've talked to the other best facility at Cordova, is that has the possibility of creating what they call nuisance alarms. So if you have 5 heads, 6 heads, 4 heads in each one of these containers, and one of them goes off, they then have to go and investigate and figure out what's causing this alarm to go off. That would be one of the things they would consider a nuisance alarm, because it could just be that there's dust in the detector or whatever. I've asked them to put the daycare on a level 1 alert, which could create nuisance alarms. I've also been over and talked to the owner of the daycare and told her that I had made that request, and she stated, as long as it's not happening 5, 6, 7 times a week, they're fine with that. They would rather have early notice and call it a fire drill than to wait until it's actually on fire and off-gassing before they get notified. So we may get down the road, and they may decide, we maybe don't need 3 alarms a quarter or 3 alarms a month if it's just a nuisance alarm, and we can adjust that. But in the time being, I've asked that the daycare in my office or the county be notified at any alert at Apache Hill. Now, talking to Dave Cordova, they have systems in theirs that are so sensitive that if they're cutting grass 500 yards away, the dust that it kicks up gets sucked into the little sniffer thing and can cause those nuisance alarms. And they said they get several of those a month. They go out there, they look at it, they clear the alarm. It's not on fire, it's not off-gassing, nothing's hot. So there is a potential that we could get a lot of nuisance alarms at an alert, and really they consider a 1-head alert in a container that's got 4 to 6 alarms as a pre-alarm. So basically they're getting pre-notice that they need to investigate something. So those are things that I have asked for in their emergency plan.
That helps me a lot. We got one more speaker
Yes, sir.
here. Cindy Highsmith.
Yes, my name is Cindy Highsmith, and I live on Pecan Plantation. And I'm going to, as Fire Marshal Young did, I'm going to try to combine my comments to 11. And so the legislature truly failed us on this one. They had an opportunity in the 89th legislature where we would be talking about this. And this was the Good Neighbor Bill. And Wes Burdell put it out there. He's a rep from the Hill Country. And he put it out there for a different reason than what we are concerned about. We're concerned about our children that go to the Rainbow Promise Preschool, and the children that are less than a mile away as the crow flies, that are at the Main Bryan STEAM Academy, which is about 900 children. So with all this going on, I decided that we really needed our rep to be involved with this. So I requested that Representative Slauson come and speak with us about this, which she did. She spoke with myself, she spoke with a school board member, and she spoke with Dr. Walford. And she had signed on to that legislation. And she very much wants this to pass in the 90th legislature. In saying that, I asked Fire Marshal Young, and I asked Mrs. Kendrick, our emergency management coordinator, to send me emails about this. And I know that Fire Marshal Young went to the added responsibility of contacting, Representative Slauson, and she really did appreciate it. And this is what I'm concerned about, and I want you to walk with me on this. So let's say something does happen. There have been best fires. There have been lithium-ion fires in the United States. And I think that Nancy White told you about several of them. And it's not just a few. And now the secure the Texas grid with the Republican Party, because we have so many BESS now. Now they are saying that 2% of asbestos will have fires. They're by looking at this statistically, they're looking at what's happening in the United States. So work with me on this. This is what's going to happen. If there is a fire there, then what happens is our fire marshal calls to Superintendent Morawski, and then she has to declare an emergency. And then she calls the director of the bus barn. No, just walk with me. And then the bus barn has to put out a, calling in the bus drivers. And the bus drivers have to come in. And in the meantime, Fire Marshal Youngis told me that, or told all of us, that best case scenario is they could be there in 6 to 7 minutes. But really, in all actuality, it would be 14 to 16 minutes before, pecan plantation VFD could be there. So they get there. In the meantime, remember, they're calling in drivers from the bus barn, okay? And then those drivers come, and guess where they're coming from? Well, you know where the bus barn is. It's in the middle of town. And so then they have to come down 144, and we're going to have construction there next year, aren't we? Mm-hmm. And so they're going to come down, and they're going to take that left onto the Membrano Highway. And who's going to be there? Who's going to be there? All of his firefighters are going to be there trying to put out the fire. So how are those buses going to get past to go and take those children from Membrano STEAM Academy? Okay, so remember, they put the fire hydrant on the other side of the road, and our fire marshal asked them to move the hydrant. Have they moved the hydrant?
Not yet.
No, they haven't moved the hydrant. But even if they did move the hydrant, there's going to be all kinds of fire equipment there to put out the fire. And you've got to move those buses. And then you've got 900 children that you have to load on the bus. Wait a minute, they can't come back down Membrano Highway, can they? There's going to be fire trucks there. And they're supposed to take those children, over to, another campus. So they can't do that. They can't do that. So then they have to go through Pecan Plantation, which is a gated community. We had a disaster here, folks. And I feel like Dr. Wolford, Ms. Hall, and our fire marshal have told you many times that all they can do is, we don't have hazmat equipment. Hazmat team is up in Fort Worth, and he can, keep the periphery of the fire from spreading. So we have a disaster here, and I want you to really think about not allowing them to connect to the grid. Just they know this. It takes a lot of guts to do this, but our children are worth it. Thank you.
Thank you for the illustration. Painting that picture, I always say a picture's worth 1,000 words. I know you didn't have it on bulletin board, but just painting that picture of the likely scenario that will happen if there is a fire, that is very impactful. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the speakers that make a motion.
Well, that was just really to get the update. So until we have any information back from Apache Hill in response to Dr. Wolford's analysis, we're kind of at a wait and see.
Correct, waiting on a response.
Okay, so let's take item number 11. Discuss safety coordination procedures between Hood County Fire Marshal Emergency Management, Hood County Volunteer Fire Departments, and Administrative Cordova Vest, including but not limited to NFPA 855 compliance, tabletop exercise, and emergency preparedness. Take appropriate action if needed.
I'll go ahead and take the first bullet on this one.
Ms. Kendrick.
I can take the first bullet on this, if you don't mind.
No.
Okay. So, the De Cordova Best was started in 2021 and completed in 2022. A lot of that was pre-855 anyway. And I can tell you, as an employee of the office, when they started that program, they were more than willing and overindulgent in the information that they wanted to share. In that, De Cordova's power plant, both of the plants on Wolf Hollow, the sand plant out in Crescent, most of these industries are eager for us to come and participate in emergency drills. I can tell you the De Cordova power plant, every year since 2002, when I started in the fire service here, has invited us out for an annual tabletop exercise to review what they have on property, how we're to respond, what to expect when we get there. They've been more than willing to participate and encourage us. And on top of that, outside of the annual drills that they asked us to attend, at any time I can call them and say, hey, I got a bunch of new guys. I'd like to bring them out and show them out. They're like, can you be here in 20 minutes? Sure. So most of them are willing and able to participate in emergency drills to help the responders have an understanding of what it is they're going to and what we can do when we get there.
I know what Jeff said, and he's correct. The Vistra battery energy storage system has been nothing but open with information for us. We go out, they coordinate with us, and we review their pre-fire plans, we review their emergency response plans, we do a site tour, and we typically try, Jeff always gives us first 3 fire departments that would respond, the 3 most likely that would respond. We give them an invite first, but we've opened it up to other fire departments as well, because with all volunteer departments, you don't exactly know who you're going to get when anything happens. But we go out, we discuss all kinds of scenarios. In fact, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, one of the discussions that got brought up is something really similar to what Cindy mentioned, which is depending on where the disaster or the fire is or what the emergency is, you may block access to part of the road. And should we look at an alternative route for fire departments to get to the facility, or an alternative kind of flow of response vehicles coming into the facility? And so we look at all kinds of things like that. There have been a couple of recommendations by our offices on things that we think they can improve upon. All of them have been met with willingness to correct it or to add things. So as far as what the pre-planning goes, they have been very great to work with. I'm hopeful that Apache Hill will be the same, but so far I haven't, I don't know.
There's really only one way in, right?
To either facility, really.
To both, really, yeah.
Well, Apache Hill you could get to from, well, Pecan can get there from one way and Indian Harbor from the other way.
But they both go to the same gate.
Oh, you're talking about.
Once you're off the road.
You're talking about De Cordova.
Either one. There's one gate to get into Apache Hill.
Oh, I see.
One road to get into.
When you get there, yes.
Yes.
We do have one speaker, Andy Walford, again.
And if I can add one more thing before I would like to point out that although the De Cordova Best has been operating since 2022, we have never responded to any incident there that involved the Best. We have been there for several incidents, but none of them were the Best. They were usually the generator, fuel storage, control room, anything other than that. We've not ever been to a Best emergency at De Cordova. Just as a,
in their construction, there was no NFPA 855 at that time, and they went way over and above, to protect their investment. A lot of this stuff is compartmentalized.
Correct.
Separates, unplugs from, grid or whatever, and has fire suppression built into the system.
Correct.
So they've done a lot to,
Has concrete containment underneath the unit, so if there were releases of,
If they had to flood one of those containers to contain a thermal runaway, or I'm gonna say attempt to contain a thermal runaway, once they drain that container, because they have a deluge system that just fills the whole thing up with water, they de-energize it, turn it off, disconnect it, flood the whole container. When they're certain that there's no more heat or fire in that container, then they open the doors, drain the water out, it goes into a containment pool, that goes into a retaining tank, that they then pump all that out, take it off, and have it treated, take whatever they do beyond that. But yes, they went over and above, I think, even what today's standard would require before the standard was even there. So, I mean, that is, in my opinion, a well-built facility. In reference to the NFPA 55, Commissioner Samuelson and myself and others did have a meeting at VISTRA and asked those questions about 855 compliance. We have not received those yet from them, but that would have been stuff that they would have completed in 21 or 22. So we're waiting for them to comply or to send us those documents, as well as a list of other, you guys may be surprised, Commissioner Samuelson had like 3 pages of questions. And we're waiting on the answers to all of those questions, but that 855 documentation is one of the things that we asked for.
Thanks.
Can I add 2 more things? I'm sorry. One of the things that we, and not to throw more fuel on the Apache Hill problem, but one of the things that we look at is when there's an emergency, is what protective actions are required and what vulnerable populations are in the area. And we hear a lot of talk about Rainbow's Promise and a lot of talk about the Membrana Steam Academy, but we also have an RV park that is within close proximity, and that is considered a vulnerable population. Now, after Kerrville, there was legislation that required that they have more robust emergency action plans that include evacuation or shelter in place. But that's going to be an added vulnerable population that we're going to have to address. And that's on the other side of Membrana Highway. So it's not, we have Membrana Steam on the far side, Railroad Promise right there, and on the closer side it's town. That's going to be the RV park. So really from all sides, we're going to have to address vulnerable populations and protective actions for all of them. Now, there is another thing that I would like the court to consider. I found another county that after NFPA 55 came out, they established an emergency, an energy storage system guide in partnership with their emergency management office and their fire marshal's office. And that guide it's not necessarily binding, but it's to help assist other people to know, whether it's the community or potential energy storage systems that want to come into town, what the county is looking for and what policies and procedures need to be in place, what guidance they are required to follow, what their emergency action plans need to look like, what their training for staff, for the community, for first responders needs to look like. It's displayed on the county website. I think that's something we probably ought to look at, not to make more work for you and I. But I think it's something that would be important to look at because it would provide a really clear view of what regulations are in place currently, what the county is going to require, and what needs to be addressed. The public can see it too, which I think would be maybe help ease some concerns from the public.
do you remember which county?
Kendall County?
And we would have to basically rewrite that. We could use that kind of as a guide. But Kendall
Ours would be look pretty different. But it's a good starting point.
touches San Antonio, so they are able to adopt their own fire code. So there is a lot of reference to IFC, the International Fire Code that is in their guidance that I wouldn't necessarily be able to use.
Yeah. Your
I
guidance
can-
changed a lot, but it's something I think that we should probably look at.
I can use everything related to NFPA codes that the state has adopted. I just can't reference IFC or any of the other fire codes as a reference. And one other tidbit I want to throw out there, just so everybody, to kind of address Cindy's concern, or one of the things that she brought up in her scenario. One of the things that I've asked the project manager to consider is for VITAS, I think is what they are, to purchase a school bus for Rainbow's Promise. My understanding that when he ran that up the chain, they told him to shop for options. So whether or not that materializes, I don't know, but I have kind of, on their behalf, asked them to provide a school bus to the daycare.
Good job.
I don't know if they'll do it, but we'll see.
We just need
Okay, Mr. Walford.
helicopters for the evacuated membrane.
The sheriff's been asking for helicopters for 20 years. I don't know if we're gonna buy one for the daycare.
So I don't know anything specific about the De Cordova vests, but I do have some comments. One, all in the way of clarification. Number one, the first edition of NFPA 855, I checked on that this morning, was published in 2020. Therefore, that facility would have had to comply.
Okay.
And they comply because it's in the adopted state fire code. You did make a comment about not being able to reference international fire code, but that is actually what the state adopts, IFC. So you have access, I mean, you essentially, you have the authority and requirement to adopt the state fire code, which chooses the international fire code.
Okay.
I think that's about all I wanted to say on Rainbow, or I mean on the De Cordova. But I think that we should perform a review of their 855 compliance, just as we've done for Apache Hill, and in the future we should do one for Rainbow as well, to ensure that they're done correctly. One of the things that I'm very, very much an advocate for, and I've mentioned it a number of times, the method that you choose to perform the hazard mitigation assessment is up to the contractor or the person paying the contractor. It just has to be good enough. The method they chose was essentially an exercise a single engineer can do in a cubicle in isolation, although he's obliged to understand all of the technology associated with things that he mentions in it, all the mitigation measures, all the response measures from the local authorities. That's unlikely to be available to an engineer doing that in isolation. We have 65 years in the process industry of performing the same kind of study by using an expert team facilitated by a licensed or bona fide facilitator. Those kind of workshops I've done personally, over 350 of them. My company, over 600. That should be the basis for the HMA, and furthermore, we should have a nominated representative participating when it's done. Jeff would name that person. That way we have representation from a stakeholder that is also a subject matter expert on the fire response in this county. So if there's something that you want to put into Hood County's, whatever that document is, make sure you get representation at that critical step of defining the hazards. Thank you.
These are the outstanding questions that we're waiting for Vistra to, one, reply that they can supply it. Some of these may have proprietary information, but these are the questions that I had after they answered my other 3 pages of questions. Provide documentation of how you complied with NFPA 855, its reference standards, confirm that the documentation can be posted on the Hood County Fire Marshal's webpage. Provide the most recent UL 9548 thermal runaway test results. Who has administrative access to remote control systems? What cybersecurity framework is used? Provide documentation of the last penetration test. Provide documentation of the decommissioning bond. Then, while we were out there really mainly looking at the battery energy storage, I noticed there were some pretty large fuel tanks. So my question about the fuel tanks, fuel storage tanks, what is the capacity of each tank? Who inspects them for damage, corrosion, leakage, etc.? How often? Provide documentation of last inspection. Provide documentation of hazard mitigation plan related to these tanks. So we're waiting for response for that. And that's, unless anybody else has anything.
No.
Move on.
All right. Let's take item number 12, discuss Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act compliance statements received from best facilities in Hood County, determine acceptability or need for further information, determine appropriate location for appropriate accessibility, take appropriate action if needed.
So, Christine, I kind of have a method to walk through all these documents if you're, do we have any speakers?
I've got the.
Yes, Andy Walford again. You want to come up here and speak on this again, Mr. Walford?
Sure. It would be good if Christine queued up the documents.
Do you want to wait until I walk through them and then?
Yeah, I think that would be better.
Okay. So first is the letter to Apache Hill from Matt Mills.
Okay, let me get that.
This is somewhere in the backup.
Yeah. This one here.
So the county attorney, Matt Mills, sent letters to both Apache Hill and to Vistra requesting their compliance. So that's the first step, so we'll wait till we get that.
We looking from the one from Baker Botts?
Yes.
Okay.
Proof of, well, no, that's the response. There should be one that's called Letter to Apache Hill.
Okay. In the backup?
Yes.
Okay, let me see.
So this is the letter to, you scroll down to where it says, okay. Therefore, Hood County formally requests that Apache Hill Best within 10 business days provide proof of compliance with the act by demonstrating the sourcing of all parts, service, and software that would grant either direct or remote access or to or control of critical infrastructure. In particular, please provide proof of any agreement or contracts with Contemporary and Prex Technology. Okay, so then their response, that's the one from Baker Botts.
All right, hold on, let me grab that one.
Thank you, Sonny.
So they didn't provide the detail that was asked, but they said that they have no agreements with Contemporary and Prex Technology Cattle. So you can read what that says. But if you go to, then that, you had a letter that had a yellow highlight on it. That, okay.
This email?
Yes, so it does say, so this is from their attorney, when we asked about, there was some public information that said that the inverters that were going to be used at Apache Hill were going to be manufactured by Sungrow. So we asked specifically, Matt asked specifically about that, and this was their response. It is the case that Apache Hill has Sungrow equipment, but the actual energy management system which controls the equipment, you can continue reading. So we then asked for an affidavit from there. So that is the affidavit from the vice president. Vice President stating that based on my personal knowledge and due diligence conducted, I can attest that Apache Hill does not employ any equipment manufactured or produced by Contemporary. Okay, You can read that. Or who's citizen, okay. So, if you look at one of the documents you had up that is from,
The letter from the attorney said they do have it.
they do have it, yes. And if you look at, you had it called up, it was their,
It was a letter from the attorney.
yeah.
Not our attorney. the
Yeah,
bank
I'm gonna
office.
get it, I'm gonna pull it back up.
The one with the yellow highlight?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's already on your, maybe your second tab. Is that it?
Oh,
Yes, so
sorry.
they do have sun-grow equipment. So if there, then I sent you an email link that shows where sun-grow, yeah. So cattle signed strategic cooperation agreement with sun-grow. So contemporary, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but contemporary Amperex, is that how you pronounce it if someone knows? Technology signed a strategic cooperation agreement with Sungrow Power Supply. And it says that they're headquartered in, how do you pronounce that? F5?
I don't know.
So if you look over at your first tab, that is in China. So, so what do we do with this? Are they in compliance? What's saying for it?
Who enforces this? Is this Attorney General? Where do we go with this? Do Google searches.
The AG is who's doing the investigation into cattle. So we had the same discussion with Vistra, which they also, we had one of the documents called up that showed the sun-grow components. It was one of the, we go back to, yeah, go to the,
This Vistra one? Or it says Vistas, I
the
guess
one
you
that
could.
says Rhino Park.
Oh, this one here probably.
Yeah, that's the same letter to Vistra, which is the De Cordova, which we asked the same question. Within 10 business days, provide proof of compliance with the act, and they responded.
Read the response.
Vistra response. So their response is different. They say that they filed with the ERCOT for the protocols.
And that's who, I just did a quick Google search. That's who, this says the enforcement mechanism for this is the Public Utilities Commission and ERCOT. And then, the Office of Attorney General is involved with that to some extent. But I guess we'd make a complaint to ERCOT or the PUC, bring this to them and say, hey, they do have Chinese-made equipment.
Yeah, they say they do. The batteries installed on the site are from Sungrow. And they do contain battery cells from cattle. However, they say that there's no contractual relationship. And they say that they're air gapped, which means that it's like a firewall, but better. That's why I asked about the penetration test, because that would really tell. But
So do we follow this
what's
stuff
that?
with
We have an attorney. What do you
the
think, Matt?
PUC and the ERCOT?
There's some stuff on page 1 and 3 here. So a few things. First of all, it's not illegal or prohibited to have Chinese products. It's prohibited to have remote or direct access. That's the threshold. So what CATL and others have said is basically we sell a battery. You know, you get a Duracell battery and you put it in your alarm clock. That doesn't give Duracell, I mean, that's their take. Now, I don't know if they're lying or not, but that's what they're saying. It's just like you put a battery in your alarm clock. Duracell doesn't have access to your alarm clock, right? So that's the first thing, and all of them have said that even if we use SunGrow, they have no direct or remote access to the site, which is what's in the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. The second thing is, in that, and by the way, I'm used to criminal statutes, and on all the criminal statutes, it said, here's the prohibited act, and here's the punishment range, right? Whereas a lot of these statutes just say, this is prohibited. Okay, thank you. You know, it's almost like the legislature wants to go home and say, we stuck it to China this session, but what do you do with that? So the only part of what do you do with that that's actually in the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, which is Business and Commerce Code 117, if you go to section 117.004, it spells it out. Enforcement by Public Utility Commission of Texas. The PUCT may impose an administrative penalty in the manner provided in Chapter 15 of the Utilities Code, basically on a violator, and it may be an amount not to exceed $1 million for each violation. So that's Business and Commerce Code, if you want to find that. It's 117, and it's .004 right there. So that's that. Now, what I just supplied to you is something I found on the ERCOT website, and on page 3, in highlight there, ERCOT, the OAG, or Attorney General, and the Public Utility Commission of Texas were granted various authority to investigate and/or enforce LSIPA compliance. So, based on what ERCOT is saying in their publication, based on what the code says about PUCT, I think those are the entities to enforce, plus the AG that says that they've got some investigation going on this as well. I mean, they're the ones who are openly saying they're the enforcement arm, so I think it goes to them.
I don't even think we need court action on this. If you just put this stuff together and send it to the PUC or ERCOT, both, Attorney General, load it up and send it to them and say, hey, we have potential compliance questions. What say you?
Right, yeah, I mean, they've said they're compliant, obviously. They could lie, maybe, but send it on to these entities would be my thought.
So would it be coming from the county attorney or just?
Well, I don't really have any proof beyond what everybody else has. I mean, all I have in terms of proof is their denial. I mean, maybe that email saying we use SunGrow, and that's on a website somewhere too.
Well, it also is in there. If you look at, go back to the document on the backup that says this Vitus, Mount Brino, Part 1.
Part 1
Or Part 2, either one.
Part 2.
Yeah, if you look at, just page down on this. There you go. It's in there. It's in their documentation, so. I can send this off to them. That's, because like you have said, the county doesn't have, other than doing what Van Zandt County did and filing an injunction, we don't have any regulatory authority over Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. However, we are aware of it. We are aware of a potential compliance issue.
Right, and it's been several months since I looked at the Van Zandt County thing, but that was under the fire marshal and fire codes and all that. That was not a Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act injunction, as I recall. And it was several hundred pages, and I read it months ago, but I'm pretty certain that's correct. So, if you want to give some strength to it, so it's not just one citizen or commissioner, you could, vote to enable you to draft a letter, but it at least has a court vote and approval from the court to send this to ERCOT, PUCT, etc. That might be a little stronger.
Okay.
Want to do that?
Well, I'm sorry, Johnny, that's against the rule.
Do I get my turn?
Yes, yeah.
You signed up.
How about you drafting a letter for us? You're the expert on this thing. Would you draft a letter?
Just expressing that you have concerns about
On behalf of-
vulnerability.
Sure. Okay. Would you do that? Give us a draft and let us look at it. Mr. Mills, you look at it too, see if we don't.
Yeah, it becomes complicated. Attorney Mills is very correct in saying it's not buying the components and using them that's the violation of the act. It's access afterwards. How many times have we had a garage door opener guy come and fix our garage, but he's got to have our network password to make sure it gets resynced? That's what happens here. They have future turnarounds, maintenance, expansions. They're going to need a contractor to come in, enter into that battery management system, and reprogram it in some way. The question is that contractor then linked back to China?
Those are some of the questions I asked when I was there. Is what do you do when you do preventative maintenance? What do you do when you have to upgrade the computer?
Exactly.
Somebody's coming in into your space and accessing your system.
And we all know, and I get this from a security expert, not myself, a lot of Chinese control software comes with its own set of pre-installed backdoors with the intended mounts.
Yeah, write a draft letter.
Let's pull up the affidavit. Maribel. I'll get with you.
Yeah, that'd be good to have something on record that we are concerned about this and we'd take it, please assure us about this. But you write it up.
Absolutely.
That'd be real helpful.
So I just want to add one last thing to the fragile credibility of this affidavit and the attestation that they're going to comply. This came in addition to a similar thing from the attorneys. But you can see the statement made here is, the person's name is Maribel Zambrano. She claims to be vice president of Apache Hill Energy Center. Doing a complete business search in both Florida and Texas, this entity does not exist. Doing a complete search on Maribel Zambrano, she does list in LinkedIn as an employee of Vice. So I'm not an attorney, but I don't think this representation is correct. If she's trying to represent that she has the authority as the vice president of Apache Hill, which is an entity that doesn't exist, I don't think this is a very credible attestation that they're going to meet requirements.
So, do you have anything else? So I'll move that we request a letter from Dr. Wolford expressing the concerns of the court regarding Apache Hill battery energy storage and De Cordova battery energy storage use of Sungrow and cattle components and its potential violation of Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. Then that document will be signed by the court and then forwarded to the PUC and AG and ERCOT.
Steve, second that?
Yes,
So a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to get Andy Walford to draft a letter in conjunction with Matt Mills that we can send regarding the best facilities at Apache Hill and Dick or Dover, the concerns that we have, and send it to ERCOT and the Public Utility Commission, voicing our concerns and seeing if they're in compliance with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Great. Carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Walford, for agreeing to do that. I mean, really, that's important. Get the technical down there. That's great. Now let's go to 6. Please, it's only 5 after 1.
Pardon me, Judge. Who seconded that last motion?
Me.
Kevin?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, item 6, discuss and take appropriate action to remove record specialist Michelle Betcher from clerk 1, $38,447 to clerk 2, $39,600, effective July 15, 2026. This request is to allow for higher pay to be offered to an applicant with Sheriff's Office administration experience. Budget to support the increase has been confirmed. Sheriff.
Judge, Commissioners, we were trying to get this on the court for 2 weeks ago, but it didn't happen. So she has started already, but at the step 1 pay. So the request then would be to give her $1,153 per year, a raise to step 2. Now, the person that she's taken the place of was at $41,267 per year, so higher, so there's definitely money in there. And she also has a bachelor's degree. She's worked for Sheriff's Office out of Oregon and worked for Adult Protective Services out of California. So she comes highly qualified. And she has jumped right in and self-starter. She's going to be a great employee, so I request that you allow this change to happen effective July 15th, to go from clerk 1 to clerk 2.
Actually saving money because she's going in there less than salary.
And she had many years of experience.
Yeah. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, with that, I'll make a motion to move record specialist Michelle Bouchard from clerk 1 at $38,447 to clerk 2 at $39,600, effective July 15th, 26.
Second. Okay, motion made by Commissioner Andrews to move the record specialist Michelle Betcher, clerk 1 to clerk 2, with the appropriate pay as stated, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Sheriff. All right, item 7, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the use of parking spaces on the north and east side of the historical courthouse on Tuesday, July 28th for production vehicles used for a Granbury Kia commercial film shoot. The parking spaces will be reserved by midnight, Monday, July 27th, and through traffic will be blocked from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. They ask us to do this, and something it's always contingent upon them providing, I guess, insurance if they're using that city, but it's something that we
They
do.
didn't go through me, but I assume they did go through the county judge's office.
They don't, do they have a facility use agreement?
I haven't seen one. I haven't seen anything regarding this item.
Well, it's using the parking lot, it's not using the courthouse.
That facility use agreement on it?
Not parking spaces.
I didn't think we did.
This is new. I don't think we've ever had this situation before, so I don't know.
We have the car
Corvette
shows.
clubs,
Car
people
shows,
use,
they use
haven't
the
we had
Yes, the Corvette
Corvette
show.
clubs
yeah.
and stuff like that?
On the
for-
weekend.
Do they do a facility use agreement when they're using the parking lot?
I think so. I think they do.
I think that.
But I think they also go through the city too.
Right, yeah, I thought we just approved the city's request.
And did they go through the city on this one? I don't know.
I don't know, I think we need to get the city involved in the
Well, I don't know if this had anything to do with the city. The city usually organizes the event, and that's whenever they come to us, not that. This is
This is
just,
commercial.
yeah, this is between us. and
Well, the
them.
city's application for filming's in there, what do you mean?
Do what?
Application for.
They got an application for filming with the city.
Doesn't the city have some kind of filming agreement or whatever? I'm just asking.
Oh, I don't know.
And not necessarily with the county, but they have something set up for like filming or whatever within
Like when they
the
do
city of
movie takes
Granbury,
up there.
especially like around the square and stuff.
Can we approve it contingent on them filling out the facility use agreement and bringing forth the insurance?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
All right.
Is that your motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you get that motion? It's that we authorize the shoot by Kia on Monday, July 27th from 11 to 2:30 p.m. contingent upon them filling out a facilities use and providing insurance. Second by Wilson, Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
Is that gonna disrupt it? I mean, normally when we block off the parking lot, it's on a holiday or a weekend. Is this gonna disrupt the people that work there? It's in the middle of the day on a work day.
It probably will. We do it on Fridays sometimes to allow setups and stuff like that, so it's not completely uncommon.
You know,
And you're the one that works
the
there.
insurance is provided as part of the backup.
Yeah, certificate of liability insurance is on here, but we just don't have a facility use agreement.
But you do have the insurance?
Well, they say on their application, there is no liability insurance, so I'm confused here.
I didn't have anything in the backup, I don't think.
It's on.
Am I the only one that got this?
See, hold on.
Am I the only one that got this agreement application for filming with the city of Granbury?
No, just page to the bottom, and it's got the liability. It's got a drawing, and then keep going.
It's not in the backup that I got.
It says, have you provided a copy of your liability? It says no.
But yeah, there's one attached, like 6.
Shows that the county is their certificate holder.
Kristen Gibson is with the, you know, got
Within our facility use agreement, it has a hold harmless, doesn't it? Yes. They've got a hold harmless for the city, but they'll need to do the facility use agreement to have a hold harmless in there for the county.
So where are we on a liability issue? I mean, it does say no, but it is right there.
Yeah.
So,
Why did this happen?
and does that change the motion? I mean, as long as they comply with the insurance requirement and the facility use agreement.
got a full harness agreement here for the city of Granbury, but not for the county.
Validated facility use agreement.
Well, they got a certificate of insurance here too. So
At the back, it has Good County as the certificate holder. So just want to change your motion to be providing them. So could you make a motion? Facility use agreement.
Yeah, I mean, I could do that, we remove the insurance part with that being submitted with this, so, yeah, approve the application for that time with an executed facility use agreement.
okay.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the application subject to the filling out facility use agreement, correct? Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in agreement say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
And who will reach out to them to if
I'll give them some on this.
All right, item 8, discuss and take appropriate action to allow election expenditures to be authorized by the Assistant Elections Administrator. Yes, ma'am.
So in the absence of an elections administrator, we need someone who's authorized to sign on expenditures. There was only one person listed through the purchasing department as authorized. So that's what I'm asking today. I just put the assistant elections administrator because he's aware of the workings of the office.
How much is it?
There's some travel, there's some, office bills, like, I think it's a Xerox or something to that effect. I don't remember.
Word on the street has it that, maybe I shouldn't say that.
Well,
I'm gonna shut that word on the
day.
street, so, yeah.
It's already been out.
This will be a short term issue.
Right, until there's someone appointed.
Okay.
You can say whomever you wish to have that authorization, I just threw it
Yeah,
out
I
there.
think the assistant election administrator makes sense. So I'll make a motion to allow the elections expenditures to be authorized by the assistant election administrator.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Andrews to allow the election expenditures to be authorized by the Assistant Election Administrator, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimous 5-0. Item number 13, receive update on status of open government information.
Oh,
Skip nine.
number
I skipped. You? Hold it.
Tom was already headed
Todd
back to the chair.
Todd's been trying to get out of here since 7:30 this morning. I'm sorry. Okay. Discuss and take appropriate action to adopt the road damage and repair agreement and authorize the county auditor to make required accounting actions to accommodate the implementation of said agreements. Yes, sir, Mr. Todd.
Judge, Commissioners, good afternoon. In your package, you should have a example of a road use agreement / repair. I went through several agreements, counties in Texas. This is one that I found that was out county in West Texas. So there was there was 3 things I guess I added on this. It was 4 and 5, which was the pre-inspection, road inspection prior to construction, as well as the post-construction with videos and photographs and everything of the roads that would be used. Then also on the next page, I had added, the traffic control, number 9. It didn't have anything about traffic control, signs, flagging, barricades, etc. So I had sent this to the county attorney.
You're not in yet.
Okay, he had reviewed it, made a couple of changes, cleaned it up just a little bit.
I think at this time, I think I'd like to gather a little more information on this and get with some other, and maybe run this through Borges and get their input on this. So.
Yeah, I think some insurance or indemnification clause in there might be a good idea.
And I think they're
dispute and cure, because if this is a project that's going to go on for 10 years, or they're just going to want to fix it at the end.
Right.
And how do we mitigate that in the center? You know, we look at this monthly and come to a resolution and say, hey, this needs to be fixed. That's good for a while.
There is another, there's a lot of different ways to do this, so it'd be good to get Borges' input, but there was another kind of idea to have a deposit made at the beginning of the project, and then as the road crews went out and spent money to repair the damage, they would debit that account. And then when it got to a certain amount, it would be refilled, but I mean, there's different ways to do this.
There
one has
is,
a
you know, this one,
bond.
they just, once the repairs are done, they reimburse the county, you know, for the repairs. Then this one also requires $250,000 road surety bond. So, but there's other ones that, you know, they put, say, $100,000 deposit down, cash damage deposit. You work out of that, and once that account gets down to like 30,000, then they're required to put an additional 100,000 in there and keep it going. But
Well, I think the attorney, what's his name, Schreiner, what,
Shearhart. He's
Yeah,
the,
Shearhart. He's worked with the city of Sherwood County, so I think it's a great idea to let Forecast look
I
at
think
it.
it'd be
Use that as draft.
to do that.
Talk to you about it, see about the enforcement. We signed this and make them, wow, yeah, that's a good idea.
Make sure it fits.
I would suggest that once they look at it, we make that part of the approval for the site development process.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways to.
Make that part of the approval process.
So that have to be added to the regulations.
Checklist.
And then also
Good idea.
one of the things that TxDOT suggested was that in driveway permits, that this would be like a prerequisite to receiving your driveway permit. So there's a couple of ways to ensure that this gets
The
done.
driveway access permits would come through road office, just the normal, like we do now.
Okay, great, so I hear a motion.
So I'll move that we request road office to work with, would it be, I'm just going to say the Borges law firm to come up with a draft of the road use agreement for the county.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to allow road office and Todd Huddle to work with Forecast Law Firm coming up with the county road and use agreement. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Good luck. All right, number 13, receive update on the status of OpenGov information, provide background on purchase expenditures to date, and information history. Discuss and take appropriate action on path forwarding, including cost, timeline, and post information, responsibility. Jeez. Okay.
Christine, I put that on there. So Christine, do you have the backup for this? It wasn't attached, but
Did you send it to me?
not sure if I did.
I sent it to the court on the board.
Okay. Just give me a second, I'll pull it up.
So this is some software that was purchased in 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
2024. It's better to see.
Are we still using it?
No, that's the issue. Hasn't ever been
They got our money?
Yes. So it was purchased in 2024. The first payment was $30,000 and then another payment for $44,000. So to date, the county has spent $74,000. I asked Christine to find where this contract was authorized by the county judge in a court, and she was not able to find that. So, no. Here's the.
That's one of the attachments.
But it was never, so it's been 2 years. It hasn't been implemented. This was to help development manage all the requests that come in. It's a workflow process system so that when an application comes in, it can be put into OpenGov, and then the workflow would say, this needs a flood permit, this needs to go environmental, it needs to go to the county attorney, has all the different steps that it takes for an application for the development department to get approval. So probably best if either Steve or Stephanie kind of fill in the rest of the, because they kind of picked this up when they discovered that we had this software and no one was using it.
It was brought to my attention that we do not have a current operating system for the development department. Actually, Steve had an invoice that was sent to him, and he was asking around to see who it belonged to. And so we just kind of unraveled the ball of yarn here. And basically, we've had this as ongoing for a period of time since 2024. Somewhere the ball got dropped and we never actually went live with the system. So throughout many, many emails and conversations, it's been determined that in order for this system to go live, there needs to be a change order paid. We just this morning got the dollars on that. It's about $6,000 additional to get this system live so that we can use it in the development department. And we're at like a stalemate. They're not going to go fully live with this system until we pay them additional money because they've had this open project for a while. I did have some additional needs for them regarding the financial aspects and reporting, which is where it was stopped, is what they told me at a meeting. So I feel like the court needs to say, yes, go forward, continue on with this, or take some other action because it's not operational. We spent all this money. They want additional money to make it operational. We have zero development system of record at this moment. So
How much money do they want? We already gave them $80,000.
we gave them, we've paid $74,440, and they sent us a change order document this morning that said there's two paths we can take. One of them would be just to get it live with no additional training. A secondary path would be going live and then helping whomever steps into that role in the interim or however that shakes out to use the system effectively. And that more expensive option was about $6,000.
What say you, Steve?
Yeah, is it going to be benefit? Will it be used if we pay the additional $6,000? That's the
I
question.
think that is the nutty question. I think from an IT perspective, the system and the platform has been built out. It has not been validated, in other words, tested and confirmed that the workflows are correct. So we're at a holding pattern until we can get expertise from somebody that has that information that can tell us that. So somebody within the development department or somebody external that has that information that can tell us that. Once we confirm that the platform's built out and we pay the additional $5,000, $2,000, whatever it was, depending on the two options, then it can go live. And I would recommend that we pursue it, given the fact that we've already put so much money into it.
$6,000 compared to $80,000, that's, I think it's worth it to see if it's beneficial.
But
Who
there's
can we get to look at it? Can Teresa Nichols look at it? I mean,
You gotta have somebody in the county that's gonna be what I call a product owner, that's going to take ownership of the software, validate that the workflows are correct, and then use it on a daily basis to track all the applications. And that's when I was on the call the other day with Stephanie and Steve and the vendor, we currently don't have that person. So I'm at a kind of concern that we would spend additional money not knowing, what the status is of going forward. Didn't they also send us another invoice for $31,000?
They did, when we asked for the finance review, that did not come up, so not sure what they did with that. They're only asking for the little over 2,000 without training, and it was a little over 5 with training, which I can probably recommend training. But I still think you need to have a system in place. I think you have two different problems here. We don't have a system that's in place, and we don't have a product owner. We need to solve both of those problems moving forward.
but didn't we talk about Teresa Nichols? Don't they help out in development? Wouldn't they understand what it takes? I mean, I know that's on the.
Well, I think this software stuff is kind of an in-house. It's how do we deal with it specifically. It's not necessarily a development question. It's more, how do you use this? How do you accept the stuff coming in? And it's not review, it's not development specific. It's
Tracking.
Yeah, it's more how to make the software work.
This software is super functional. You could submit online and they can kick it back and say you need additional things, and it can be shared with whomever is part of that approval process. It's very functional from what I've seen, but I don't have that development expertise. But it is leaps and bounds better than what we had in the past. But we do need that development.
So what the Jeannie's up there now, we've also paid for health and permit licensing.
Okay, in the spring of '25, we reviewed OpenGov between me, my office manager, and I'm presuming development was in there. I know we reviewed it in the spring of '25, and we told them, this is not the software. We give them Inspect to Go. We give IT Inspect to Go to look at. It was supposedly a software that would work for both development and environmental health. For whatever reason, they chose OpenGov. OpenGov will work very well through the development process because it can be sent to any person on the county side or even the development commission side, because you can limit what's viewed or viewable by someone will have the power to limit, because you can check off on the back side of all of the software what can be looked at. In other words, it's going to be reviewed, and RODOPS needs to review it. It's going to be reviewed, and the fire marshal's office needs to review it. Then there's no question of environmental health didn't get to review this. It would show I received it and had the chance to check off a little box that I reviewed it.
That was in '25?
In the spring of '25, yes.
It had already been purchased.
In the spring of '25, we looked at all of it. We, as the environmental health, told them that we would prefer to go with the software we still have, but that this would work for development, because you can check all of the boxes in the development side. If Rodox has a question to be asked, they can send it, and whoever has submitted their paperwork, it would automatically reply to the developer. Rodox has size of street or depth of materials. And then they would have the chance to in turn answer Rodox, and anybody that was clicked on that box would see the developer's reply. In other words, if it was in precinct 1 and Kevin Andrews was the only commissioner that needed to see it, then he could see it. There's boxes where all 4 commissioners and the county judge could be able to see whatever.
So when, do we have a time frame of when we need to make this decision?
It's sooner than later because they reached out to us requesting to cancel because there had been no communication or action. And so then we got involved and we're like, well, we didn't know this wasn't already live and we're just trying to figure it all out. So I think it might be a good idea for you guys to make a decision sooner than later, but there's no time frame other than our self-described, gap of no system of record right now.
We don't have any software
We have nothing.
to fill this gap.
No, correct.
We're $74,000 into this process, and we're at a little bit of a standstill right now, and how do we set the thing up? So,
I mean, we can opt to go forward and pay the money, but you still have to have a person that's going to take ownership of it, validate it, and use it.
right.
Is this just for development?
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of connected with number 18,
Yes.
It is. Here's my question, you talk about 2 months here. You need somebody like a company to come in and help out. Because we get flooded with a bunch of stuff. It's not going to be, first of all, who are you going to get to work for 2 months? Have they been unemployed and they're just looking for a job and knowing it's going to be for 2 months? I agree with what Matt Mill said in his letter. Who is that person who's going to quit a job for 2 months on this thing? And is that person going to help? I'd rather get a company that has a lot of employees that can adjust the workflow. I mean, I don't know if it's Freeze and Nichols or whoever works in development, but sometimes you need 1 or sometimes 5 to get the work done, and then you don't need them, they go back, and then you maybe don't need anybody for a while like Clint was doing, but development needs to have a couple of people in there anyway, in my opinion, but how we're going, but it's got to be a company that, instead of an individual that we're looking at. Can Freeze and Nichols do it? Do you know?
Can they do what? Can they implement this software?
Since they work in development and do rules about this, would they know what to look for? Did we use Freeze and Nichols to help us with the development rate?
I think we did, but yeah, this is a piece of software that says when this comes in, we need the fire marshal to look at it. So Freeze and Nichols they're not going to be in a position
You don't
to
think
do
they're
that.
qualified to do that?
Well, I mean, overqualified would be, one way, but yeah, I mean, what we need is somebody to sit in here and go, okay, this application needs to go to environmental so that they know what's on there. This needs to go to fire marshal, and this needs to go for a third-party engineer review or whatever. So, okay, we had talked a little bit about there is somebody that's pretty capable around here that may be able to fill this gap, at least on the short term. Take it away.
What do you want me to say? Okay, this software, OpenGov, is very, very similar to the software that the city of Granbury had when I worked for the city of Granbury. The work on the backside people initialing the workflow to who it needs to belong to? Because we know now that there are different departments that are needing different things as the legislature has changed stuff.
Jessica is capable and an intelligent person.
Jessica is capable
She knows a whole lot about
of
this stuff.
implementing this, but one, you're asking someone that has worked in different departments of this county. You're asking her to take on more responsibility. What are you willing to compensate her for? Because if you don't, she's not going to do it.
That makes sense. We're sure.
And you know what I told you earlier?
Well,
Well, she's familiar with it and does it. That's something that we could talk about.
and my thought was, let's put somebody part-time over there to take some of the load off so that she has some availability to do this, and we work on other details later.
Yeah,
But for now,
But that isn't this agenda.
but no, I think it, well, I mean, not for the part-time, but I think it is to find somebody that can address this, that can plug the system in and start making it do what we need it to do.
It has to be somebody that can read through the regulations, understand what workflows need to be built out, and validate that they're correct. I don't know what her background is, but
You said Jessica could do this. She's familiar with this. Doesn't she help out
she's
Clint in development? Jessica?
She was actually helping with development. We did sit through several of these meetings with OpenGov. She's been offered a contract with an IT company to troubleshoot basically what this situation is. So.
may not be here anyway.
I'd like to keep her. I think she's a good employee for everything that she does. I mean, with your development, I'd like to keep her.
Can you go back to the open, or the Verisoft document? Yeah, page 2.
This was
Yeah, so this is similar to what happened with Flock. This is the same type of thing. This is a contract with quote terms, with terms and conditions in a link. And it says, and the signature of a duly authorized representative. That would be you, Judge. And I can't find that happened. So this is kind of water under the bridge, I think, with our current auditor and the contract management system that they both, the purchasing and the auditor have implemented. I'm hoping this control issue
We're
is
still building it out, but yes, we're well on our way to help with these things.
Yeah, so these payments were on the payments over $10,000, but I don't know how we would have known that payment was for a new contract that hadn't been signed by the judge, so.
And I don't sign anything, obligate anybody until I get approval from somebody. I will do it for $1,000, much less something like this.
I remember that we had some pretty extensive discussions about this in court, but I think it was probably during the budget process. It was probably, yeah, this is something we're going to look forward, or look to implementing or whatever, and then it was kind of approved through the budget process without individually coming before the court at that time. And that's, again, back to the control issue that we're looking at.
Let's go back to the, we need somebody that understands this process. Jessica understands the process.
Does she? I don't know.
Doesn't she?
She understands all the workflow of all the different things that go on in the development department.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. And she's worked there. She helps out Clint there. Why shouldn't she do that? She's a perfect person. I don't want to pay her and compensate her and maybe get somebody else to help out in environmental health
I think that we should probably put that on a future agenda. So if the decision is to go forward with this, assuming that we have a product owner that's going to implement it, then the question is, on the agenda, is to approve this change order. We can do that today. In a different board, we're going to have an agenda item to do all the things you guys said.
Well, do we? Because I mean, if she's got a part-time budget, just needs to go hire somebody and assigns this duty to Jessica. Are we ready to go now?
Well, how does this not being connected with 18?
That was for an outside resource. We can talk about it when we get to that agenda item.
I don't know what the reluctance is about not letting Jessica take over. She's already been working in development. She knows this. She can do it. She's just overworked on the deal, though, by helping out. I think she needs to be compensated, you know, for doing this.
That's just not what's on the, I'm just concerned that that's not what's on the agenda.
But it is on 18, it's the outside source.
This agenda item is to provide background and purchase expenditures to date and implementation, discuss, take appropriate action on a path forward, including cost, timeline, and post-implementation responsibilities. So if you want to say that the post-implementation responsibilities are going to be Jessica's, then that can put it down.
I don't want to go forward with it unless I know somebody can take it forward. That's what I'm saying. And Jessica can make that determination. I mean, I agree with you, we need to vote and say yes, but then I'd like to vote on 18 that that person be Jessica. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that is different, and I've got another prospect.
Okay, so do you have a preference on the two change orders?
I would think the more hours is better, because whomever takes it on will likely need some training moments.
So how long is this gonna, if we vote to do this, how long is this gonna be good? Because it may be 2 months before we get somebody to even look at this. It could be 5 months. I mean, we're walking around like chickens with our heads cut off right now in this deal. I'm sorry to say that about this court, but we're spinning our wheels on this. And just because we do this doesn't mean we're gonna have somebody come in there and do it, right?
Right. So what?
So how long, if we vote for this, to bring this, to implement this, that's been sitting here 2 years that we didn't even know about, that we're 74 grand in, how long do we have until we gotta act on it?
That's a great question. They didn't give me an expiration date, but they do have things to work on once you allow this change order. I have some things that I need them to do on the financial side of it, so they will be working in concert with us determining a path here in the county.
I agree with what you're saying, Commissioner Eagle, but what I'm saying is, I think that person that could take it and look at it is Jessica. I'm not getting to court before, I know that we got this problem here. I'm concerned with the same thing. I don't want to vote for it and then have nobody to take it forward and work on it and develop it. I'm concerned about that. That's more wasted money. But I'm saying, from what you're telling me and from what I know about Jessica, she could do that. She could take that and look at this software and do that. What is the reluctance about that? So I agree with you, Commissioner Eagle, but I think we have that person that could do that.
Well, I'm not gonna argue with that, but I would like more time. I don't know that much about Jessica, so I would like to get up to snuff on her. And I'm not sure that's on the, but I don't disagree with the judge on having somebody like that in there. I just don't know enough about her.
She could handle it, I can guarantee that.
And I think what we're looking for right now is what we do right now. We're in a situation, we don't know when the director may return. What do we deal with that now? And if we're talking about potentially having somebody in there to be an office manager type person and direct the flows of this stuff. if she's capable and willing and everything, and we put her in this spot now to build that program out, perhaps, you know, in 2 months, whenever the new budget comes in, we have a different person to serve as the office manager or whatever. They learn that software. That's part of the job, is you come in and this is the software you're going to use to do that.
I agree with that.
So, that was kind of my thought. In talking to the people, that's kind of where we work, right? We need somebody to sit down and say, these are the people that this needs to go to, more so than you get an application in, you have to have an engineer or somebody that knows the regulations, that addresses those comments. But this paperwork needs to go to the fire marshal, and he sends in his comments. Road ops, they send in. So we need somebody there to direct that. That's what we're missing on the software. Am I correct in that? Because that's what I've gotten in my discussions.
I think that's part of it. I mean, I still think you have to have the expertise just to know how the whole flow should work. I mean, OpenGov has provided the framework, but it's on us to confirm that it's right. So
And then
you have to answer that question.
So their option 2 is 2 months based on 4-week testing period, would put completion around the end of September. So if we move forward ASAP, so we're still looking at 2 months of having manual, which, I mean, it's been manual this entire time, even though we've had software that could have been implemented. Also, if we make a motion to vote for option 1 or option 2, wouldn't we need this in a contract that could be signed, or, because it's got what's included in the scope? Don't we need something more formal than just this email?
They
to say
will,
this
yes.
is-
Yes, ma'am. They will issue the official change orders after they know what direction we want to go in. I've been pushing them hard to give me a dollar amount for a while, and they're just now giving me what that would even look like, if it's even reasonable. That was also a question that the court would need to consider, you know, what is a change order going to cost? So I think this is likely a reasonable dollar amount, but yes, there would be additional things, steps in the process to keep going.
So would that need to come back?
I would bring it back, yes.
Okay.
So now we just indicate a direction that we would like to go, and then finalize the paperwork, make sure that we've got the people in place
Yeah.
to do those things.
Do we even want to continue working with OpenGov?
And then there's the question on the dollar amounts that were paid for the module that we never implemented and are not intending to use. That was 7,000, and if you scroll up.
I think it's about 7,000.
74, 440.
Yeah. Somewhere around $9,000 that was paid.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't think we're making we have more time, Commissioner Eagle. This would just be to ask OpenGov to bring back a formal document for a change order. And so we would do that in 2 weeks.
Sounds good to me.
So I move that
We would propose option 2.
Yeah, I move that we request OpenGov to formalize change order option 2 and bring a change order document back to Commissioner's Court for review.
Our motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to ask OpenGov to formalize option number 2 with a change order, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item 14, discuss and take appropriate action to require that all contract terms and conditions be attached to the contract and be included in the official record for any contract or agreement presented to the court for signature effective July 15, 26, or thereafter. Direct the purchasing director to update the purchasing policy accordingly.
So this has come up a couple of times recently, and actually in the conversation that we had with Flock back in June. Hills, that county attorney was asking about the link to the terms and conditions, and I just asked them, so are those terms that are linked, are those versions so that we know when we sign it on X date that those are the terms and conditions that we're held to? And he said no. And I was like, oh, that's a big red flag. Because the links, as people know, those are not static links, those are dynamic. Every time that web page changes, the terms and conditions are dynamically linked. And that just was a big red flag to me, because I know that we've asked the judge to sign many contracts that have terms and conditions that are linked with just like the document that you had up there, if you could put that one back. County Clerk, Christine.
What's that?
Would you put that last OpenGov document back up that showed?
That the link for
Yeah.
terms and conditions?
So he did, the attorney for Flock, when he was talking, he said, well, I have some clients that require the terms and conditions to be physically attached to the document. And I'm like, yeah, that's what we should be doing. Why would we, 'cause otherwise we don't really know what we're signing up for when the terms and conditions are.
Is this the one?
I think so, if you scroll to the bottom, where it said, quote, yeah, right there. Agreement published, so these are the terms, you're agreeing to an end user agreement that's published on this website that you don't know what it is on the day you sign it or the day you have an issue and you go in to look at it. It's whatever the terms and conditions are on the date that you happen to go to that website. It's
You're
not
right.
version.
And that could change
It could
drastically,
change.
and all of
Yeah.
a sudden we're operating under a new set of terms.
So Glenn has some suggestions.
Yes, we can absolutely do that. My questions would be, to what extent, obviously with something like this, you go to the website and print those out. We have the transportation contracts coming up in the near future, which reference a lot of our documents. Do you want all those documents attached, like the RFQ, our terms and conditions? But even more important, contracts that are on a co-op. Do you want the co-op's contract included and their terms and conditions included as well? Or do you want to just stick with the main vendor's terms?
Are those on the co-op, are those dynamic? Are those on a link?
Co-ops are approved by the state, aren't they?
Well, the use of them is approved by the state, but basically their contracts are not dynamic, but once they end, they're generally for about 5 years. Once they end, they go away. So you may not ever find that again after they expire. And on some of them, I do download them and keep them in my files, just to have that. But it just depends to what extent you want them added. We can add them if you wish.
Yeah, I think if we're asking the judge to sign something, we need to know, we need to be able to see what it is that we're asking him to sign. That's my opinion. What do you?
Probably I agree with this. Sure. I usually sign stuff, I know what I'm signing. I think it's something that we're approving here, it's a money that we're buying something, or we're buying a service. The deal, I do understand. I don't think I signed anything about that OpenGov situation.
So you're asking what all goes with that, because sometimes in those terms and conditions, it'll reference something that we've done, so does that have to be attached to it also?
Yeah, if you want everything, we can do everything. I just kind of want to understand exactly to what extent you want items attached. And do you want me to come back to court with the policy, or just write it straight off of this and run with that?
I mean, if we're spending 6 and 7 digit money of the term, any reference like that ought to be an addendum, an exhibit to that agreement. It shouldn't be telling us to go out on line. I don't want them to go out on line on anything, for anything. And that's my opinion. It needs to all be contained in the four corners of the document.
I do too. Well, look at legal contracts that we have. A lot of times I have 20 exhibits you may have to a contract. That's no different than this. Just go ahead and print them off and let's see. Okay. And sometimes it's too voluminous. You know, if you reference something that has 100 pages, we don't want to attach it to it. You know, you got, but usually that's not the case, I'm thinking, right?
I mean, anywhere from 1 to 100. It could be, generally not. You never know what you're going to find.
Do you want,
when you dig
so
into
the
it.
question is on the policy. Can you just modify the policy and bring it back to court?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
All right. So, move that the Commissioners Court, that all contracts and conditions be attached to the contract and be included in the official record for any contract or agreement presented to the court for signature effective 7/15/26, and authorize the Director of Purchasing to update the purchasing policy accordingly.
Second.
You got the motion, Christine?
Yes.
Okay. Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson that all contract terms and conditions be attached to the contract for the official record, et cetera, to be effective July 15, 2026. Direct the purchasing director to update the purchasing policy accordingly, seconded by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 50, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt revised development application fees pursuant to section 4.9 of the Hood County Development Permit Regulations. Who is it? Christine or
Me.
Commissioner Samuelson? Will you come in?
Okay. The Development Commission had a special call meeting on July 7th to discuss fees. And we did reach out to Ms. Merkel, our outside counsel, about our ability to change fees. And she determined that we can change fees without notice and without a public hearing. So we came up with a $1,500 per acre. If you'll scroll down, Alicia, these are our current fees right now that are on the website, that are published on the website as is required by law. So if you'll scroll down, Matt Long, Ms. Kirk Teskey, and Dr. Wolford all worked pretty extensively on this to come up with this per acre fee, $1,500 per acre. The underline is what is being added, so this is new. We've got an order prepared that we would like to charge the $1,500 per acre for these specific type of projects, the AI data center, crypto mining facility, data center, industrial, which we added to our definitions back on March 10th. And then if you'll scroll down again. So we're also want to add this language about that plan review is not going to begin until these application fees are deposited to cover the cost of review. And we're talking about this outside engineering technical review that we've talked about extensively with all these plans that have come in. So we're asking, we would be taking those funds up front. So we would have that money then to be able to cover the cost of sending out these plans and things for review. And then, of course, anything that would be left after that would be returned to the developer, the entity, the county. It's a one-for-one. We only charge what we are being charged. So if you'll jump over to the statute, Alicia, it's 22, Local Government Code 232-901, which allows us to pass on that actual cost of that review. We can charge the fee that would be charged by a qualified independent third-party entity for those services. And in that. So anyway, I'm going to turn this over to Matt Long, who's going to walk through the process of these fees, and then Dr. Walford and Mr. Teskey are also going to provide some input.
Can I?
Can I throw?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm calling your attention to 232-901. We just had a ruling that 232 does not apply to this. Y'all understand that, right?
I do.
We just had a court ruling that 232 does not apply.
That was also in reference to the concept plan.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just read, let me read the first paragraph of 232-901 that y'all put up here. This section applies only to the application, review, engineering, inspection, acceptance, administrative, or other fee imposed by a county related to the acceptance, review, or processing of engineering or construction plans, or for the inspection of improvements or construction in a subdivision. That's what our case turned on this morning, in a subdivision. So I'm sorry, I think we need to go back to the drawing board on this one.
That's the comment that I was going to make also, is the only place that I can see to find engineering review fees is in 232. It's not expressed in 231, and 395 is a different, I know that's been discussed a little bit, 395 is for building county infrastructure. There's some fees that you can do there. But I can't find any, if 232 doesn't apply, we don't have any authority to take fees. I don't know.
I'd like to add a little color if you're okay.
Yep.
We currently have the ability to do this. It's on our website that we are allowed to charge for engineering, reviewing, etc. The only thing that this adjustment here would allow for is for us to take that on the front end. And what that does is it protects the county in situations like Mr. Teskey, who's an architect who is very familiar with what happens when you're dealing with LLCs, for example. You know, you have a developer who has a different LLC for every project that he works on. It's very standard in real estate. And that's so that the operating entity is protected if one development goes belly up and another doesn't. And I know for sure in his business, there's instances where he's working for the same developer on different projects, where one project he has not gotten paid, and on others he is getting paid, and it's because that there is funds coming in on the financing side from investors. And that is just standard operating procedure in that industry, unfortunately. And so what this would allow us to do is to make sure we're not going to be in a position where a developer has come in and said, all right, here's my site development permit, and now we are charged with going and getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of engineering, environmental. There's a spreadsheet we put together of about 19 or 20 different things that we might have to look into on this. And so it would keep us, the county, from having to go out and spend these dollars and then ask for these dollars back from these LLCs that may or may not have those funds. So we have been charged via 231 subchapter K to protect certain things in this county. And the way to do that is certainly not by hiring an individual engineer who's a specialist in each one of these items, but to hire it out like we've been talking about. That is the way that we're going to be able to keep this development process going, not through any one individual or multiple individuals hired here. So what this allows us to do is to take that money up front, which is the definition of a permit application. Fee is included in the definition of a permit application. And if you're suggesting that 232, if we're not bound by 232, it means that we have even more freedom, in my opinion, because the county should not be out the money required to do these. And if you refer to 232, and if we use it as a framework, we're allowed to charge for review, for enforcement, and for inspection. And that makes total sense. These are unprecedented projects that are coming in, that as a county, we're now being forced to hire more people to spend more time on. and we are obligated to do a great job. So I'll just continue on here. What we did is we put together a spreadsheet, and we did a low and a high end assumption on what some of these reviews could cost. And then the third column is the column that I put together, and again, 20 plus years of construction and development, doing these types of estimates. Dr. Wolford, 40 plus years in the risk analysis business, and Kirk Teskey, 40 plus years in architecture, which if you're familiar with the process, architects deal heavily in the permit process and the fee process. So as you scroll down, I put together what I thought, all three of us thought, go all the way to the bottom there. This is an example of using a 2,100 acre plot of land and the types of fees that would go along with that. As an example, I'm currently working on a project in Taylor, Texas that is 1 acre, and my fees were over $150,000 for city review fees. So that's $150,000 an acre. What we're proposing is $1,500 per acre. And the caveat being that this is not a tax on development. This is charging only for the reviews. Any funds left in the account once a permit application has been completed goes back to the developer. There's also a caveat that potentially on a smaller project, say a 50-acre deal, that $1,500 per acre may not be enough. And so what we would need to do as a county is to go out and get an estimate from a review firm or an engineering firm or multiple and see what that cost is, and that our review process should not start until those dollars have been included or submitted to the account via check or however they get paid. So
I'm not disputing that there needs to be, that y'all did all your homework in coming up with what a reasonable fee should be, but the question is what gives this court the authority to charge that fee? Because
what gave us the ability previously to do it?
232.
And now it's not 232. Polk County implemented some industrial high-load facility impact permit fees just on April 14th, and they listed all the statutory authority to do that. So there's, other than 232, there's 240.002, county authority to adopt fire codes. There's 233.061 through 233.065, county authority over roads and right-of-way. Texas Local Government Code 251.016, general authority over county property and infrastructure. So maybe that's, you have to look into that to see what that is. Texas Health and Safety Code 365.012, Texas Water Code Chapter 16 and Chapter 50, floodplain and drainage authority. Now there may be something there.
We go far beyond that because of 231 subchapter K, which, as we all know, gives us the duty and responsibility to protect the county, its water resources, etc. In that subchapter, it says that any regulation created out of this subchapter, if it's stricter, it governs. And if you take, I don't think you can have a subchapter asking you to do something without giving you the ability to enforce it.
We're making this up as we go.
No, I get it. I agree.
231 gives us absolute authority to shut your business down, make you stand 6 feet apart, take a shot because we're afraid of a disease. This is not limited government. This is make it up as we go. I'm concerned about equal protections. There's all kinds of stuff. We're absolutely just throwing this stuff out here. We have no authority to do a structural engineering. We don't have building codes. We don't have authority on acoustical. There's a state law about acoustics. We don't have the authority for the lighting. 231 has a lot of has a provision for what counties can regulate lighting. We ain't one of them. This is, I'm real concerned that we're just, we're so
is it your-
involved in stopping a particular type of project. that
Again,
We're just
this is
taking the leashes off the
this is
government.
not a tax on development. This is strictly, we're literally just talking about money in the last few items. And again, and who's going to handle that process if, I'm curious where we develop our $300 application fee if we're not allowed to develop application fees.
No, we
Well,
are
that's in
under
232.
232.
So I think that,
So are we suggesting that a county is not allowed to charge a site development application?
you have
fee?
to, if it's not in 232, you have to find it in one of those other regulations, one of those other statutory authorities. Because it's not 232.
Well, let's look it up.
I'm
Let's
looking
do
at
it, let's
that right
figure it
now.
out.
We need to study this, the equal protection principle.
Well, I know, just, I'm gonna throw one other thing in, just without studying the list that you had on there a little while ago. For instance, civil engineering, I mean, why not have, if you've got a civil engineer that they've hired to do the civil engineering side of a project, then why would we not accept a certified copy from that civil engineer
Well,
saying,
Yeah, cities don't do that.
Well, and we
Cities
do,
don't just take, they review it.
we do send those out for review. We're contracted with.
Agreed,
outside
and we pay for
engineering.
that review, and what I'm saying is that there is a grounds for us to reimburse for that.
I agree with you 100%. This is something we've needed to fix for a while. The development department loses money from postings and all that other stuff. But again, all of those fee charges are tied back to 232, and the way that the county has done 99% of its business in the history has all been the subdivision planning. So there are some things that we need to tweak in here, but
It does say, if you'll scroll up, this is currently on our website.
Why would we not
Down,
charge?
I'm sorry, scroll down. It already states that total cost of engineering review will be billed to the applicant. That's already there.
right, but that's, again, 232. That's the only authority that I can find for us to charge review fees is in 232. I could be wrong, it could be out there somewhere else, but right now, that's the only one I'm seeing, because it's not 231. So,
Why can't we add the legal notices into these fees?
no, we should.
In different
That is
items?
also a part of it.
Because most, Parker, no, Johnson County, they add all those fees in. It's
Yes.
on their fee schedule now.
Yes, we should, we very much need to take a look at that.
And you're going to need guidance on some of this, especially if you go to change it for OpenGov. Because it should be one of the items that they include. They should be able to set all the fees that we're going to use in OpenGov up. But we need what we're gonna charge, because when you go back and have to change those fees, if you don't have a person that understands it, that's when they're gonna charge us.
Section 4.9 of our regs say that we can change Appendix B, which is our fee schedule, without amending our regulations. And I think that has cloud. All those regulations were created using Subchapter K, and I think they have the protections there. I agree, it doesn't expressly say this is what your application fee should be, but with the ability to change it fairly quickly without having to go through the normal due process of changing the regulation, I would highly recommend getting something in place other than $300.
And I agree
before
with
someone
you.
submits an application like next week or something.
Absolutely, I 100% agree with you, but I think that it does. And again, we can charge a little extra. We can charge something for the development department, and I think that that's fair and proper for new development to pay for that person, not so much.
Almost the sole reason this showed up is because I believe it was last week, we were talking about the project, or the development coordinator position. And this popped in my head. I tried to get in to speak on it, and that I do feel like, at least according to 232, the county would be due compensation for the hours that coordinator spent on a particular project, or that the director of development spent on a particular project, or that the fire marshal spent reviewing a particular project. And so that's the goal there. And I don't think it was just going back to the project I was talking about. We're talking about a residential development, 1 acre, $150,000 in review fees. And this is, the things we're talking about are much more advanced, they're much more of an impact, and they're much, much larger. And so we were trying to come up with a formula that we thought, on an average deal, based on these things, that we were gonna be covered, and if we were over covered, the money goes right back to the developer, because I don't believe counties should be charging over and above what the actual cost is to review something, and that was the intent there.
And you know, it's kind of funny because there is something in 232 that says counties aren't authorized to ask for anything other than studies, reviews, or anything other than what is specifically expressed in statute. But 232 doesn't apply, so where are we at the moment? That's, you know, all I know is we aren't approving anything right now because nothing's compelling us to approve it, so.
Yeah, maybe Buffett hasn't gone home yet, maybe he could come over here and weigh in a little bit. I think if we're saying 232 doesn't apply, I think it's a good place to establish a framework for what we want to do. But again, if it was me and there's nothing stated, it is not fair for this county to absorb across the 8 or 9 projects, for us to absorb like $10 million in review fees, making sure this place doesn't turn into an industrial wasteland.
No, you're 100% right, but we don't get there because the only authority we have is the drainage reviews, or the civil engineering.
So here's, that 251 is actually the transportation code, but there's 251017 about the court, Commissioner's Court, consider reasonable fee for the issuance of a permit for which a fee is not specific.
Authorized by that chapter, you need to read the whole code.
That's transportation code, so I would think it would be
Yeah,
something to do with like a bridge fee or whatever.
it's not local government code that they cite.
I need to ask the Board Law Firm to look at it too.
Well, and I think that some of the development regulations, whenever those come out, I think we're going to be able to rein a whole lot of this in with those regulations and some of these authorities.
Would you guys,
Yes.
would you consider needing to take down what we're currently advertising as a $300 site development permit fee until it could, because that is grossly under.
I do not disagree with you. If we want to change that right now today, I don't know, what is Johnson County? Did you pull theirs up? I thought you had Johnson County your way. What do they charge?
It says the application review, engineering inspection acceptance of the fee and codes related to acceptance review of engineering and construction plans. 212.906. We're not a municipality, but.
They're not as much as I would have thought they were. I would think if you send it out for an engineering review, we're probably paying, well, $1,500 on that. You know, plus the time, our marshal's time, building directors, and, you know, all these other things. I would think that certainly could be a couple $1,000s at a minimum, plus any additional reviews.
fees. I think that would be, I would like to see that before your site development plan is approved, you have to pay all the engineering fees for review.
All municipalities.
We could start with $5,000 and, you know, whatever else. But again, that needs to be tiered also, because if you have a subdivision of 3 lots, you don't necessarily make that person pay $5,000.
Sure, and
Especially if there's not.
that is one of the reasons why we kept it to a certain group, just because those are the massive deals there. Just that, you know, one of the main issues is that it's just, everything here is unprecedented and highly unknown, so.
Let's see how they define a municipality. This is another one, local government code 212.9.
That's municipal, that doesn't have anything to do with county.
That's cities.
Yeah, it's city.
Can we go back to our website?
The county equivalent is chapter 232.
I think we need some time to work,
So what-
work on this.
So what happens if what happened today in Mufkin's court is appealed and reversed, and now 232 applies?
I am very concerned about this because we're a ship without a rudder right now.
Yeah.
We don't have 3032 and so much traffic impact analysis. We're sitting here talking about road, you know, them having to pay their proportionality. That's in 232. You know, there's a whole lot of our development law and regulations are built out of 232. All of a sudden, that's been removed. We're dangling at the moment. And I guess the answer is, we just don't really do anything. We just continue with, you know, 232 does still apply to subdivision.
Yeah, subdivisions still apply.
Development and stuff like that, so.
So do you want to suggest some changes for these, or do you just want, we can table this and bring back a different proposal?
This needs to be tabled.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think you do have a valid point. We do need to look at some of this and maybe even tier it. Johnson County is this tiered where, you know, if it's 1 to 12 lots, it's this much. If it's 12 to 30.
We consider that. You can just get so granular, it's hard to, you know, we thought bringing something more simple would be effective. I do think the need for speed is.
I don't know why we couldn't change concept plan and infrastructure development plan today. $300 is, I don't know what to change it to. What would you?
Well, again, I think.
What do you want to change it to?
Well, and that's what I was saying. Maybe what the answer is we say that no concept or no site development plan will be approved until the engineering fees have been paid, engineering review fees or whatever. So, you know, heck, we spend more than $300 sometimes on those.
Looking at it,
whatever.
yeah,
So, yeah.
on the email.
So, yeah. But then again, you don't want to kill somebody that's, you know, to subdivide.
So
three.
what about,
concept plan?
so it says total cost of engineer review billed to applicant, and we could just say comma prior to accepting application for site development or something like that. I don't think the county should be in the business of having to hire out engineers and then trust that an LLC is going to make good on it.
I don't disagree with you, just like we found with the NFPA 855 stuff over here.
Right.
Somebody did the analysis on it, but Dr. Wolford said, hey, that's, you know, some of their numbers may be in question.
Yeah.
You're going to have that with engineers.
To me, if you wanted to take more time and look at it, I think a decent way to protect yourselves currently would be to add a comma after that review fees are billed to applicant and say prior to application review.
How would you know what it was?
Yeah, I don't know.
You'd have to go ahead and get the price.
Yeah, I think, I'm
We just
going
need
to.
to table, we need to
Yeah.
table this.
Okay, I'll make a motion to table this until future.
There are some speakers. Did people sign up?
We got one more speaker. Mr. Long has had his speak. More than that, Mr. Dr. Walford, you're, you do. Okay.
So motion to table until future court.
Second.
Yeah, motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to table the application fees to a future court, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And this brings us to number 7. Discuss and take appropriate action to require background checks for directors of nonprofit organizations seeking Duke County taxpayer support through budget subsidies or non-monetary donations. Additionally, require background checks for directors of nonprofit organizations wishing to be recognized through Commissioner Court proclamation of work. Yeah, resolution.
Yeah, so the reason this came up is because there was a situation here where we were asked to do a proclamation for a local nonprofit, and we expected that the national organization was doing research on the directors of those nonprofits, at least I did, and that didn't happen. And I felt like we were blindsided by not, at least I was, by not doing that extra work. So I think that we owe it to the taxpayers to not depend on any other outside organization to do the due diligence that we should do for, especially if we're going to put money in the budget or donate equipment or whatever to a nonprofit or recognize a nonprofit. We need to make sure that the directors are above board. So that's why this is on here. Melissa's done some research on it to see if we can do it, what the appropriate way to do it. Do you want to speak to that?
From what I've found out talking to TAG, they don't necessarily recommend it. I did visit with Matt. He said his office is able to run the background checks. My background check would not allow it when I run through DPS. However, it was also recommended by TAG that we maybe just require something like that in an agreement with any nonprofit organization, that they agree to run a background check. Now, I think Commissioner Andrews spoke to someone that said they actually do require background checks for anyone that works for their nonprofit organizations. So the court does have some options. It's not something I can run in my office. I guess it's up to the court as far as how you would like to proceed, and maybe put it back on the nonprofit organization and them requiring it on their end, or the court maybe decides not to contribute to that particular organization.
Matt, can you get a complete background check on people? Your office, I put it in the application before we do it. You got to agree to it, like our lease application, you know.
My caution to that would be, now we've got to set up a policy of what disqualifies somebody and doesn't. You know, it's kind of interesting because this has been kind of weighing on my heart and mind. I know, man, there are people out there, heck, you may think of the Salvation Army or something like that, somebody that had a history, and they came in and they changed their life. And, you know, things are different now. We would have to set some parameters of, you know, does DWI 12 years ago matter anymore? Is that something that we can overlook? What about, you know, drunken stupidity at 19 years old? That's, I think there's probably a little bit of that out there. And I'm kind of wondering if we're venturing off into a pool that maybe is going to need a whole lot more thought and work. I know Ricky Reeves, he's, as part of being a paramedic, he's has to run a background check through the state. Most of the fire departments, the fire department members have to have background checks run on them, but I think that we would also have to have a policy of what disqualifies somebody. And we may be
Who are we donating money to?
Well, it's
I
mostly.
mean, who are we
senior-
donating taxpayers' money to?
Senior Center, the Child Advocacy
To-
Center, CPS, you know. Yeah, the fire departments would all be 501c3s. Ricky, Tom Plantation, there are a few of them out there, but
Time to time, we donate equipment to different organizations, Forward Training Center, Rancho Brazos.
Yeah.
Those are two that I can think of, there may be others.
I think I learned my lesson. I'm not going to put anybody on without doing a little digging from, and maybe it's just best that we address it that way. We kind of.
Well, I want to throw, I hesitate, I mean, we had one situation that went bad.
Yeah.
And I hesitate, now, the more I'm thinking about this, Commissioner Samuelson, I hesitate coming in here and getting too strong-armed because we got kind of burned on a deal that's kind of an outlier, actually. So, I'm having, I think we leave it to the organization to guarantee us they've done their background checks, and then we don't give them the money if they don't.
Which we could, a few years ago with the nonprofits, we added that they submit their 990, their audited tax return, and they're in good standing with the state. So we could just add to that in the document that we write up for, the agreement that we write up for court, or for the budget fee money, that we just say, provide, what would you say, provide evidence of background checks, or are you certified that you've done background checks on
What say you, Mr. Mills?
Well, we can do whatever. You can't run a DPS background check for a non-criminal justice purpose. But we have software called Clear, where we use it for a variety of things, mostly to track down phone numbers of witnesses and victims who've fallen off the radar screen. But it'll pull info, not just convictions and such, but it'll pull if you file for bankruptcy or things like that, which might be interesting if you have some applicant for a position, and we've used that for people who have applied for positions in the county. We ran it, not this time, but the time before when we hired the elections administrator, the one who stayed about 2 weeks. We ran that, and I gave it to Christine on all the ones who were going to be interviewed. And so, here's the background on these people. So we can run it on people, and it's all you can eat what we pay, so we're not spending more money. But one of my questions is, okay, when you say directors, does that mean the board of directors, which might be 15 people, plus the executive, perhaps, of an organization? Like, for instance, the judge and I are on the transit system board, and the transit system gets some money, I don't know how much, from the county each year. So are they going to run background on everybody on the board, including the members from Somerville County? Or, I don't know, you got to weigh that out. And then, to your point, I don't think that you have a bright line of, okay, well, if you had a DWI or whatever, we're not giving you money. I think it would be kind of looked at like any job applicant. Okay, is this a problem or is it not a problem? And you just review it. But I'm not trying to take a position. I'm just saying mechanically, how we would work through it if you asked our office to help.
Well, and I think that with that, if there is a problem, we've got to come back and do that out in public or whatever. And that's, do we really want to drag somebody through that? For a 20-year-old,
Right. Well, I mean, if it's just a proclamation or resolution, I think you could just ditch it right there. It's a non-binding fluff, if you will, kind of a thing, right? But if it's, money to an organization, which I highly doubt anything is going to pull for whoever is getting money from a respected organization, I would be shocked. But if it did, I mean, you could put it on the agenda and hash it out and see if they're worthwhile.
Well, I would like to see, surely they have some kind of in-house policy or whatever.
Yeah.
So submit that policy with your paperwork that says, like I said, with Ricky, the state of Texas in order to have that license, they do a background check to make sure he's got the criminal history.
That's fine, that's something we could do during the budget process, because we already have those agreements in place with those 3 or 4 nonprofits that specify that they've submitted their 990, they've submitted their last audited financial, and they're in good standing, and that they'll use the funds for the intended purpose. So we could, I'll just make a motion to ask the auditor to bring a draft of a revised agreement to future court prior to budget time.
For who is my question? You know, I mean, for the entire board of directors, or what?
A policy there.
Well, I mean, okay, so just give my example of the transit system, right? They're on the budget, the judge and I are on the board. Are we gonna run everybody on the transit system board? Are we gonna run just the executive director of the
We're not,
transit
I
system?
don't think we're gonna run it at all. I think that the question, or the one idea that I'm hearing from Mr. Andrews is to just ask the nonprofit to provide, what do you do to get comfortable that, do you run background checks? What is your policy?
Yeah, just a policy.
Okay, so what is your policy for your, I guess, director and your board of directors? Okay,
Provide your policy regarding background checks, or
Maybe anybody that can sign a check? Would that be?
so what is that gonna be for, I guess the same for the resolution provision?
I think that's on me individually. If I go find a nonprofit, I think I've learned. I think that burned a little bit, so I would do a little background before
But
just
how?
assumed that a national organization asked a question. Have you been background checked? Would you, because it's on me. If somebody comes to me and says, hey, will you put a proclamation on there, a resolution supporting my nonprofit? I'm gonna say, I've got some homework to do, you know.
Okay.
but then you could, I mean, if it's just 1 or 2, we could ask you to run it, then that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
We can, I just would like some guidance as to who I'm running, and so I'm not running it on this one and not on that one, just without guidance. So, anyway.
We could start with asking them for their policy and then see if you're comfortable with it and then go from there.
All right, so I'll move to request the county auditor to ask the nonprofits that have put in budget requests for the 2026-27 budget to provide their policy for background checks for their directors.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Sanderson to ask the auditor to request the nonprofits to submit their policy on background checks. Concur. Second by
I'll second.
Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, number 18, discuss and take appropriate action to secure a short-term contract with an outside resource to manage the administrative workflow as well as ensure required development review process steps are completed by outside engineering firms.
So this has to do with all of us have expressed, as well as Matt, have expressed concern that we did post a job. I don't know if we've gotten any applicants.
I believe we've received
One applicant, but you know, the likelihood of finding someone who's going to take a job that's only 2 months is probably not, the likelihood is probably pretty small. So this is another alternative to work with a firm that is familiar with the development process, that could come in and work on an hourly basis or a contract basis, at least until we get through budget time and figure out, you know, what the long-term personnel is going to be in that department. So this is to fill the gap that we talked about ad nauseam on the OpenGov agenda item. So do you have any firms that you could reach out to?
I can reach out to the ones we normally use and talk to them.
I called Erath County and talked to them a little bit about what they did, because I've heard just in the past, they've got a guy named Joe England. He's a retired county engineer out of Williamson County, and he does all their review, all their process. I've talked to him on the phone, and he works for Eastland County also. So that is, I was really hoping, he's in Erath County today. He lives in Lampasas, and very familiar with the whole deal. Even while I was talking to him on the phone, he was in there digging through 231 subchapter K to figure out where our situation is here and some of the regulations. So that could be somebody that could come in immediately and kind of start addressing this stuff. He can make engineering notes. He can do some of these reviews.
Does he have
send those
time to
things
do it?
back. He has not committed anything to me, but like I said, he was supposed to come by. I texted him earlier, and he said that he may be able to make it by 3 o'clock or whatever. And it may just be that he has to come talk to us. Maybe we do a special call meeting or something if we decide to go ahead and contract with him or interview with him or whatever. But I think that may very well be the stopgap that we're looking for on this. So.
Okay. You want to make a motion to that effect?
Well, I don't know what the motion would be if he hadn't even agreed or issued any terms or anything, so.
You go to interview him.
Well, I mean,
What about that?
I'll talk to him, and I'm sure he'll come up and talk to each one of us individually.
So do we also want, just in case that doesn't work, and we only meet every 2 weeks, should we still ask Melissa to reach out to TNP? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
TNP.
Yes.
Barrett Hampton Brown, Kim
Brown,
Horn.
Kim Horn.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, we have Friesen Nichols that's doing other work. I don't know if they have a section of their company that would do this, so I guess you could reach out to all 4 of them.
Just check with them, just check with them, the reason we use.
To have a short-term contract for.
Okay, so that's the motion, so we're going to do, you want to make that motion, Commissioner Simons?
Go ahead, I'm not, yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'll move that we ask our HR department to reach out to the 4 engineering firms to see if they have an option for a short-term contract and provide us with some quotes. And then also Commissioner Andrews will reach out to Joe England to see if he's interested in a short-term contract, and if so, potentially set up a interview.
I'll second that.
We have a motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to direct the HR department. I would give you another job. I mean, I talked about that this morning.
That'll be
but
pretty
can
easy.
you do,
That I
that'd
can
be easy,
do,
you can
yes.
do that.
Yes.
To reach out to the 4 engineering firms that we use to see if they have somebody that can fill in as a short-term contract for an outside resource to manage the administrative outflow and required development review process steps. And we're asking Commissioner Andrews to interview or engage Joe England to see if he would be interested in also this same job. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, we're down to item number 21. Discuss and take appropriate action to increase the indigent cremation budget, et cetera, from contingency to $40,000 to $20,000. Let me tell you something. I put this on it, and I can't tell you, I guess it's a sign of the time, influx of deal, how many cremation requests that I get. And so I have actually run out of money, or the line item for my budget has run out.
And based upon the number that we have gotten so far this year, it's going to take $20,000. And we need to have this money here because when somebody dies, they have absolutely no money. I mean, Beth Stanley in my office researches their bank accounts, their tax returns, reaches out to relatives, and if nobody will claim the body, it's laying there at Wiley's or wherever, and they have to do something. So cremation is what it costs. It costs like $800 or something to cremate. So they haven't increased their fees, by the way, in forever. I mean, that's what it was 8 years ago, 7 years ago for me. So, you know, I move that we really increase the indigent cremation budget from contingency for the additional $20,000. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 4-0. Okay, item number 22, discuss and take appropriate action to nominate by resolution a candidate to serve on the Hood Central Appraisal District Board of Directors to fill a vacancy that recently occurred on the board. Term of issues to expire on December 31st of 2027. Okay.
We had, Judge, we had one person had applied for this until yesterday. Lisa Knapp sent in her application yesterday, and Steve Reinke had sent in his application several days ago. And this, Mark McDonald resigned. He's moving they're moving out of town. So the position is a vacant position. And the way this works is all the taxing entities are allowed to nominate one person to move forward back to the board. And the board actually chooses from that list of nominees who they're going to put on the board to serve with them. I'm correct on that? Correct? So this is under Chapter 6 of the Texas Property Code. We have to adopt a resolution to nominate a candidate, which is attached to this agenda item. And I'm going to nominate Steve Reinke for that position.
Second.
And make a motion to put him, to nominate him.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to nominate Steve Rankin as the candidate to serve on the Hood County Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Okay. Item number 23, receive an update on the status of all open market projects, including estimated completion dates ahead of the December 31st, 2026 expenditure deadline. All right, Martin Campbell Kendrick. What do you have?
So we are coming up on the expenditure deadline for the ARPA funds that we received back in 2021. We had 8 projects that the county was funding. Most of them were fire department related or EMS or sheriff's office related. To date, all of them have been closed out except for 2. One is Texas EMS. They received $3.5 million to build or construct 3 EMS fire stations. And then there's also a Pecan Plantation VFD project that's still open. They originally received $579,000. I asked both of them to come today to give an update to you guys, just because we are less than 6 months away from all the money needing to be spent. We need to make sure that all the funds are spent appropriately. That way we don't have to return any of the money back to them. Ricky's coming in first.
And who's the other one? Pecan?
Pecan Fire Department.
Judge,
Commissioners, I'm Ray Taylor, I'm the Chief of the Pine Plantation Fire Department. As of probably last month, we finished up all the ARPA funds. To my knowledge, the board has spent all of it, so we have no more funds left.
Did you complete your project? Did you have enough to complete your project?
Not in the way we wanted, not in the way I wanted.
Well, everything went up in price. I'm sure that's what affected. That's what I was talking to Mr. Reeves about, is that you got stuff at such a drastic price increase that everything is over budget, right? Materials?
Yes, the material is more expensive, so.
Are we having a ribbon cutting?
At some point, yeah, we still have a lot of cleanup to do. Our inside of our building looks like a bomb went off in there. It's just so, everything's everywhere. So we're still constantly trying to get organized again to get back together.
Is there anything you need from them? In paperwork or what have you?
Yes.
Okay, that's why we're here, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We need the first quarter and second quarter reporting to be sent to the auditor. And I sent a letter to the board of directors for Pecan Plantation, VFD and EMS, to send it to the auditor and to myself. That was last week, and I still haven't received that.
Well, I assume Mr. Samuelson will be able to make sure this gets done.
Yes.
Am I volunteering her for that?
So you sent a request to the board, but you haven't received any?
I sent it to the treasurer. Yes.
Thank you.
Next time you guys invite me, bring lunch.
I agree with that one.
We were awarded $3.5 million in 23, November 23. We actually got the money in December. We started the projects. At the time, the school was going to donate 2 spots for us. As you know, they failed 2 bond elections, which they then reneged on that agreement. So we were a year into it, and we had to start finding land. We were able to find the loop. We were able to, through the judge and through Kevin, we were able to get into Mr. Durant and start working on that. It took us a year to get that pretty much locked in. We moved 7 times before we finally got the right lot that actually belonged to him. And he actually gifted it to us. And then we ended up purchasing land in Acton. KCMS actually bought the land, 2 acres. We run across the TxDOT issue, and it took us 8 months to get a permit. We just got that a few months ago to actually build the access road. Well, the next thing we had was an easement issue of the landowner, because now they're building 71 homes in there developing the property, so now they changed the entry easement, and so we finally got that. That's only been a month since we've actually got approved the easement. Like I told the judge, we were going to build these projects, and so we bought steel. We bought all 3 buildings steel early 24. I anticipated an increase, watching the news, and sure enough, Mr. Trump did the tariffs, and everything went up through the roof. So we have 3 buildings steel. We've got 2, one of them up, fixed to put the second one up, and we'll put the third one up. So right now, we concentrate on Indian Harbor because of the construction. We're about 95% done with the concrete's done around it. They're pouring the helipad today. They put up the propane tanks today. We have sheetrock scheduled for later this week. So the sheetrock's cabin's already built, and it goes fast after that. And we should be anticipating in about another month or less be able to get into that building. At the same time this is going on, we have to go through OpenGov with the city, which is a process. It's a nightmare. but everything has to go through it to be able to approve. So it took us a year, nearly to the day, to get approved and get a building permit from the city to start building that. We had to go through the process of getting them to furnish and pay for the sprinkler system because it's required in the city. That was $300,000. We did not have the money. And so they graciously agreed to do that and do some other things for us. And that took a process of the council. And through the changing in the building plans and stuff. So we've had a lot of issues to get where we're at today. So
And they're all government, right? I just wanted to make that
yeah,
point.
they're all government. They're all government. So where we're at today is we're at 95, 96% with Indian Harbor. We have already done the forms, scraped the ground, sent in the form survey for the city, lined up our plumber for next week to start that. As soon as this concrete will be poured, it takes about a week.
Which one is that?
The loop, that's the next one we're building. And then the steel will go up, it'll take about a week for that. And then it just starts rolling from there. As soon as the concrete is poured in that, I've asked them to go build the entranceway into the Acton area, because that's kind of a nightmare. And once that's done, then we can get in there. And I've asked them to go ahead and get the slab ready, let's get plumber, get that poured, because I have a building that I need to put up. And so we've spent nearly 2 point something million. I'll give you a piece of paper that had what we spent. I did make an error in my formula. It shows that we had 1.6 left. We don't. We have 1.4 left in the money. And as fast as it's going, that's not going to be a problem. It will definitely be exhausted before the 31st of December, several months before that. But we are moving to do all 3 buildings that will be up. I have the buildings and I have all the doors and things. The 3rd building, which will be Acton, may not be completed by the end of this term. But our board of directors have agreed to work out the process of finishing that. I just don't know how much money we're going to have to get to that point to finish it. We have enough to get the building slab and get the building erected and get it dried in, but I'm not sure we're going after that. Right now, we are $387,000 over budget in Indian Harbor of the 1.5 we allocated. So those are costs we couldn't budget for. When we budgeted this building before I submitted it to the court, we went through that budget process 3 times. We were pretty much going to have a little money left over, but with the tariffs and all the increased pricing, we've just been priced out of business. And unfortunately, it's $3.5 million with no extra money. And so that's where we're at with the money. So,
well, let me ask you, and I have not read that ARPA qualifications in a long time. But is it possible he could take that shortfall on or the overage on the Indian Harbor and use some of that money for that? I mean, did he have to earmark every nickel of that money?
I think it's vague. It just
Yeah, I
had
think
to be
it is, yeah.
allocated.
it's vague. It was $3.5 million to build 3 buildings. So we're taking money from basically the Acton building to finish 2 buildings so they're completed. What's left over, we'll get the building dried in Acton. And then our department, Texas EMS, will end up taking the loan to finish out the rest of it. We will have 3 fire stations.
You'll be able to get it done.
Yeah, we'll get it done. I need the fire stations. So the one in Acton is Dacre Road, the 2nd station. The one in Granbury is their 3rd station, I guess. But I need the locations because of the construction and my expansion. So I need the station. So we're going to build the station. And I'm not going to shrink the station because we're about to steal for the size that we've already designed. And we've already got everything pretty much bid out for that size. So we will have 3 stations completed. It's just that by the 31st, we probably won't have all 3 open.
I think you'll be all right.
Well, and it doesn't
You
say.
need to have the money spent. That's a.
Money will be
or,
spent.
if I read it correctly, or committed.
No,
You
it's
gotta
not
have it
spent.
spent.
It has to be spent.
Has to be
So,
spent.
December 31st, 2023 24 was the deadline to have everything obligated. It didn't have to be expended until December 31st of 26.
Okay.
So the project doesn't have to be complete necessarily, but the money has to all be gone by December 31st of this year.
I got a funny feeling it will be.
Yeah.
It'll be gone in a couple months.
So on Indian Harbor, did the water?
Yeah, so after 37,000, we were able to get the water. So we had to pay 37,000 to bring water to the building. AMA took it up to, at the corner of the property, about 200 yards from the building and stopped. And we paid to come from there up to the building and put 2 fire hydrants in. That was 37,000.
And we didn't know about that when we picked that location?
No, we did not know that was the issue. The problem with that is there's 2 mud districts. You have Aqua on this side of the street, you can't cross the street. You have A mud on this side of the street, they can't cross the street. And unfortunately, that 7 acres, it's not going to be developed because it's floodplain, except for where we put the building at. And so A mud had to bring water back from Goliad on a street behind, and they actually paid for that, about 200 grand to bring it to that corner, and then we had to pay from that corner to get to the building. And we had to put fire hydrants, because there is no fire hydrant. Aqua does not have fire hydrants, and so there is no fire hydrants with concrete creek. So we elected to bring the 8-inch water line in from their tap, and then put 2 fire hydrants in for the fire station, and then a 2-inch water main, water tap in for the regular water. So we allocated $20,000 in the budget to either pay toward that or to do a well. And unfortunately, after they got moving, it cost us $37,000. Concrete, we had budgeted for about $250,000 concrete. We've already spent $600,000 in concrete just in Indian Harbor. We put 400 loads of dirt in there to give it to the point that we could actually build on it. So we've had to do a lot to that land that we didn't anticipate. So, but again, it's a 99-year ground lease that we've got. And again, it's set up in the lease and set up in our bylaws that should something happen to Dixie Miss, it reverts back to the county. So it still becomes a county station. And we have a lease agreement with the city for the fire department, and we'll have the same lease agreement with the other departments where they share the cost of the operation of the building itself and the utilities.
So if you purchase the land that the Acton, the Dayquil one's going to be on, how does that work?
So we purchased the land, we own the land, we own the building, so we own the building and on the lease and one on the loop, and we own the land on the loop. It's just that if we cease to exist, our bylaws say that we have to sell everything, pay off the debts, and the money goes to nonprofit. Except we have an exclusion in there that says the 3 buildings we build out of ARPA funds, 2 of them revert back to the county, 1 in the city revert back to the city. So that it was always the intent to make sure it was an EMS fire station at that location and never to be. Matter of fact, the lease agreement on the ground lease will not let me borrow money against the building. It will not let me sell the building. I can't sublease the building. It's set up that it can only be a fire station. So it protects the county.
Last year, last time I looked at the budget, on ARPA, there's still about 12,000 that was unallocated, but we've already passed the, is there not any way we can't use that money, allocate that now, even though we're past the December 24 date?
So the money that is still available actually has been allocated. It was marked as revenue replacement. The ARPA requirements allowed the county to earmark up to $10 million as revenue replacement for services and government projects that were unable to be completed during COVID. We allocated the entire second tranche of money to revenue replacement. So everything that's left is still allocated as revenue replacement. It's just waiting to be.
I mean, it's not that's not a whole lot, but given the position he's in, but that's still we got a little bit still left.
It's already earmarked by the court for payroll, some radio part.
Yeah.
Good. As long as the money's getting spent, we're going to get a
Yep,
good job.
it's just
Hey,
It's not a problem.
yeah, good.
It looks like everything will be spent by the December 31st deadline. Now, the court requested quarterly reports from everybody that was getting ARP funding. So we have been getting, my office has been getting quarterly reports from everybody until their project is complete. To date, we are missing 2 reports from Pecan, which is why I drove them here. I didn't realize that their project was complete because I didn't have their updated reports. But we're getting those from Pecan. Otherwise, everybody's giving us the reports that they need. We're submitting them to the Treasury and the auditor's office. And the outside auditor's office has not had any issues, and neither has the Treasury's office. So
Good.
I think we're about to finally wrap up this forever-long project.
And I will tell you that getting this funding subjected me to a different audit. So we're going through that now over the funds that we're getting on. And then we're subject to a federal audit.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank you. All right, that's the update. All right, on the consent agenda, does any commissioner wish to pull or question anything on the consent agenda? Do I not, do I hear a motion?
Move that we approve the consent agenda as stated.
There's just one typo that needs to be corrected.
Number 6A is 30,000. There's an extra 2 in there, I apologize.
6, what, 6?
6A
On the line item transfer.
on the line item transfer.
Okay.
Or you gotta take the 2 out, I
Gotta
guess.
take somebody fat fingered it.
That's just a typo, okay.
That is the time. Okay. To make it, what is the correct, is it
30,000, yes, sir.
Oh, I see what you said,
Oh,
yeah.
take the 2 out?
Just be
Yes.
30,000. All right. With that one correction, you move to approve
Move to approve the consent agenda as stated with that one correction.
I'll second
and second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, this brings us down to road ops, nothing on road ops. Development, Jeannie. Public hearing to discuss and consider the replat of Airport Edition, number 1 and 2. So we're gonna, Faye, you finally given up, okay, I don't blame you for that. All right. You hadn't gotten there till 10 after 3, you get a medal. Okay, all right, so at 10 after 3, we're gonna adjourn into a public hearing. Okay, tell us what you got.
This is a replat of the Fair Park Edition. Basically, it's a lot line abandonment. It moved lot line
That's it?
for lot 2R and lot 3R.
You've looked at it and approved it? Is there anybody here wish to make any kind of statement regarding these items here at the Airport Edition? If not, at 11 minutes after 3, we're going back into Commissioner's Court. Do I hear a motion?
Judge, I move to approve the replat of Air Park Edition number 3,
Okay.
1,2R and 3R.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to approve the replat of Airport Edition, lots as stated therein.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. The next, we enter into a public hearing at 12 after 3 to consider the replat of Timberview Preserve Phase 2. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is a public hearing to discuss and consider the replat of Timber Preserve Phase 2, lots 22R and 23R. This is another adjusting of the lot lines. This plat was actually permitted in Parker County, but the replats have to come through Hood County.
But you looked at it and recommend approval?
Yes, sir.
Anybody here in the public wish to say anything on the Timberview Preserve Phase 2? If not, at 13 after 12, we're convening back into Commissioner's Court. Do I hear a motion?
Judge, I'll make a motion to approve the replat of Timberview for Preserve Phase 2, lots 22R and 23.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the replat of the Timberview Preserve lots as stated, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, at 14 after 3, we're convening into a public hearing to discuss and consider the infrastructure development plan for Wooded Creek RV Park. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is the infrastructure development plan for Wooded Creek RV Park, which is in precinct 1. Staff reviewed this. It was sent out to independent review. Kimley Horn basically flagged the part that there are several lots in the 100-year floodplain, and according to the Hood County development rules and regulations, those are allowed only on a case-by-case basis. However, on June the 11th of 2026, Clint Head sent me, Ms. Welborn, and Councilor Mills an email stating that the depth of the water where they have those pads for the RVs is only 4/10 of a foot deep. The law is actually a 1 foot threshold. By the time he builds that pad, it will be well above that elevation, but he will need a floodplain permit to put them there and install the sewer. So staff is recommending, I guess, that we approve the infrastructure conditional to TCEQ approval for the water well. I know they have filled out permits for the water well through TCEQ, and they have Upper Trinity's blessing. I believe Upper Trinity is having them drilled 2 wells.
And, yeah, with the number of spaces they have there, this has to be a public water system, so it's going to be.
Yes.
Okay, so do we need to take anything in the motion on what to do with the floodplain, or is that just?
I think on the floodplain, the way Clint stated it, by the time they put the gravel down, it's going to be above the, and it's only 4/10, so the threshold is a foot.
Okay.
Is there any member of the public wish to say anything about this Wooded Creek RV Park? If not, okay. All right, so at 3:16, we are convening back into Commissioner's Court. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Judge, I'll make a motion to conditionally approve the infrastructure development plan for Wooded Creek RV Park contingent on TCEQ approval of the well and not septic, just the well. Okay.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the infrastructure development plan for Wooded Creek RV Park, conditionally approve, get approval from TCEQ, second by Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, no floodplain permit required.
They will need a floodplain permit to make the RV spots and to install the sewer.
Okay, so.
Or the septic.
All right, let me amend that motion to include the approval of the floodplain permit and the, for the lots and the OSS.
Okay, you got those amendments, Christine?
I sure did, thank you.
Okay. Okay, but that's 2 amendments, and Commissioner Wilson, you still second it? Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. D, discuss issues with permitting and how to move forward with a development permit. We beat this horse to death today.
Talk about it today.
Okay, so this the environmental health department has been having lots of issues. It's mainly coming from the mobile home companies out here that are ignoring our development regulations. They go buy a new mobile home, haul it out to Mom's 2 acres, deliver it, set it up, hook up electric and water, and scream at me when they can't get a permit for another. That's against our development regulations.
What do you?
But in the past 2 days, we've had about 5 calls from mobile home companies asking what our regulations say, because now they become concerned now. This is after the fact.
Are you asking how do we?
I'm asking, there are 2, I'm very well aware, off of Granbury Road. The houses are set up. What am I? Violate the development regulations and allow them to do it? I mean, this kind of has been done on a case-by-case basis. There's an individual that has requested a permit for a accessory dwelling. The daughter wants to move her parents to the property. She wants to build a 900 square foot home for her parents who are needing assistance, and it would be easier for her to move them on their 2.5 acres than put them in an assisted living. And that's what I'm asking for guidance from y'all.
Shared well?
Do what?
Shared well? Are they using the same well for both residences?
Shared well to different septic.
Okay. And with that being a family, we have allowed a second dwelling, if you will, as long as they share a well. It doesn't, or they have to have a separate, well, they have to have appropriate septic. We'll put it, or OSSF. But let's make them sign something that says that that property cannot be divided.
A non-conversion agreement that says the property can never be divided. We can do that. We have to be careful because Upper Trinity got upset several years ago when some of this was happening. And then they tried to divide the property later. This happened before I came to the county, but Upper Trinity was extremely upset about it. So we do have to be careful if we're going to allow a family to family.
You may need to put something that can only be used for a family. You can't supplement it to a third party. And that's what the deal is, as long as it's family, like parents or a child or a disabled child or something like that, you would do it. But you wouldn't want an unrelated third party to come in there in that 900 square foot deal, would you?
Well, I think once that septic's in place and the house is in there, it's, you know, I don't know what enforcement mechanism we would have other than, you know, yeah, we can get them to sign something, that'd be great, but I don't know. I mean, just saying you can never subdivide it. That can be a document filed with the county clerk that's attached to that deed where, you know, a title company won't let them subdivide it.
Yeah, it's a restriction.
Yeah. And that's kind of what we've done in the past with it. I guess it's the Upper Trinity question. We haven't really addressed that with them at this point. But I mean, you know, heck, you're kind of moving your elderly parents in to live with you. They can have a bedroom over there. They can have a small house out back that really doesn't use any more water than live in the same house. So that's I don't see any problem with it. I'm okay with that being the way we continue to deal with that particular circumstance.
So basically, y'all are saying do some form of non-conversion agreement that states it's never will be sold, will not be a permanent primary residence for anyone. And that's basically what it is. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, mother-in-law.
Yeah.
Mother-in-law count.
Okay.
You good with that, sir?
And you'll file that with the clerk's office, Judy? They sign it, get it notarized?
Yes, they sign it, they'll notarize it, and they file it with your office.
Okay, perfect.
So if we're gonna do that in the form of a motion in order here? Go ahead, Nick.
Well, all right, yeah, okay. I will move that under the circumstance that a second dwelling is placed on, with a shared well, an adequate OSSF, and an agreement that that property can never be subdivided, filed with the county clerk's office. If we allow that, I mean, I don't know how to finish that up. I had a strong start, kind of fell off there at the end.
That you will allow the permit.
Yeah, allow them to,
You do that. Second by Commissioner, you got that motion, Christine?
Who was,
Motion seconded by Commissioner Wilson.
okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say
I'll
nay.
say aye as long as it doesn't violate the rule of perpetuity, but
The rule of perpetuity.
I'll say yes.
Yeah. Okay, E, set a public hearing for the replat of orchards lots for August the 11th. Commissioners Court, do I hear a motion?
Judge, I move that we set the hearing date for August 11, 2026 for the replat of the orchards, 16B lots 4056 and lots 4057.
Motion been made by Commissioner Sanderson to set the replat for the orchards for August the 11th, 2026. Commissioners Court, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. F, set a public hearing for the replat of Rancho Brazos for August the 11th for Commissioners Court. Do I hear a motion?
And I move that we set the public hearing for the replat of Rancho Brazos Blocks 2, Blocks 23, 24, 25, 38, 39, 42, 43, and 44 for August the 11th.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Wilson to set a public hearing for the replat of the Rancho Brazos lots as stated, seconded by Commissioner Eagle for August the 11th, 2026. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, financial, Ms. Matlock.
Good afternoon. I request the court consider certification of payment of invoices for the period of June 12, 2026 through July 2nd, 2026. Discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for July 14, 2026, Commissioners Court are $2,832,327.17. The auditor's office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
Do I hear a motion?
So I move that we pay the invoices for the period of June 12th through July 2nd, 2026, in the amount of $2,832,327.17.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Wilson to pay the invoice of the period of June 12th to July the 2nd, 2026, in the amount of $2,832,327.17, seconded by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Financial reports.
Okay, I'm requesting the court consider financial reports received and reviewed by the audit department for the period of June 1, 2026 through June 15, 2026, and take appropriate action. The auditor's office has reviewed all of the financial reports and requests the court accepts them.
What do we do about the development compliance that you haven't received for 2 months?
I think we are working on that with the Open Gov situation. Because right now, they're just making notes on cash receipts and like a spreadsheet.
So the payments that people, because people are coming in and paying their fees, so are those being recorded? Or are they paying them too?
They're depositing them at the treasurer's office, and they are coming in, but we have nowhere to verify. So that's why we need a reporting system. Which we're giving them.
Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to accept the financial reports reviewed by the audit department for June 1, 26 through June 15, 26.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to accept the financial reports that have been reviewed by the audit department for the period of June 1, 2026 to June 15, 2026. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Bank reconciliation.
I'm asking the court to consider the bank reconciliations received and reviewed by the audit department for the period of June 1st, 2026 through June 15, 2026, and take appropriate action. The auditor's office has reviewed all banks' reconciliation and requests the court accept them.
Move that we accept the bank statements as presented by the auditor.
Second. Motion been made by Commissioner Sanderson to accept the bank reconciliations received by the audit department for the period as stated. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Is that it?
We have a few audits that we've completed. I'm asking the court to acknowledge and accept the 2024 review of JP4, as well as the 2025 review of JP4. We just do them all together. The 2025 review of Constable Precinct 2, and then authorize the county auditor to process correcting entries for the library fund balance. That one, we're working on cleaning up our financial statements, and there's like an assigned fund balance little thing that needs to be corrected to net the right amount.
I move that we accept the 2024 review of Justice of the Peace Precinct 4, the 2025 review of Justice of the Peace Precinct 4, the 2025 review of Constable Precinct 2, and allow the county auditor to process the correcting entries for the library fund balance.
Second.
Okay. Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to accept and acknowledge the receipt of the reviews as stated in the record by the auditor. The auditor, and authorize the county auditor to continue processing correcting industries for the library fund balance. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. And with that, at 3:32 p.m., we are adjourned.
Anything else?
We're used to pleased with the ruling.
Anything else to say?
So I contacted the building people, and the building guy is out on vacation this week. I contacted the construction company, and they're